Association of members living in and around Elk Grove encourages art in the community by sponsoring shows set up for artists to promote and sell their work. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
All right, welcome back. We are live here in the KVIE studios, and we are talking about this beautiful piece right here by Dave Kent. And Dee, just turn right there. We're on that camera, dear heart.
I know.
So we are talking about this piece by Dave Kent, and let's just grab this and do this here. Okay, so there we go. We want to recap this. And I'm just trying to get the glare off. There we go. So Dee, tell us more about this beautiful piece of art.
This is 30F, Teton Trees. It's got a $350 value. We got a bid right now of $125. Again, really well-known photographer. Love the fact that it looks like a painting and not a photo.
That's what I thought. I thought it was a painting.
It's got an imported Italian frame on it that's done in a nice burl wood. So it really adds to the piece, and it's kind of just a really elegant presentation.
Why does this look like a painting to me?
It just does. He's done, because of his condition, he shakes a little bit. So it's out of focus. And so what that's done is made it more about the color and less about the line.
Okay. All right. We're going to toss it across the studio to Dr. Steve Wenlock with more. Steve?
Hello and welcome to the 2016 Art Auction. I'm Steve Wenlock, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid and buy original works of art from Elk Grove artists. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Our first piece, 31A, is Snow at Dawn by Margaret Munson. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20, and it's artist framed. Its retail value, $300. Item 31B, Fruited Lace by Mary Marshall. And it's a watercolor measuring 20 by 24. And it's also artist framed. And this has a retail value of $300. 31C, Sun Maidens by D Toshida. And it's an acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 16. And it's valued at $320. 31D, we have Sunrise and Serve by Daryl Sullivan. It's photography measuring 17 by 32. And this again is artist framed, and it's retail valued at $350. Our 31E is Stir Fry by Esther Chang, and it's watercolor measuring 16 by 20, and it's artist framed, and its retail value of $300. And 31F is Eye of the Fish by Michelle Versaw, and it's pastels measuring 32 by 27. It's artist framed, and it's retailed at $400. You know, during this break, I'm also pleased to be joined by Margaret Munson, a local artist in Galt, California, with art on display at the Elk Grove Fine Art Center and the Tong Gallery in Walnut Grove. Welcome, Margaret. It's so great to have you here. Here we are. We get a chance to talk about your piece.
Yes.
Let's talk about this. Is Snow at Dawn, and again, you're the artist and the expert. Tell us about this piece.
Well, that's exactly what we call it, Snow at Dawn. I love the fresh fallen snow when you go up to Tahoe in that area, and it's hard to capture it in a photo or something like that before some little critter comes along and walks on it or something. And that's what I tried to get here is just at the crack of dawn. If you look out,
wow, it's
you
stunning.
can pick up where all the colors,
It is.
the pink and the lavenders and the blues.
And it's beautifully framed in a way that I think captures the whole picture. You've done a terrific job. You know the artists, right?
A little bit.
Yes, you know their experience, their blah, blah. Tell us about yourself in that.
Well, I've been doing art for, like, I hate to say this, but over 70 years. And I've been with the Elk Grove artists for over 3 years, and somehow got elected as president. So I'm president of the group now.
Wonderful.
And I've been working with art for in all the mediums.
Great.
Acrylics, oils, watercolors,
Wow,
mixed
Margaret.
medium.
That's terrific. You could have this artist in your home. You know, we have an opening bid of $90 at a part, and this is valued at $300. And you know, this is a piece. First of all, it's 16 by 20.
Right.
It will fit beautifully in any home, and you know, many people have kind of said it kind of gives that holiday kind of feel, but it's actually, as you said, kind of Lake Tahoe area, you know, on where the snow, the winter. It's great. It's great. And talk to us about the different colors that you use.
Well, first I'd like to mention the frame. This is an inset frame by Illusions, which you put, usually you put your art behind the set of the frame.
Yes.
This is in front, so it gives that recessed
that's
area
beautiful.
there, just extras. It kind of makes the art pop.
Yeah.
And in the color schemes, I actually started out with a lavender blue, and then followed over by the pink.
Beautiful. It really is,
sort of
Margaret.
a mauve combination.
Wow.
But it's something that would fit in like any room, and especially at Christmas if you want to take it out, it's an extra decoration there.
Well, we're looking for an opening bid of $90. We know that that's out there. You know, the number is on your screen, KVIE 844 KVIE Art. Give a call. You can have this piece in your home or wherever. It'd be a nice, beautiful gift to someone to kind of. And Margaret, again, is a local artist, which is great, as our art expert. We get to talk and really, you get to meet the artist right here that has done this work. And imagine that. And she signed it, it's gorgeous, and she can tell you more about it. What was your inspiration behind this?
As I say, the untouched snow. When you go up to the hills in the winter time, it's just postcard beautiful.
It really.
And I wanted to capture that when I was doing this. I took photos near the lake up there, and try to capture it on
well,
canvas.
You did. You know what? I don't know if you can kind of, as we're kind of zeroing in on looking at it, the colors are magnificent. The blue sky, and again, this is an acrylic. We are looking for a bid of $90. $90. We know that it's out there. And you know what? To have a local artist that would be in your home, that's also an extra bonus on top of it. Someone that's local that has done the art. It's so much. It's just really great. And again, the number's on your screen, 844 KVIE Art or 584-3278. So this is your time to make this a piece in your home. Okay, and let's check in with the phone bank.
Going, gone. Piece number 30F with a $350 value. One of my favorite pieces just went for $145. Bye-bye, Nikki. This is how fast it goes. If you really like a piece, you've got to call now. If your piece is coming up in 3 or 4 minutes, you need to be on the phone before it gets on air. Otherwise, it could just be gone, just like that one. Right now, we've got a whole new setup. 31A Snow at Dawn has a $300 value, a starting bid of $90. If you want that piece, you should be on the phone now. 844-584-3278. Let's go back to, hey, Steve.
Hey, thank you, Dee. You know what? You know where we're at right now. We are looking at a piece. Again, it's Fruited Lace by Mary Marshall. It's 20 by 24, which is really great. It has a value of $300. Margaret, talk to us about, this is a watercolor, right? What?
It's magnificent. And also, I'd like to mention that this is a piece from Mary Martin's estate, donated by her family.
Okay.
She participated in the KVIE show, I believe something like 15 years. Every year she had a piece that was entered. But she has very dramatic color schemes. She does wet on wet, or she did wet on wet, and that's where she gets the darkness in there for the shadowing. Then she overlays the colors, and she allows that to blend. That's the benefit of the wet on wet. You kind of watch that paint go forward, and then she does what might be called mixed media, where she adds the addition of the lace.
I love
as
this
sort of like
touch.
a
Part of
stamp,
that.
but she actually has that on there.
And it's beautifully framed.
Oh, yes.
You know, it really does enhance what's a part of it. Again, this is 20 by 24. We're looking for an opening bid on Fruited Lace of $90, which we know that you're very into. If you were, where could you see this being placed?
This could be anywhere in your home.
Yes.
Perhaps in the dining room, or a lot of still lifes go there. But anywhere in the house, it would be a tremendous conversation piece. You look at it, you feel cool. Mary actually was a teacher for
At Sac City College?
at Sac City College.
Yes, I own a piece of hers.
Do you?
I do.
Very good.
Yes.
Her daughter Kanika, also watercolorist and sculpturist, and she is the one that donated the piece.
So,
Let's see.
you know, and I think this is just, you do not want to let Mary Marshall's piece get by. And again, a $90 bid. We're going to check in the phone bank just to kind of see where we are with the other bids that are there.
Yeah, well, right now we want to give a big shout out to our one name Wonder Woman, and that is Mahogany. Hey, Mahogany.
Hi.
Hey, Mahogany, it's like a reunion. I see you here every year doing hair and makeup.
All the time.
Tell our viewers why you volunteer at the art auction.
I really enjoy makeup. I love making people look good, feel good, and then also I love the environment here at KVIE. Everyone's very friendly and nice, and it's just a fun time.
Look how pretty you are. I'm watching you on camera.
I'm not talking about me.
You too, Martin.
No, of course it's you.
So this is your third year.
Yes.
What do you have to say about this whole experience?
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of great people. It's a really good experience.
Now, are you a stylist or freelance stylist?
Freelance, yeah. All by myself.
All right, so plug yourself.
I'm Mahogany Daniels, and I can do your hair and makeup. Soon enough, I'll do your hair, but give me a year.
Okay, you're in cosmetology.
Yeah.
Good. All right, let's head back across the studio. Thanks, Mahogany.
No problem.
Boy,
Cool.
you know what? I want this piece. Again, I do own some of Mary Marshall's. She's done Land Park, watercolors of those. They're just fantastic. This is one that you should really think about. When I look at the opening bids at like $90, you know, and this is valued at over $300, which we know, boy, this is great. And to have an artist of this caliber that you have, and who was a local artist right
Yes,
here in our own town that did this, but I just love her work.
For many years, Mary was part of the Elk Grove Artist Original Founders, well, over 20 years ago.
Wow.
And she's continued all that time working with the wet on wet
Yes.
in the watercolors, but she's also done oils and acrylics, a lot of mixed media. And I just love the way she's
done a
dictated the
terrific
coloring
job.
here.
Wow.
I can see her just right in here where you have the lavenders
Wow.
and the oranges overlaying
Great.
the greens. I mean, it's a very cooling
Beautiful.
piece to look at.
Well, we're going to keep this one open, but we're going to move to our next one. So don't forget about this. This is, you may want to call in. So we're going to move on to our next piece. And actually, this is called Sun Maidens. And as we start to look at it, it's by D Toshida. And it's acrylic on a canvas. It's measuring again 20 by 16. And it's valued at $320. And we're going to get a bid. We know that on this, on the Sunmay. We're going to start at 95, but we know that that's out there. So we're looking for it. But talk to us about this.
D is just infamous for the color. The color
Really,
it
it's so
makes
vibrant.
that pop.
Yeah.
And she comes in with some stenciling. She's does a lot with the Arizona colors, is what I call them.
Really?
With
Yeah, the
all
warm
of this,
colors
and,
and the-
and this one she calls this the maidens, sun maidens, and you can just see where she's got that philosophy, working with it and getting the sun in there, that
Yeah.
symbol of the sun to just pop. She's very big on the Arizona kind of
Yes.
South colors.
Yes.
But,
Wow.
And this one just shows it.
And this, as again, as Margaret is mentioning, the colors are just vibrant, you know, and really I love the way that it's kind of shown. And again, this is 20 by 16. And Margaret, talk to us about Dee as an artist.
Dee is a wonderful person.
Yes.
She is one of those people, you know, that she never says a bad word about anything, no matter what's going on. So, and it shows in her work because it's a happy, happy look. When you look at that, you just want to smile
You do.
and look at it. This piece can go as it is without being framed.
Yes, I
or
can
you
see that.
You can add the frame to it, but she also always finishes off her work all the way around, so it's very
Right.
presentable.
Right.
And you could put something like this anywhere in the house.
It's
or
beautiful.
in your
Your office. It's you know,
just-
where wherever. Let me just kind of share with you that we have a bid now for Sun Maidens at $125. I know that you're looking at this and you're saying, I want to get in. Don't let this piece get by. Give a call to our phone banks right now. The number 844-584-3278. And speaking of phone banks, let's talk about, I know Rob's over there. How are they doing over there, Rob?
Well,
What's
we're
up?
doing great. The phone bank's rocking, and I love D Toshida. Her son Spencer is a good friend of mine. So Spencer and D, thank you for your contributions to your local public television station. We salute you. All right, so this is Nikki Oldham. She basically runs archival framing, which may sound familiar to you. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm great. It's so good to have you here.
Good to be here.
So, first of all, how long have you been at Archival?
Well, I started when I was 14, and I am 22 now, so that would be 8 years now.
Okay, and I have watched you frame. You've actually framed many things in my home. And you have an eye and a gift for framing that I love.
Thank you.
What is it that you look for when you frame? When
Well,
when you're allowed to just stylishly do whatever you want.
I guess just something that catches my eye about the piece, and then I try to incorporate that in the framing.
I love it. We really appreciate archival framing and all of the generous work that you and Dee do. So thank you so much. Let's toss it back across the studio.
Well, again, I come back to this piece. It's kind of a standalone. It's absolutely just stunning by itself,
Yes.
right here on a wall. I really can, I just love the colors, the way that she's going to use it. And again, Margaret, it's acrylic, right?
It's acrylic. Dee has a philosophy about every painting she puts together. And on this one, she says, I hope the abstract forms and symbols stir one to think about the impact of the past and the present.
Oh, wow.
So she puts a lot of thought into what she's putting together. It just draws your eye to the main attention is the sun, of
Wow.
course. Almost
Really
like
is.
a sun worshiper. But
You know what? This is a piece that someone's going to say, I should have bid on that.
Yep.
It's right now, we're at $250. So you want to call in, and again, this is valued at $320. You don't want to let this piece get by. This is one stunning as we kind of look out.
Yeah. Dee has had her work in
Yes.
Elk Grove, posted in a lot
Wow.
of different places, the City Hall.
Wow.
And the council has her work up
Wow.
there. Well,
Isn't that
so,
great?
yes.
She's
And
she's
she's
great.
even Citizen of the Year.
She is.
Yeah,
And you know what?
wonderful.
We're going to keep that piece open just so that you know. So you might want to still call in. But we're going to move on to our next one, which is Sunrise and Surf by Daryl Sullivan. And this is photography measuring 17 by 32, which I think is really great. I have one question that I'm hoping you can answer. When I looked at this piece, I was just trying to visualize, where is it? Where do you think
the
it is?
Pacific Coast, right out of Carmel.
Right out of Carmel.
Yep, exactly.
You know what? It looks like Carmel. I mean, and one of the things that you see is that it is Carmel right there.
Right.
So
That is his favorite place of photography.
Yeah.
Is the Carmel coastline, and on the entire Pacific coastline.
wow. He's
Now
stunning.
Daryl does his own printing.
Oh, he does.
His own framing. Does an absolute beautiful job.
Do you know what? And the framing adds to it's kind of that what do you call that driftwood kind of
driftwood look, which fits
yeah,
with the.
which fits so
if you look
perfect.
at the wood and the rock, I mean, really ties it all
Yeah,
together.
it ties it together. This is a stunning picture, and I know there are many of us in California. We're so close to Carmel. Imagine have Carmel with you in your home, wherever
Yeah,
you are.
Wherever you are. You could put
You
this piece anywhere in your home.
Oh, it's
It would
stunning.
just be a stunning, you just want to go there.
So
you know?
let me just kind of share with you that this is one that we're asking or looking for a bid of $100. And again, this is Sunrise and Surf. And again, it's valued at $350. For this $100, well, and hopefully you're the winner, because once people really focus on this is really quite a treasure in a lot of ways. He's really captured Carmel.
He really has. He really has. He says he studies his subject area in the morning and in the evening to see where he can come up with the best profile that he wants to capture.
So do you think there's a time of day that when this one was taken?
He says it's in the early morning, so
this
I
is
can
the
see
early
that.
morning. You
Yes.
can see that right there. Someone remarked about how the beach is so gorgeous. It's just you could feel early morning from this.
You can almost smell the salt water when you look at this, you know.
You know what? And to always be by the ocean, to have that as a place in your home. This is a piece that you might want to look at. We have a bid at 100. We're looking for 150. Let's move it a little bit higher, right?
Oh, yes. Daryl has his work. He's award-winning. Last year he was with Sacramento Fine Arts. He won a first place award there with some of his work. He shows his work forever. He's actually located through the Lodi Fine Arts Center.
Wow.
But we have him with the Elk Grove artist also. We're just very proud of him.
And we have a bid of $100 on that, and we know that there's more that's out there as you're looking at them. You know what? Let's check in with Dee. Okay? Dee.
I'm here with item number 31B, Fruited Lace. I just wanted to make a little personal observation. I have been in the arts for over 30 years, and I've been the curator here for 8 years. And I was listening to Margaret sell this piece, and it was really nice to learn something that I didn't know. When she was talking about technique and she was talking about the artist, it was the first time I had heard some of those things said about this piece or that particular artist. So this is a learning process too. So keep on learning with us, and while you're learning, pick up the phone and call 844-584-3278, and let's have Margaret enlighten us about this next piece.
It's great. It's wonderful. What's this? This next piece is Stir Fry by Esther Chang, and it's a watercolor measuring 16 by 20. Enlighten us about this piece, Margaret.
Well, first of all, Esther is also one of the Elk Grove artists has won many awards with her paintings because of the clarity, the mood it puts you into, the color. The color is just look at the blues in there and the lavenders. I mean, who thinks of a mushroom that's got lavender and blue on it?
Yeah.
You know, but when you look at this, I'm ready to start chopping that up, putting my stir fry, you know.
It is.
So it's a piece that would go beautifully in the right setting in the kitchen or anywhere in the home or the office. You just think of the possibilities. She just brings out the color and everything. It's just fantastic.
It's so real. I mean, I see asparagus there. I see the beauty of how she's captured it in a way, and also the mushrooms. And as you said, who would imagine? It's just absolutely. And again, it's watercolor. It's a piece when we look at it, is 16 by 20, just so that you know. We have already a bid at $90, and we know this is another piece that you won't want to get. The framing is beautifully. It's kind of it's green.
The frame is actually a green. Looks almost like metal, but it's wood.
Ties in.
And it ties in with the dark greens in the picture. Now, Esther tells me she's the finest gal. She can sit down and do flowers and just anything. But what she starts out with is a charcoal drawing. Then she transfers that to her paper. I'm not sure on this, but there is the Yupo paper, which is used by watercolorists. She will also use tissues.
Wow.
And to bring out some of the color in her work.
Wow. And
this is a beautiful color.
I really hope it can it can capture the beauty of what this is. You know, watercolors, I think that someone either can do it or not. And if you can really do it, you can really capture what it is through watercolor. It's just absolutely stunning. Okay? So we want to check in with Rob in the phone bank just to kind of keep them busy and see how things are going.
Yeah, you know, the phone bank is rocking and rolling, and I am hearing this man right here and this man, I think, congratulate winners on the phone. That's wonderful. I'm seeing phone area codes from all over the place. I'm sorry, I'm disrupting them. 916-209-707. I mean, our region is represented right here in our phone bank from the callers we're getting and from the artists that are donating their works to KVIE Public Television, because they want our region to be represented in your home. And by calling 1-844-KVIE-ART, you can pick up that art today. The art auction pickup is open until 5 o'clock this afternoon. The art can literally be on your walls of your home or a friend or a loved one within a matter of minutes by calling again 1-844-KVIE Art. Let's head back across the studio.
You know what? You could be one of those people that are being congratulated as being a winner, just as we heard from the phone bank that's a piece. You could be one of those. Once you decide that this is the piece for me, this is your time to call in. This is your time to kind of say, I'd like to look. We right now are on 150 for the stir fry piece. Isn't that great?
Yes.
And again, it's valued at $300 and it's at 150 right now. Don't let this piece get by. You know, you shared that this artist, which is Esther Chang, who also does other pieces. She's got a website. She's an established artist.
Well established.
Talk to us about.
She has a degree from Iowa, University of Iowa in art.
Wow.
She's a well-established graphic artist.
Wow.
In this work, she always tells us that practice, practice, practice. You cannot have enough practice in doing your work.
Yeah.
But on this one, she was explaining to me how she's layered the colors in there.
Wow.
And she does that with all of her work. You just see that in-depth
That layer
featuring in her work and just draws your eye to the subject.
It is stunning. You know what? Again, you want to be congratulated in the phone bank that this is your piece. We have a bid right now. Last bid that we've gotten is $200. So that means we're going to keep that open. You want to call in and make this your piece because you want to be congratulated in the phone bank. We're going to move on to our next piece. I want to kind of share with you. This is 31F. It's Eye of the Fish. And again, it's by Michelle Versaw. And it's pastels measuring. This is a good size piece, 32 by 27. It's artist frame. It's retail valued at $400, which is beautiful. I'm loving the pastels and the involvement. Talk to us about this.
Oh, I think everywhere you move around this painting, that fish eye follows you. It's like the center of attention in the painting, but yet it is not located in the center. So it just draws your eye, picks up all the color all over the rest of the painting. She has used this candle holder here as a focus to pick up the fish. This is actually a dolphin in there. And here's a cup in front, and she picks up that glass. She's done an excellent job.
It's stunning. Wow.
Michelle is a well-established artist also. Has donated to the KVIE every year that I've known her. She picks up the yellow here into the flowers in the background. I think she just does a beautiful job. It's something that you can put anywhere in your home.
It's beautiful.
Or your office. It's just pleasing to look at. The more you look at it, the more you see.
Yeah.
You know?
I do.
When I looked at it first, I didn't see this dolphin tail like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Do you know, I think, again, it's a pastel. And the way that it's been framed and enhanced, I don't know if you can kind of see that it's covered, you know, so that the pastel will maintain its life for a long time.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah, but it's just stunning and it's very vibrant.
Very vibrant.
Very vibrant. And let me kind of share, just so you know, this is a large piece. It's 16 by 20. And as Margaret said, it could really look great throughout your house. We have a bid right now of 120. We know that this is another piece that you don't want to let go, and you don't want to say, God, I wish I would have gotten it, because again, it really truly is stunning in a lot of ways as we look at that. I just want to say that the retail value of this is $400, and we have a bid right now of 120, and we know that a number of you are out there saying, I'm not going to let this one go. What do you know about this artist?
She's been active member of all the galleries that I've been dealing with. She's with the Elk Grove Fine Arts Center. She's showing artists there. She has a mixture of work that she does. She doesn't only do the pastel. She does oils. I've even seen her do a little of ceramic work, sculpturing.
Wow.
Very well known in the area.
Wow.
Shows her work a lot. She recently won, I believe it was first place in pastels at the multicultural art exhibit that was just recently followed.
This is a piece that you don't want to let get by. You really don't. And you know, the colors.
It's so beautiful.
We're going to check in with Ron in the phone bank. because I know that there's some calling and talking going on.
Yeah, it's an interesting time to check in over here because the phone bank is actually swapping out live as we speak. So Hewlett-Packard Enterprise is leaving. Those are the people in the green. And welcome, Warren G. Bender Company. Give a big round of applause. This man right here is our friend Steve Bender, who has been doing this for how long?
Long time.
Long time, long time. Thank you, Steve, for coming in with your staff on a wonderful and beautiful Sunday afternoon. Yes, stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the live KVIE art auction. Stay with us.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE art auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for California's Gold, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Cecily Hastings, this category celebrates the beauty of California landscapes in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Steve Wenlock, and we are back for another half hour of live art auction excitement featuring the works representing California's gold. And now here is an overview of the art that will be up for this bid during the next half hour. 32A is Alaska by Susie Hoffman. This is a watercolor measuring 22 by 18, and it's artist framed. The retail value is $300. 32B is Capitol Park Garden by Deborah Harmon, and this is an oil on canvas measuring 16 by 20, artist framed, and the retail value is $350. 32C is Delta Road by Joyce Bisbee, and this is an oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24, and it's artist framed, and this is retail valued at $250. 32D is Foothills by Carrie Bauer McGrew. This is an oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24, and it's artist framed, and its retail value is $200. 32E is Mountain Motion by Ruth Marl, and this is a watercolor measuring 22 by 28, and it's artist framed. And this is retail valued at $450. Isn't that great? And 32F is American River Stream by Naomi Hyde, and it's watercolor measuring 24 by 30. And this is artist framed, and the retail value is $650. During this break, we're pleased to be joined again by contributing artist Margaret Munson. Thank you so much for being here, Margaret. We're having a great time as we went through and looked at all the art. Well, we're getting ready now to start on this next group, and this is great. This is Alaska again by Susie Hoffman. I just love it. Talk to us about it. It's a watercolor.
Watercolor. This is actually Denali National Park in Alaska.
Okay.
And which she goes up frequently. And what she wanted to do here is capture the coolness of the area. Just to, when you look at it, you see that.
Oh, yes, you do.
The cooling colors there in the middle. She emphasizes the light here. And then she talks about the sun in the distant mountains. So she wants to give you the cool, but she also wants to show the sun out there too. This piece is artist framed.
Yes.
And if you look at it, man, she did a wonderful job.
She really
could go
did.
into
She
business
captured.
herself there.
Yeah.
She's got the double matting in there. Really picks up the color in the picture, which helps emphasize all the color.
It's just terrific, and again, the framing actually adds to the picture. It's a whole package in a lot of ways. We have a bid of $125 for this, and $150 would be the great piece to kind of add. you want to take this home. The phone number when you call in to give that 150 bid is 844-584-3278. This is your time. Don't let this piece get by. And again, you know, it's 22 by 18. Margaret, tell us more about this.
Well, I want to go back to the frame. That frame is like gold leaf.
It is.
Like sort of antiqued, and it just picks up all of the golds that are in there, especially as the light hits it. I wanted to point out the colors in the hills and the mountains back there. It doesn't show a snow effect, but yet you can see that that is going on back there when she is again wet on wet, and which means you layer in the colors to come up with this combination.
Okay.
In other mediums like acrylics, you would mix your colors on your palette and add it. With watercolor, you add those layers one at a time to achieve this finished result.
Wow,
So
layer on layer?
Layer on layer.
Wow.
You can see that over here. The blues create that shadow behind there.
Yeah.
She did a beautiful job.
She did a beautiful job.
Very
and you know
colorful.
what? I think this is worth at least, well, we have a bid of $225.
Oh,
isn't that great?
That's
Because you're
great.
really recognizing the beauty of this. And if you've been to Alaska, as I have, and it captures it right here in watercolor. It's just stunning. And we have a bid right now of $300. Wow, this is great. And at the retail value. So we are just really excited about that. But you know what? You don't have to stop there, because if this is your piece, because you've said this is the one that you want, to give a call right now. And we just had a one of her. We've got a bell ringer right here. It's just terrific. So that's a bell ringer. It's over. That is just terrific. Wonderful. 350. It's because you really helped us kind of understand that.
Well,
Okay. This is great. We're going to check in with Dee in the phone bank.
I was just listening to the phone bank people, and I had to hear another one of those sad phone calls. I want to bid on the Carmel piece. That was 15 minutes ago. That piece is on its way to somebody's house already. That's how fast it goes. The easiest way to do this is to get online at kvie.org/art auction. Pick out the pieces that you want to bid on all throughout the day, especially during the investment hour at 7 o'clock tonight. Those are where we got the really big ones. And then write down when it's on, and about 5 minutes before that piece comes on, get your phone in your hand, dial 844-584-3278. Let them know what piece you want to bid on, and they will stay on the line with you and make sure it goes to your house. So let's go back out and see another piece.
Well, this piece that we're at right now is the Capitol Park Garden by Deborah Harmon, and this is Capitol Park.
Absolutely.
It really is. Talk to us about this.
Oh, Deborah tells me that she works downtown, so she looks out at this park from where she works, and so she's gone in there to capture all the flowers, and just season to season it just changes so beautifully. And she's looking here. I can see right in here. You can see little California poppies. I'm
You can.
sure.
You're right.
You know, and these here, the larkspurs, I believe they are, going down this path. In the background, she has the greenery, the ferns and the fern trees. It's all very well put together. She picks up all of these colors in the front back into her shadowing in the background.
It is absolutely stunning. Let me just kind of share with you that we're looking for an opening bid of $75. This is valued at $350, and we're looking for you. This truly is a piece that you don't want to let go. I know, you know, the framing itself is very Capitol-like feel when you look at. She did a terrific job of blending not only the Capitol Park, but here's the frame. I feel like I'm already there. Yeah. Margaret, help us with understanding this.
Well, it looks like the frame is probably cherry wood.
Yeah.
And it's got the carving all the way around, and she picks up that same color throughout her florals.
Yes, she does.
Back here in the background, you can even see the Capitol building. Just very back here and over there, just peeking through there. So it's really a collector's piece. You could see this painting anywhere in your home, but especially those people who are at least anywhere familiar with Capitol Park.
You're
with
right.
all the flowers going on. I just love this purple back here.
Yeah. You know,
emphasized in
you
the,
can see
in the
yourself
tree.
walking through
Yes,
the Capitol
you can,
Park,
and
can't
just
you?
the smell, the
Capture it.
aroma, I can just see that.
Yeah, and the
especially
beauty.
with these flowers here in
It
front.
is just terrific
She carries your eye right down through that path.
through the whole piece.
Wonder where those are little steps up there and going back into the back.
Wow.
Just a
It
beautiful piece.
And it's an
Absolutely
oil,
beautiful.
right?
It's oil
Okay.
on canvas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. And it's 16 by 20. And again, we're looking for, well, we have a bit. We have a bid of 75. We know that there's at least 100, 150 that's out there because, again, this is one of those pieces you don't want to let get by because I'd like this in my home. Do you know, how about the artist? I know that she works in the Capitol, but
Yeah,
you know anything about the artist?
I don't have her background, but she's been in the arts for over 20 years. Very well established. Does a lot of showing, and I believe she also had work accepted into the state fair this year, which is very important.
Okay.
It's very kind of a feather in the artist's hat if you get in there.
Yes, yes.
So you know your piece has got to be good. She talks about her florals. She wants that color to pop. And I think that's what she said right in here. I'm just sure that those are poppies.
Yes.
California poppies.
I agree with you,
carries
Mark.
that color all the way through.
Boy, it truly does pop in the trees and the things that are a piece. Let's we're going to check in with the phone bank just to make sure that they keep us involved in what's going on.
Devin, and I'm hearing some phones ring, but not enough phones, so please pick up that phone, dial 844-584-3278 to place a bid on a piece of art. It really means a lot to us. We're all musicians, we're all artists. We're just really value your support. We thank the phone bank. We have the Bender Company here answering the phones, doing a great job. And so let's go look at some more art. Thank you very much.
Wow. This piece, Margaret, is the Delta Rose by Joyce Bisbee. It's 18 by 24. It is absolutely stunning.
She talks here about how she comes up with this. She has a lot of her things are the countryside.
Yeah.
In here, she says they go fishing a lot, so they take. You see the little water ponds over there. She goes fishing a lot, and then she takes these side roads off and goes in, and that's where she's kind of the eye just goes right on there. You want to just go down that road to that little house back there in the back.
Wow, this is a bell ringer.
Oh,
which
fantastic.
means, the value we rate $250 and it's at $275. But let me just kind of share this. You may still want to get this because this is an incredible piece.
It's incredible.
The framing, how she's in town. Talk to her about that.
Well, the framing has got this linen around it, and I'm a fond believer that linen just pops
It
the
really
colors
added
out into there. And also the framing looks like it's a muted gold leaf. So it picks up the colors, especially in the road here. And you see the little fence posts along there.
Oh yeah, that's great. I didn't notice.
She says she puts this color on top of this little building back here, this little home. She's emphasizing her contact and her love for condos in his painting. So she says that's why she threw that orange in there. So she does beautiful work. And you can just see here as the road goes back, the clouds. Normally the clouds are, for me, kind of difficult to achieve. But here she can just see the sky higher up here and down here toward the sky, the landline, I want to say. You can just see where the sky is taking off, going to carry you right up to the top.
Wow.
It's beautifully done. Beautifully done.
This brings about a lot of memories about my childhood, being a part, being on the roads, those country roads, and here, this is Sacramento.
Yeah, can't you just see yourself going fishing?
Yeah,
down
really,
this road?
we did it. So again,
beautiful.
you know what? This is called Delta Rose, and right now we're at a bid of $325. This one, I really believe, as far as the retail value, we probably under, as we do in all the arts.
Very, very low. This is truly a collector's piece.
It's truly a collector's piece.
I believe it's like museum quality. I definitely would see this right along the works of Jerry Condos.
Well, we're going to go back to the phone bank, and they're going to share with us about all the things that are happening over there.
Great.
I'm here with item number 32B, Capitol Park Garden by Deborah Harmon. It's a beautiful piece.
It is a gorgeous piece. And it says Capitol Park Garden, so clearly painted at the Capitol Park, right? But it also looks like so many quintessential Sacramento parks. It looks like the park right outside of the zoo, along the side entrance of the zoo, Inland Park. It also looks like the William Land Park Rock Garden.
Yeah.
So that's what I love about landscapes, is that sometimes they can take you to many different places in one scene.
Again, I'm a big fan of bringing the outdoors indoors.
I am too.
You know, what a bright, cheery piece to have in your office. Kind of lightens up your workday a little bit. Right now we have a bid of $275. It has a retail of $350.
The paint is thick
framed.
too.
Yeah, framed, ready to go home. Item number 32B. Again, thank you, Deborah, for your donation. And let's go back out and see some more landscapes.
It's a she. Wow. This piece is called Foothills by Carrie Bauer McGrew, and it's 18 by 24. I love it. It's valued at $200. You know, the first thing that comes out for me, Margaret, it looks like, is that a valley oak?
Looks like it, huh? With a little shrub around the base.
Yeah.
But it's definitely of the foothills, all around the valley. And that's where she says that she takes drives out, takes photos, and sometimes does plein air. Now this is a plein air is when you go out on the site and actually sit down and paint what's in front of you. Maybe go back to your studio and finish up the detail work, but the majority of the color placing is at the site.
So that you can kind of really grab the colors of what's there.
Color. And what's important is where the light is coming in, how it's hitting the tree in this instant.
Wow.
She does a beautiful job out there with the little hills in the back. And this here looks like a little pathway that she's gone. Very well put together, very, very nice composition.
It's fabulous. It has a little bit of an abstract kind of.
Yes, it does.
But yet you know that those are, I'm looking at that and saying, those are valley oaks. They're really beautifully done. Talk to us about the framing.
Well, she's done a good job on the framing, and again, this is sort of like the last one there, which it's a recessed. This is where the canvas is in front of the frame line, and it really makes the art pop. It doesn't cover any of the edges of the painting, so you see the entire painting in front of you. This piece, I think, could be just put in any environment in the home. Would truly bring out the woods because of the brown. So if you have some furniture that's on that brown side, would certainly bring it out and highlight it. Just make everything tie together.
It's stunning.
That's what we like to do with the art.
Well, we have a bid of 100, and again, this is and this is valued. The retail value is 200. So I know that this is a piece that you would like to have in your home. It's kind of one of those things that you know that you don't want to let go away. It's just so you know, it's 18 by 24. So if you're running around with your tape measure to kind of see if it fits, it does. It really is. It's a perfect thing to have in your home. And again, we have a bid right now of 100. It's valued at 200. Let's hear that 150. Give a call. This is a piece that you will not regret having in your home. That's a part of it. What part of the foothills do you think?
Oh,
could be anywhere.
Yeah, anywhere in the foothills. It's not. I really emphasize
but it captures
where.
the foothill.
But she does such a good job here. If you can see the darkness where the shadowing is. A lot of times an artist will put the shadowing into like a gray or a black tone. Here she's used the greens as her shadowing, and even over here on the right left side there. It's very complementary to the composition. You don't see that dark thing first of all.
No,
so what
it's
you
just
see is
stunning.
the green.
Well,
green is always pleasant.
We're gonna check in with Rob in the phone bank just to kind of see where we are.
Wait.
Rob.
Yes. Hey, Steve. So we are here in our phone bank with Warren G. Bender Company here, and I'm looking again. Yes, I love to eavesdrop and just when they don't know, like listen to the volunteers talking. She's like, get away from me. She's on the phone with someone with the 209 area code. Here we have someone with 773. Hey, Devin. Hey, Jessica.
Oh, hi.
Everyone's doing a great job. And now we're over here to our curator, Dee Neath, who curated this entire collection. She hand-selected every single piece out of more than 600 submissions. How do you feel so far about the auction?
I think it's going really well. We have sold almost every single piece. Every one of these pieces I choose because I know there's a home for it.
Well, you nailed it this year because I think almost all but like 2 have sold.
Yeah, and Again, I can't stress enough, I'm listening to a lot of sad stories in the phone bank of people calling 10 minutes after a piece is gone.
It's constantly happening.
Yeah, the way you need to do it is find the piece you want as soon as that break starts. At the beginning of the break, you get on the phone, you call 844-584-3278, and then that piece will make it to your house. Let's hope this piece out here with Steve makes it to your house next.
This one should be picked up right away. But first, what you need to do is to make sure that you're the high bidder. You want to give a call because, again, the foothills is what this is capturing. I'm just loving it.
Yeah, the foothills surround us everywhere we look around here.
Yes.
So to capture that and bring it into your home,
Yes.
it's an excellent opportunity.
And our artist did capture it.
Yeah. What she says she does is she tries not to overdo her paintings. So she keeps the interest as simple as she can, and she will go away from it, come back to it another day with fresh eyes, and then add whatever she needs to add to it. But she tries to keep the detail down to a minimal, so you see that overall glow.
So don't let this one get away. We're going to move on to our next one. We're going to keep the phone bank still open because I know that you really want that piece. But we're going to move to our next piece here, which is Mountain Motion by Ruth Marl, which I just watercolor again, measuring 22 by 28. Talk to us about this one.
Well, I spoke to Ruth this morning, in fact, about her work. And this lady is 80 years old. She told me I could say that about her.
Oh, wow.
And she says she's just blessed with the talent to paint. And she has her art all over the place. She is up by Arnold.
Oh, yes.
And she has her work in the Calaveras art shows. In fact, today she's doing a Bear Valley art tour in that area. But about this painting, what she does here is, if you can see the outline sort of here, it really, the way she's done that, it really emphasizes the water, the challenge of the trees reflecting into the water. It's just a very pleasant scene. She even throws some rocks, even puts in the color here of the flowers around the rocks here. There's a little cabin here in the back. She takes this from a photo that where she has gone up where she lives, up into the hills. So it's very well put together. The composition is beautiful.
It really is. It's a vibrant watercolor.
Very vibrant.
I mean, it really is. That I just really appreciate the way the trees and all that piece that's apart. You know what? Let me just kind of share with you that a starting bid on this, we're looking for $125, and we know that this is a piece. Again, it's an artist who is an artist in a lot of ways and really dedicated her life and talent to this to work. We also have this is a large piece. You know, when you look at it, that would really look great in any home that's a part of that. 22 by 28. And it's watercolor, and it's called Mountain Motion by Ruth Marl, which I just think is great. What about the framing?
The framing is very well put for the subject matter because it's black, looks very like a brushed wood, and then the matting that goes along with it. But it really emphasizes those trees back there and part of the rocks, the structure. Very well framed.
Yeah.
Ruth has a long history of painting and teaching in the area. So she's come a long way. She does watercolor, acrylics. She works with glass.
Oh, really?
She's very well respected in the area.
Wow. Well, you know what? I'm just looking at. We just received we've got a bid out there, $275 for again. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. That was Foothills. I want to make sure that we're clear. Mountain Motion. We're really looking at for a bid of $125, and we know you don't want to let this piece get by because I think this will be one that you say, you know what, I should have really looked at that and really made it a part of that. And I know why, because of the quality, the work of that's there. It's beautiful, really.
Ruth explained to me how she did this. I'm not familiar with Yupo paper, but I understand it has a shiny surface to it.
Okay.
So you think, now, what's going to happen with that watercolor when you touch it? Because you'll have to have the paper laying down flat. And then she puts the color in there and watches it marbleize for her, and that's what she's trying
Wow.
to do throughout the thing.
And
You
it
see
has that
all
look.
it has a marbleized finish all the way through it. It's very beautifully done.
Oh,
that
wow.
has to be very difficult to achieve.
Yeah.
Because if you have a shiny surface where paint doesn't like to stick, you know, and you put in watercolor on top of it, she really, once she gets it set, then she adds more colors on top of it to get that
That's that layering.
that layering effect again. Yeah.
Wow.
She just did an excellent job.
Well, Margaret, you are just educating me so much on all of this. This is great. But let me just kind of share with you, we're looking for a bid for this, a Mountain Motion at $125. So we're going to check in with Rob and see how we're doing in the phone bank. Rob.
That's right, and that piece is beautiful, that gorgeous Mountain Motion, and we're just looking for a starting bid of $125. I want to motivate you to act quickly when you see a piece. Even if you're not sure, get on the phone and call at 1-844-KVIE Art, and I'll tell you why I say call even if you're not sure. There's about a 5-minute window per piece. We have to get through 284 pieces in just this weekend alone. As I said earlier, we have created Northern California's largest art gallery in one weekend, and we're bringing you right into it through our KVIE studios. So good, we now have a bid for $175 on that on Mountain Motion. We're looking to take this up to $200 for this beautiful piece. 32E, and this is by the artist Ruth Marl. Ruth, thank you for your contribution to public television, for keeping the arts alive. Actually, we just lost that high bid of $125, and so someone changed their mind. We're hoping someone will change their mind and call in and pick that up and take it home as early as today. Our pickup station is open until 5 o'clock. Let's send it back across the studio.
Great. We are looking at American River Stream by Naomi Hyde, and this is a watercolor measuring 24 by 30. I think you need to really talk to us about this. It is absolutely stunning. Again, the watercolor.
Now this setting has to be early fall. You can see the leaves changing, and she's carried that all through the painting. She's got the river, like a brook there coming through. The water even has the color of the trees and the greenery in it. She's just done a beautiful job with the composition. You can just see yourself sitting over there and looking at the trees and watching those leaves change. She's just done a beautiful job. She tells me she's 86 years old.
Really?
And
Wow.
She's very proud of her talent to still be able to paint. She has taught for many years. She's from around the valley, and she's just fabulous artist. This is truly a collector's piece. I think it would go in any setting in the home or the office. Can you just imagine? It's a beautiful conversation piece.
It really is stunning. Again, you know, a watercolor that captures and has dimensions. I see the shadows that she's captured. It's really beautiful. And you know what? We have a bid right now of $175. This is a retail value at $650. You know, you calling in and saying, I really want this piece. This is the American River Stream. And again, it says Naomi Hyde she did this in 2015, which is great, and it's just, and then to hear the story behind her is another reason why I would really like it. Beautiful work, beautiful.
Beautiful. She's, you can see the matting, the green matting is double matted, which really emphasizes the colors within the picture also. The colors are carried out through the greenery in the back and continues into the foreground. You even see a little bit of the green in the water.
Wow.
So she's done a beautiful job layering here again.
Yeah.
Putting in the darks first and then
Was
layering
the wet
on top.
on wet?
The wet on wet, yes. You can see that
Learned
as
that
it marbles
today?
through.
Yes.
And she's done an excellent job. The white, that light colors in there are very hard to achieve because actually you don't put paint on those areas. You try to keep them free of paint.
Oh, really?
To keep the paper showing through.
Oh.
So she has done a beautiful job on this. This is such well done.
Fabulous
It's got to be
piece.
one of the most favorite here.
Well, you know what, let me just kind of share that we have a bid right now of $175, and I know that there is 200, 250. You're out there. Give us a call right now because you don't want to let this piece get away from you. This is the American River Stream. It's valued at $650. And all the things that Margaret have said, you don't want to let this piece not be a part of your, you know? Let's check in. We're going to check in with Rob a little bit.
Yes, we're back here with this beautiful piece, 32E. This is Mountain Motion by Ruth Marl. I love this piece. Dee, will you come here for a minute? I love standing up next to this beautiful piece. I love seeing, is this watercolor?
Yes, it's amazing watercolor.
It is stunning the way that Margaret was, is it Margaret? I'm sorry, Ruth was able to do the watercolors in the dark blues and then the light blues. And I always hear blue is hard.
And I love this. I love the big window mat on this and the really large frame because it gives the piece a lot of room to breathe. And it really does feel like you live up here in the mountains and you're just looking out at your beautiful vista.
All right, we need a bid on this. We need a bid of $125 and it can be yours today. Let's head back to Steve across the studio.
That's great. You know what? This is your time to call in. $175 is the bid that we have. We know that for this piece, it's valued at $650. There's still more room to grow. We'd like to hear from you. The number's on the screen. Right now, give a call. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE art auction.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through more than 500 hours of arts programming each year. From Call the Midwife to Poldark and Bob Ross to Art in the 21st Century, KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong through your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the Artists Collaborative Gallery coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. The oldest ongoing artist cooperative in Sacramento has reopened with over 30 local artists featuring fine art, ceramics, glass, metal, photography, and more. View all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hello and welcome to the 2016 KVIE Art Auction. I am Jessica Lasky, and over the next half hour you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art graciously donated by Northern California artists. And in this break we're featuring the Artists Collaborative Gallery. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by the Warren G. Bender Company, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on KVIE. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. We have item 33A, which is Auburn, California Antique Fair by Pat Lucas. This is watercolor measuring 21 by 17. It is artist framed with a retail value of $250. Item 33B is YOLO Gold by Jason Brands. This is photography measuring 24 by 16 with a retail value of $200, and this is the winner of the Curator Award. Item 33C is Yosemite Valley Floor by Louise Thompson Scheel. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 18 with a retail value of $400, and this won first place in the Contemporary Classics category. Item 33D is 3D California by Marcia Ruth. This is wood measuring 13 by 11 by 2, and it has a retail value of $250. Item 33E is Bodega Church by Grant Kreinberg. This is photography measuring 20 by 24. It is artist framed, and the retail value is $450. Item 33F is Creation by Karen Fess-Euchre. This is oil on canvas measuring 12 by 24 with a retail value of $350, and it won the Juror Award for Still Life and Landscape. So a lot of wonderful things coming up during this break. During this break, we are also pleased to be joined by Christy Taylor. She is a handcrafted jewelry artist who has had her work featured at the Golden Globes and Primetime Emmys, and she's here representing the Artists Collaborative Gallery. Welcome, Christy. We're great. Hi. We're really excited to have you with us.
Thrilled to be here.
Wonderful.
Thrilled to be here. It's very exciting.
Good. Well, we're going to take a look at these pieces, and first up, this is a really wonderful watercolor by Pat Lucas, and sort of walk me through, I mean, this is just a really cool looking piece.
Pat is a newer artist at the Artists Collaborative Gallery in Old Sacramento, and one of the things that I really love about this is her representation of the old courthouse in Auburn. Oh, okay. So she uses a watercolor technique. What's interesting is that she really likes to immerse herself in the environment that she's in, so she will tend to take video, sometimes even listening to the video afterwards when she's in her studio to create the pieces. And you remember some of the sensations she had when she was there.
Oh, that's interesting. So like almost fully immersive artwork.
Exactly,
That's really
exactly.
cool.
She does paint at the studio.
Okay.
So she is not painting there at the scene, and that's
Right.
one of the ways that she can remind herself about the sounds and the sights and everything she was experiencing.
Very
And I think she
cool.
does a great job of conveying that in the piece.
Very much, and especially with the colors. I mean, we've got that really vibrant fuchsia and that goldenrod color. I mean, it's one of those places where if you've ever been to sort of a market like this, especially
Yes.
down below this beautiful courthouse dome, it looks exactly like what you would see when you're there, and it's a wonderful piece. It is currently, we have a starting bid of $75 that we're looking for. This is a retail value of $250, so let's start the bidding. We're looking for only $75, and this is a pretty good sized piece as well. So, I mean, for $75, you're getting an amazing piece of art. So again, remember the number, 844-584-3278, which is 844-KVIE Art. Very easy to remember. And also something that strikes me, I mean, I know in my very limited dabbling with artwork that watercolor is not a particularly easy medium to control.
No, it is very challenging. She does work on wet paper. So she will allow, for instance, the top area where you've got the sky and the foliage that's there has a very soft, very flowing feel to it, but then she's got the vibrancy and the detail in the bottom half. And so those are, you know, two different techniques that are incorporated into her work.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, it takes a very steady hand, especially you have just enough detail of the people. It's pretty impressionistic, but you see just enough that, you know, you see like little shorts and a little backpack, and it's just, it's very cool.
Yes. And I like the contrast with the detail and the precision exhibited down at the bottom versus the softer feel at the top.
Right, wonderful. And actually, Rob is an expert, I hear, on Auburn because he's been there. So Rob, what can you tell us about this piece?
I've spent a lot of time in Auburn and I love it very much. I've even been to that antique fair. I bought 2 stained glass windows. I got 2 for the price of 1. And you know what I did? I hung them on my back porch and I have plants all around them, and it makes like a stained glass wall on my back porch. Isn't that cool? So I think that art that tells a story is so special, and anyone who's been to that antique fair, good. We have a $100 bid for the California Antique Fair piece, and that's an auction. So let's go. Let's also walk along here and see what's happening with our phone bank. We have an active phone bank. We have someone from 530-916 and another 530. And the phone bank is just rocking over here. Let's send it back over to Jessica.
Wonderful. We'll keep it rocking over here as well. We are in front of YOLO Gold by Jason Brands, and the bidding has already started with this one. It is a Curator Award winner, so people clearly know who are on the phones because we already have a high bid of $400. So get on that phone, 844-KVIE Art, because this is going up, and it is going up fast. So make sure you get a phone call. It's a bell ringer. Yay! Wonderful. So keep it going. We can get $450. We can keep going. We can go above that bell ringer. I love that little Kenny. That is my favorite little thing that comes on telling you it's a bell ringer. So this obviously very popular piece. I can see why. It's stunning. I mean, it's a photo, right? But it's on canvas?
Yes, and he took this in Davis. One of the things that I love about Jason's work, and I have to say that this is one of my favorite photographs of his. Wow. It took him over 50 shots to find the right image that had the right contrast between the clouds and the light. He is a meteorologist by education. Neat. So a lot of his pieces will incorporate weather into them, and I adore this. I covet this piece. It is beautiful.
I don't blame you. You're like, if you're listening at home, that's
it is
just
stunning.
No wonder. I mean, it's continuing to go. It is now at $500. So again, get on that phone if you want this in your home. And also something that I'm noticing is the fact that it actually wraps around.
Yes.
I don't know if you can entirely tell, but the photo actually continues onto the edge of the canvas as well. So no matter where you put it, you get more photos.
And it gets very dimensional. That's one of the things I really like about a gallery wrap. So you do get that sensation of it popping right off of the canvas.
Right, yeah, and coming at you from the wall. And so, I mean, just the fact that you mentioned that he's a meteorologist makes sense, considering the sky is such an important part of the piece with that sun peeking through.
And I love the golden hues, and then you'll notice in the upper right by you, you've got that pop of color there as well as you get the sunset coming through the thunderclouds.
Yeah, it's just stunning.
It is gorgeous.
I mean, it looks like something out of Wizard of Oz.
Yes.
Where it's like, I know it was poppies in Wizard of Oz, but
Close enough.
yeah, close enough. But it's just wonderful.
Yeah.
And we're actually going to check in with Dee because Dee is the one who awards the Curator Awards, being as she is the curator. So Dee, let's check in. Why did you award this?
You know, the Curator Awards are kind of interesting. There are 274 pieces in the collection. We have 5 jurors, and they juror the different categories. I started the Curator Awards because I'm so intimately familiar with all the pieces and I see them so often. Every once in a while, there's a great piece that I just think a juror might have overlooked. And that was this one. We had one last night that just blew up. There's just always a couple pieces in the collection that kind of speak to me personally, and I would bring them home if I could, and this was one of them. I love the energy in the piece. I love the colors. There's a few more Curator Awards coming up later on. If you get online look at kvie.org/art auction, you can find out all that information. So let's go back out to the lovely Jessica.
And this, I mean, this piece is on fire, both, not literally, I mean, we would get in a lot of trouble, but the high bid is now up to $650. And also as a reminder to all of those out there at their hot little phones making bids, every dollar that is over the retail value is a tax-deductible donation. So not only are you supporting KVIE programming, you're also going to be getting a tax-deductible donation. And it is now well over retail. Retail is $200. We are a high bid of $650 right now. So keep that auction going because everything over that you get to take off your taxes. So just a little added bonus while you also get to hang this just incredible piece of art. And I think, were you mentioning too that there's something special about him?
This has been a really special week for Jason. He's thrilled that he was able to donate this piece to KVIE. And as well, as of yesterday, he is newly married. So very excited. It's been a busy week for him.
Yeah, no kidding. Award-winning. Got himself a wife. That's really cool. Well, that's wonderful. Well, and I mean, obviously this is still going. We're at 700. We're going to keep that open. We are going to move on to this piece that is another one that I kind of want to pet because it's just, I mean, the texture is amazing. It is a first place winner for Contemporary Classics. It is Yosemite Valley Floor by Louise Thompson Scheel. And this one clearly has a story to it just by staring at it right now. So can you tell us, Christy, kind of what's happening?
Well, Louise is the president of the Artist Collaborative Gallery, so she is very well respected in the industry. One of the things that I think is interesting about this piece is it's her original black and white photography. Sometimes she will incorporate vintage photography into her pieces, but this particular piece she did take the photo herself. She then applies an organza layer over it, and as well as
yeah, I can see that.
Yes, and then she stitches each component, so it's got a very textural feel to it. To me, it's got almost an ethereal and a misty quality to it. It's a very soft.
From far away, yeah, I thought, is it foggy? But no, it's actually the organza over it. That's
So, and
amazing.
each one has been stitched, each layer has been stitched, and again, this is a gallery wrap, so the piece goes all the way around the edges, which creates a dimensional feel again.
Yeah, as is the embroidery, actually. I mean, when you think about how much time this must have taken just to take the photo, but then to actually embroider, she's embroidered over all of the different little leaf patterns, over the rock face. I mean, it's just incredible. We have a high bid of $120 right now. It has a retail of $400. So let's make this another bell ringer. Why the heck not? So again, the number is 844-KVIE Art. And we're going to keep looking at how, the stitching is just amazing.
Yeah, and you should see her setup at her home. It's amazing. She has so much equipment that she uses to do this. It's a very detailed, time-consuming, painstaking process, and she is meticulous in each and every stitch in this piece.
It's interesting too, because you can see the photo most certainly, but then the different little tiny details and the outlines that you think, oh, maybe that's part of the photo, it's actually her stitching.
Yeah, and I like it. It pulls out the detail of the photo through the water here at the bottom. I think it's gorgeous.
It's such an interesting technique that, I mean, I've never seen done before. So you definitely need to look at this up close. You definitely, again, I want to touch it. I'm not gonna, but it's a really, really interesting piece and one that you're not going to see anywhere else. Probably part of why it's award-winning here at the art auction. Again, this is it has a high bid now of $140. So let's get that up to $150. And in the meantime, we're going to check in with Dee at the phone bank. What's going on over there?
So the jury process in the art auction is very interesting. We take these 270 some odd pieces. First there's 600. Then we narrow it down to the auction pieces, which is around 270. Then we have the jurors choose from all of those pieces. Those are narrowed down to 16 juror award winners. That's 16 out of 270. Out of that, there are only 5 for first place winners. That's one of the first place winners. So that means it's one of the top 5 pieces in the entire art auction. And right now, I only have a bid of 140. This piece is gorgeous. It's 33C. So call us now and let's take another look at our first placer.
Perfect. Yeah, and you can tell why this won first place because it is, again, the incredible technique that is unlike anything I've ever seen. The organza also has a sheen to it, which makes it really interesting and an extra detail because you have the photo, you have the stitching, but the whole thing has this kind of ethereal, I think was a word you used, Christy, sort of sheen to it. And you were mentioning too, because Louise is the president of the collaborative.
Correct.
How does that work?
Well, the Artist Collaborative Gallery is in Old Sacramento, and we are actually a cooperative of about 35 artists, and we take on different roles. We oversee ourselves. We have a board of directors. Okay. So, and we all take turns working the shifts and providing our artwork. So it's a venue for us as artists, but it's also an opportunity for folks in the area to see some local artwork and be able to enjoy it.
And that's what the auction is all about. I mean, seeing all this amazing local art, especially, I mean, Louise being the president, you can see she obviously has an incredible eye for artwork and also just very innovative. The fact that you would even think to stretch fabric over a pre-existing, I think even photo on canvas? Is it actually printed on canvas?
Yes.
I mean, the layers of work here are just, I mean, unlike anything else. There's a lot of sort of shadowing down. You can see the multi-dimension of the actual black and white photo, which almost makes me want to see the photo as well, and then see how it's been layered with the organza. But this, again, the bids are jumping. We are up to $180 high bid for this piece. It retails at $400, so I know that we can get it up to at least $250. It could even be a bell ringer, so keep those phones ringing. 844 KVIE Art for this incredible piece by the president of the collaborative. It sounds like a really interesting process to actually, you have member artists and then everybody kind of pitches in and helps actually work, because it's a place you can visit and see all of these artists.
We have a variety of different mediums, everything from the fiber collage work that Louise does, as well as the photography from Grant that you saw, and Pat's watercolors. Then we also have ceramics, art glass, gourd work, jewelry design, a variety of different mediums.
All that just in one storefront.
Yes, talented group of people. It's really exciting, a good group of people.
Cool. Wow. All right, we're going to check in with another talented person, is Rob in the phone bank.
It's so nice to be here with one of our dedicated framers. So many people take part in the auction by doing their part, and wonderful frame shops throughout the region do that. This is Sam Falk with Choice Framing. Good to see you, Sam.
Good seeing you too.
So you are in Elk Grove.
Yes, I am, in the Raley Shopping Center.
Okay, why did you want to take part in the auction?
Why not? How can you not take part in something that's so important to our community and do some great framing, some great artwork? It's just a pleasure all the way around.
How many years have you been doing this?
Since 2010.
Oh, wonderful. Well, thank you. So this is your sixth year.
Sixth year, and we've won Best Frame Design 3 times.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
3 of the 6 years.
3 of the 6 years. Can't beat that.
Taking it home.
You
all
bet.
right. Well, and you said you're in the Raley Shopping Center in Elk Grove?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Which one?
There's only one, Raley Shopping Center. It's on the corner of Elk Grove Boulevard and Franklin.
Okay. Didn't know if that was the only one or not. Okay.
You bet.
Thank you so much. Let's head back across the studio.
Okay, so we are standing in front of this piece that is unlike anything you are going to see in the auction, and this is already a bell ringer. This is item 33D. This is 3D California, very aptly named. It has a retail value of $250. That is also our current bid, $250. So if you want this, you've got to fight for it. So call 844-584-3278, 844-KVIE Art, because this just, when I first saw this, I went, I want that. What is that? So how did she do this?
She uses software that is from the U.S. Geological Survey. And then what she does is she creates it from balsa and birch and maple, I believe. And this is both the topography and the hydrology. So you see not only the different elevations throughout the entire state of California, but you see our water resources as well.
Wow, very apt during this time of year.
Yes, yes.
I wonder if that was part of the point.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the things that's interesting is that we all have an idea about the topography of California, but I don't know that it's as impactful as when you see it as an overview of the entire state. And you can actually run, they're very tactile, so you can actually run your fingers along the edge of this.
This is tempting.
It's very tempting. But that's kind of fun to be able to feel the difference between the flatlands and the agricultural area, as well as the mountains and the high Sierras that we have here in the state.
Wow, this is just, there's a reason this is a bell ringer. So keep this going. We now have a high bid of $300, so we are over retail. Keep that going. Remember, everything over retail. There's our little bell. Hi, Kitty. Everything over retail is going to be a tax-deductible donation, so make sure you get those tax write-offs. But this piece, just to be able to hang in your home and stare at it, and even touch it. We won't tell the artist. Sorry, Marsha.
And she encourages touching. Yep. So
okay,
we're good. We're good.
So she's actually, it looks like she's done many, many layers of, you said balsa and birch.
Yeah, birch. Okay. Yes. And so she, in addition to the laser that she uses to actually cut out the piece based upon the public domain data, she actually then hand glues and hand attaches each piece back. So this is all done in layers and meticulous. I mean, the attention to detail in this is astounding.
And the time. I mean, and also the fact that you said that she made the frame as well.
Correct.
And that's, you can actually see the interlocking pieces on the side. So once this is yours, you can really stare at it. There are interlocking pieces that actually hold the frame together. So it's just, it's one of those things, the fact that you can see the topography, keep wanting to say a different word, the topography of it, but also, as you mentioned, the actual water features of California. This just, all the little tiny details cut by laser. That's so interesting. So it must be, you feed the wood into the laser? It sounds
and you're going to have to ask Marsha about that. She's the expert on this. All I do is enjoy the work.
Yes, I don't blame you. There's a lot to enjoy.
Yeah.
So we are now up to $325 for this piece. So keep that going. We've already rung the bell. Kenny won't come back, but again, anything over and above is a tax-deductible donation. Let's check in with Rob because it's clearly on fire over there. What's going on?
Well, I love this piece. As a California explorer, I would love to have that typography piece, the 3D California, at my desk, at my home, everywhere, because it's just so quintessential California. I need to stop saying that. I've said it too much this weekend. We have a high bid of $375. That's fantastic. It's already a bell ringer. Bodega Church, which is a beautiful piece. We're looking for a starting bid at $125. It's coming up next. I see it across the studio. And then wait until you see Creation. It already has a $200 bid on it. And I want to go over there and yank it off of that easel and go put it in my car. But we're not allowed to do that because we have security. All right, let's check in with Jessica.
Yes, no yanking allowed. They would definitely run you down if you did that. But we are standing in front of one that Rob did mention, Bodega Church. We are looking for a starting bid of $125. Retail is $450. This is an amazing photograph. This is by Grant Kreinberg. I really hope I'm saying that right, Grant. And this is, talk about composition. This is very cool.
And I think the lighting. Grant is another one of my favorite photographers. Very, very talented individual. One of the things I really like about this is the emphasis on architecture. And I think what I like is the structural integrity of the building and the way he's photographed it. But I like the softness and the almost spiritual quality that he gives it in the taking of the photograph.
Yeah, it's just, the fact that everything is almost outlined with the way that he's caught the lighting. We're looking for an opening bid of $100 for this. And this, you can see, we're standing next to it. It is a sizable piece. We being actually tall women, you can see that it is a sizable piece, and it's just the way that he's captured the lighting, and as Christy mentioned, with the architecture, you can just see everything in perfect relief. You can see all of the little pieces of siding. The cross is just beautifully highlighted up at the top.
Yes, and I like the spire against the background, the soft focused background of those clouds. I think it's a beautiful textural sky, and I think that's a nice offset to the very linear, very architectural feel at the bottom of the piece.
Very much. It's also interesting, I think, when people really know what they're doing with photography, like Grant obviously does. You could drive by this church. It sounds like it's in Bodega, because it's by Bodega Church. And the fact that you could probably drive by this and maybe not even notice it until somebody actually takes it and makes you focus on it. So focus on it in your own home, because if you call the number 844-KVIE ART or 844-584-3278, we are looking for an opening bid of only $100 on this piece. It retails for $450. So let's check in with Rob and get those phones ringing.
Yes, we need to get the phones ringing because we have so much art available to take home today. And I was just scouring Facebook, just searching under KVIE, and so many people are posting their pictures of their newly purchased art that they won on the auction bid this weekend, and it's hanging in their homes already. Devin is here with 3D California. This piece is by Marcia Ruth. It is absolutely gorgeous. It is a bell ringer already, but it's up to $400. So just because we hit the bell ringer status, which means it's retail value, it doesn't mean that we close it. We keep going. Now it's at $425. We're calling for $450, and we're still looking for an opening bid on Bodega Church. I'm counting the layers here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This has at least 15 layers in this piece. So it's much more than just 3D California. It's like 7D California. All right, back to you guys.
Now coming to you in 7D. So we are here with Bodega Church. We are looking for an opening bid of $100 for this beautiful and very striking piece. I mean, the fact that with black and white photography, it's so versatile.
Yes.
Because it means no matter what color scheme you have going on in the room, it really stands out, I think, because of that.
And it's a very neutral coloring, but yet it's still a striking image. So it's not neutral in that it's going to be bland or blend in somewhere. It is still going to create an impact visually. And I think it's just a gorgeous piece that will go in any room, go in any decor.
And it's also, I mean, because of the scale as well, the fact that it is a pretty nice size piece, and especially with the framing, because you've got the matte, the very bright white matte with the very, very skinny black matte on the inside, it beautifully sets off the fact that you have all of the different gray gradations, the stark black, the stark white, and it really makes you actually pay attention to the little tiny details of just, I'm even looking at like the little trees that are behind the church, and you can even see a little bit of the detail of the stained glass. You just kind of want to stare at it.
And that's what I was going to mention too. I think the stained glass is really interesting in seeing the different panes in the windows. I think especially as they're going opposite or contrary to some of the siding on the church. So you've got, you know, both a vertical and horizontal line focus.
Yeah, and I'm actually even noticing, like with the windows, the fact that you have similar echoed shapes of the, I don't even know what shape that would be. In my head it looks kind of like a canoe shape.
Some sort of arch.
Yes, exactly. But that it's echoed throughout the entire building, but actually gives it quite a lot of balance. So we're going to keep that open, but we are going to be moving on to our next piece, which is the one that Rob wants to steal and put in his trunk, which we are going to try and deter him from doing because that would be illegal. So this piece right here, this is Creation. This is the piece that Rob was mentioning from across the studio. This is by Karen Fess-Euchre. This is oil on canvas. It's 12 by 24, so a foot by 2 feet. And this won the Juror Award for Still Life and Landscape. So award-winning piece of art right here. We already have a high bid of $300. We are $50 away from making this a bell ringer. So let's do it. Let's get it to $350. Let's make it a bell ringer and keep going, because obviously if Rob Stewart wants to steal it, that's saying something. So we need to make sure that this hits bell ringer and above. This is just, I mean, the colors are so beautiful.
Yes, and Karen again is new to the Artist Collaborative Gallery. She's been with us, I think, since last summer.
Okay.
And she is new to oil painting.
Really?
So I think you would never guess it by looking at this. I love the detail on the bottom. I like the cloud work that she's done.
Yeah.
I think the touches of orange throughout the base of it, both drawing into, you know, sort of at the horizon and then along the rows of the crops, I think are just astounding, and they really bring that pop of color and contrast to those beautiful, beautiful blues and whites of the cloud work in this
sky. It's just the colors that she's chosen to use, especially with the orange being kind of an unlikely color in terms of if you're looking at a landscape in real life, that's the beauty of art, where we might not actually perceive an orange, but when an artist gets to it and actually highlights the orange, you go, well, that makes total sense. Yeah. And it's just this amazing impressionism. I also love that her signature, instead of being signed in paint, is etched into the paint in the corner. It's very tiny over here, but it's really neat, and it just, I think, lends a whole elegance to the entire piece. This is up now to $330, so the bidding war is on. We are $20 away from a bell ringer, so you can do it. Let's make this a bell ringer. Retail is $350. We're very, very close. So let's make those let's make those phones ring. It's 844 KVIE Art.
One of the things I really like about this piece as well is the framing. You talked about it being sort of unique and the bringing out the orange visually, but the framing is really interesting. As you'll see, it's a canvas that's actually been inset into almost a shadow box type frame. It's not a traditional framing method. So I just think that's a really unusual touch that will make it an especially striking piece in somebody's home.
Definitely. It's almost like it's floating too. I mean, it's got that quality of like the art is almost sort of floating at you out of the frame.
And she's not trying to be photorealistic, but she is trying to be somewhat realistic in her piece. And I think when I think of wheat, I think of the color of this frame. Definitely. And so I think it's a really nice when you're looking at something that's agriculture, and you know, with Sacramento being the farm to fork capital, I think that's really a nice touch. And to me, that shows a well thought out piece that's got an attention to detail that you don't always see in fine art.
Definitely, definitely. And the fact that, I mean, with all of those little hints of orange that you were talking about, I mean, it almost makes me think, is it the light hitting it? Is it suddenly a field of flowers? And we're actually going to check in with Dee, because this being a juror award, Dee knows a lot about this art. So let's check in with Dee and see what's happening in the phone bank.
I am here with Grant Kreinberg's piece, 33E Bodega Church. This is an iconic image. Ansel Adams did this image. It's a beautiful black and white photograph of the church in Bodega Bay where The Birds was filmed. This is also the church where my family is buried, and my gravesite is going to be at that Bodega Bay cemetery. So I visit this church all the time. If you love Bodega Bay, if you know, it's a part of Sacramento, California history. It's piece number 33A. It has a $450 value, and I'm looking for a $125 bid. So stay tuned, because there's always more art coming up in the next half hour in this, your KVIE art auction.
At Warren G. Bender Company, we provide insurance solutions to help protect your masterpieces. Warren G. Bender Company, a local and family-owned business for over 75 years. We are happy to support public television. More information at wgbender.com.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. Or if you need your art shipped, be sure to tell our accounting staff when they call to confirm payment on your item. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art-auction. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for Still Life and Landscapes, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Carrie Kelly, this category features still life and non-California landscapes in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
All right, and hello again. I'm Jessica Lasky, and we're back for another half hour of live art auction excitement featuring still life and landscapes. So here's an overview of the art that is going to be up for bid during the next half hour. We have item 34A, which is A Fine Day to Vacation by Linda Abbott. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 18. It is artist framed with a retail value of $900. Item 34B is Moonlit Half Dome by Barbara Gill. This is mixed media, measuring 26 by 22. It is also artist framed and has a retail value of $800. Item 34C is Bounty by Jan Miller. This is pastel, measuring 25 by 22. It is artist framed with a retail value of $400. Item 34D is Country Lane Sonoma by James Brunk. This is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24. It's artist framed with a retail value of $750. Item 34E is Tumaniguya Wilderness by Ron Wade. This is oil on canvas measuring 36 by 24. It is artist framed with a retail value of $1,500. Item 34F is Vernal Pool Reflections by Mary Therese Kobashigawa. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20, artist framed with a retail value of $400. And during this break, we are very pleased to be joined again by Christy. Christy Taylor from the Artist Collaborative Gallery. And she is going to be here to talk about all of these artists who are just, I mean, the astounding sort of technique all around this room right now that we're going to be getting to in this next half hour.
And this has been fun for me. They're new artists to me, so it's been really exciting learning about them and talking to the artists and getting some information about their techniques.
Good. Well, we're going to start this off, and we're going to start by A Fine Day to Vacation. This is Linda Abbott's piece. It is oil on canvas, and we have a retail value of $900 with a starting bid of $150 that we're looking for. So start that bidding, call that phone number, 844-KVIE Art, and let's just take a look at this piece. I mean, it's really, I mean, the green is immediately what I notice.
Yes, yes. And what I like about this piece is the contrast between the sunlight that is on the meadow and Half Dome, as well as the contrast between that and the dark woods. And I just really love that. I think it makes that meadow pop, especially with the vibrancy of the green. One of the things I thought was interesting about this, she uses a technique that's called en plein air, which basically means open air.
Yeah.
And she also uses a technique that was new to me called alla prima. So that is a wet on wet in oil painting. So yeah, it's very interesting. She also indicated to me that she doesn't sketch or draw out her pieces beforehand, but prefers directly to go put the oil on canvas immediately.
Bold. You just
I know,
go for it.
So to me, it also makes it just that much more striking that she's able to do this, you know, just throwing the canvas, you know, the oil on the canvas.
Yeah.
Yeah, no
so the wet on wet, means that she doesn't let layers dry in between.
Exactly, and that's typically what an oil painter will do, is they will let the layers dry and then continue to have the fine detail work. And she prefers to work and manipulate the oil while it's still wet.
Wow. This is actually something, I mean, having visited Yosemite when I was a very little person, I remember thinking about, like you mentioned, the dark contrasting with Half Dome with the very sort of bright green meadow in the background. I remember standing there as my little, I think, 8th grade self and just looking up at Half Dome and going, this completely engulfs me. I am a tiny speck on this earth. And this, I mean, gets that, especially with the depth of the fact that, you know, if you've been to Yosemite or a lot of our natural beauty in California, it's all about the fact that it's got woods, we've got grass, we've got natural rock face. And the way that Linda has managed to do the layering of all of these different levels, essentially, of color, of depth, is just beautiful.
And it has to me, it has a very spring feel, and I think especially in light of the droughts that we've been suffering, I think this is a really nice way to try to start recovering from that.
Yes,
and I
remembering
think it's just
greener
beautiful.
times.
Yeah, it's just beautiful. It's got a wonderful energy about it.
It does, and this is, again, we are looking for a starting bid of $150, retail value of $900. So that starting bid of $150, get on that phone, call and make that first bid. You're going to be getting a beautiful piece, again, of oil paint, which is not an easy medium, not an inexpensive medium, and we're going to go ahead and check in with Rob in the phone bank. So call those phones while he's over there. To you, Rob, what's going on?
That piece is beautiful, and it is a one-of-a-kind creation, a fine day to vacation. We are looking for a starting bid of $150. I promise you that is a beautiful piece of artwork, and it takes you on vacation year-round, every day of your life. We're again just a starting bid of $150 for that beautiful piece. This entire half hour is chock full of beautiful pieces. So many Yosemite pieces. I see olive groves. I see beautiful creations. The next piece features the moon and Half Dome lit at night. You are just not going to want to miss this half hour. 1-844-KVIE Art is the phone number to call to get involved in the art auction. You've got to get involved quickly. You've got about 5 minutes for each piece before it is snatched up and goes home. We've had several bidding wars that have stretched a few pieces out, but if you're on the fence about a piece, I suggest calling now at the number right there or go online. But you have to bid on the phone. Let's go back across the studio.
Okay, so yes, call that phone number, especially considering we're standing in front of this piece, Moonlit Half Dome by Barbara Gill. Those phones are going to be very hot because this piece is very, very cool. It is mixed media. I'm immediately I see glittery things, I see fabric, I see stone. What is going on in this piece?
In this particular piece, she has molded the organza. And yeah, I'm not really familiar with the technique, but it's multi-level, multi-layer. She has tried to mold the organza around the base so that she's got that granite slab of half dome really in high contrast both to the sky and to the molded organza material that's below that along the base of the mountain.
That's so neat.
Isn't it amazing? And as well, I really like the amethyst that she's got up there for the moon.
Is that actual stone?
It is
actual
amethyst gemstone. She in particular incorporated the amethyst for the meditative and calming and soothing qualities of that. So if you're at all interested in mineralogy and understanding how the stones can impact mood and emotion, this is really an interesting piece for you. I think it's a gorgeous piece.
Oh, and especially, when we think of amethyst and the calming sort of effects of the moon, how appropriate to use it as the moon. That's very, very clever. Yeah. And also I'm noticing, just the number of layers. I know we talked about layers earlier with 3D California, and just looking at the layers of there's sort of a backboard, and I'm able to actually kind of look into the frame, which means there is a depth to the frame that kind of casts almost a shadow. So you're getting all of these very interesting levels as well as this beautiful frame. Framed by the artist actually as well. So we are looking for a starting bid of $175 for this piece. Not a lot to ask considering how much time and effort went into this piece. You can see so many colors, like basically the entire rainbow in this piece. You can see paint, and you're talking about organza being, I think, molded. That's just amazing.
And I do like, you mentioned the shadow box format. I like that. I like especially because there's almost a mystical quality to this.
Right.
And I think that does create sort of an atmospheric and moody feel to the piece.
Wonderful. Well, clearly the mood is lightening over in the phone bank because we just got a bid for $225. So we have an auction. So start calling that phone number, 844-584-3278, and make sure you get in on that bidding war because it's going to be a war, I can tell you, because this piece is very cool. The longer you stare at it, especially, you can see
very
sort
striking.
of, yes, there's glimmering bits to it. There's sort of this matte, sort of navy blue background. So make those phones ring. It is already a war because it is now up to $275. So make sure you call if you want this piece in your home. Make sure that you are making those phones ring and you don't sort of leave it to the last minute and then get disappointed when they say, I'm sorry, it's already gone.
Well, and it's a subtly metallic frame, which I think also complements and pulls out those golden hues in Half Dome.
Definitely. And it has that sort of magical quality of being in Yosemite at nighttime. Again, I'll go back to little 8th grade me and remembering just the fact that the moon, you could see it so clearly because there was nothing else in the sky competing with it except the stars.
And no
the fact
light pollution.
Yes, no light pollution.
Yeah,
exactly. And so suddenly being able to sort of be reminded of it with this incredible technique that Barbara has used where she's actually, I assume, layering the organza, I want to say probably with glue or paint, something that's
some sort of, probably some sort of epoxy, and probably acid-free, because most of the artists will use that. But seeing the different layers, and there's obviously a depth to each of the pieces. So it's not like it's blue on blue on blue on blue. I mean, she's using a variety of tones.
Yeah.
So, and that really, the center area on Half Dome that's got that gold that mirrors the frame, I think, is just striking.
So stunning. Well, and we are going to check in with Rob at the phone bank because those bids are going up. Wow, it's hot over there. What's going on?
Well, there's a lot of action right now on this beautiful piece of Fine Day to Vacation by Linda Abbott. I know Linda. Linda is a lovely human being. She's given this beautiful fine art. This is fine art. She is a California master. This piece right now is retailed at $900. I know there's someone on the phone behind me who wanted to see this again, so there you have it. It's a beautiful piece. It's at $400 right now. We're still at less than half of retail value, but there are multiple people on the phone to take this piece home today. I just popped in the pickup room. There are multiple people coming in the doors to pick up their art and take it home. It is so exciting to see their face light up when they actually take home the piece of art that they just won through our auction. Let's head back across the studio to Jessica.
All right, thank you very much, Rob. So the one that we are standing in front of right now, Bounty. This is by Jan Miller. This is pastel, which I personally think is one of the most difficult mediums to deal with. And this piece is just gorgeous. You can see the colors, you can see the composition, and the frame. It is artist framed. The retail value is $400. We are looking for an opening. Oh, excuse me. We already have a bid of $200. So you've already obviously been calling. Thank you so much. So make sure you call 844 KVIE Art. This piece is really, really cool.
It is absolutely gorgeous. One of the things I really like about this when I was previewing the work is I'm assuming that this is dogwood up here, kind of based on the leaves and the branches that I see. Oh. How soft and beautiful and sort of undertoned the dogwood is, and how that contrasts with those vibrant reds.
Yes.
They're still very soft, but there's just something about the contrast that I really find appealing, and how that red is almost forming an arc. I think is just beautiful.
Yes. Yeah, the composition of it is just amazing. And especially, I mean, knowing pastel is very soft. It's
that powdery, yeah.
That powdery sort of, as soon as you sort of swipe it with your hand, even like for a second, it's everywhere. So the fact that Jan has managed to make this both soft, like you were saying, but also so vibrant. I mean, these reds of these sort of fallen petals, and I think looks like even little acorns.
I think there's some acorns down at the base, and then some acorns over toward you.
Yeah, and just the depth, especially of greens. You can tell there's a theme. I really like the color green, but just the depth of the sort of really bright green, the sort of jungle green, and there have to be many, many, many layers of pastel done.
Yes.
And that it's not muddy at all.
Yes.
She managed to keep it crisp.
I think it's beautiful. And the underside of the flower over here, again, I think it's a dogwood where you've got that peachy tone and a little bit of underlit white. I think it's just beautiful. It's very soft, very, the baby's breath or whatever this is over here, the tiny little petals.
Yeah, even setting something like this up must take a long time, because you want everything to be composed exactly perfectly until you even get to the really hard part, which is the pastel. So again, we have a high bid on this of $200. It has a retail value of $400. So we're halfway there. Let's make this a bell ringer, because I think it has absolute potential to do that. So we just need $200 more. So let's make the next bid, let's make it $250. We can do it. 844 KVIE Art. And this piece, this reminds me of something that you would come across in a museum. But before we talk about that, we are going to check in with Rob in the phone bank.
This is a spectacular piece of work of art. This is a collage. It is by Barbara Gill, and she has a handwritten note on the back. I love this. Title, Moonlit Half-Dome, artist Barbara Gill. She has all of her contact information on here. She's the mom of one of our producers. Who? Oh, that's Christina Salerno's mother. Okay, so she's one of our new... So anyway, she's out on maternity leave. She just had a precious baby. I didn't know this was her mom. This is fabric that she used. And I met her at the auction. She was here at the auction gala. And I met her and her husband anyway. This is all fabric. I thought it was rock. I actually thought this was a shaving of rock on this piece of art. And I'm stunned that it's fabric. Her favorite color is purple. And when I think of Yosemite, oddly enough, I think of grays and purples. I don't know why, but I do, and I've been there many, many times. Also, there's the beautiful moon up here, which is stunning, and there shows her favorite color of purple. Right now, we're at, wow, this is fantastic, $475, and I have an announcement to make on a fine day to vacation. We just hit bell ringer status for a fine day to vacation. That's fantastic. This just jumped up to $500. The auction is live. Let's go back.
Yay. We love a live auction. That's why we're here. And actually, this piece, Bounty, has now jumped up to $275. So make sure, if you want this in your home, make sure you're calling that number, because again, they don't stay open for very long, and by the time you sort of get around to getting your phone out and making the call, it's going to be gone and you're going to be sad. So especially if you want Bounty, this is by Jan Miller. Make sure that you're calling 844 KVIE Art. It's just an exquisite piece. It's one of those that can go pretty much anywhere. And we're going to keep it open, but we are going to move on to our next piece. And our next piece is item 34D. It is Country Lane Sonoma by James Brunk. This is just so picturesque to me. It's, again, oil on canvas. It is artist framed. It is retail value of $750. And we want a starting bid of $225. So we're starting you out easy, $225. Again, make sure you're calling that number, 844-KVIE Art. And let's take a look at this piece.
I love this piece. This is actually one of my favorites. I really love the lighting. That's one of the things that this artist also informed me, is that he really was trying to go with the cool tones of the tree and the warmth of the lighting and kind of that contrast. And I think he did such an excellent job. It's a very dimensional look to it. I mean, you almost feel like you could just wander down this lane and
walk down the street. Yeah,
it's just beautiful. And you know, again, when we're talking about the contrast of the shadows and the light that you can see, that sunlight going right across the road, I just think it's beautiful, and almost being thrown between the trees. You've got the eucalyptus on one side, which I can practically smell just looking at this. Yeah, it's such a great smell.
It's my favorite.
And then we've got the Monterey pine on the other side of the street. So again, you've got that contrast of the kind of sleek eucalyptus with the revealed bark and the strong trunks, and then you've got the foliage and the sort of lushness of the Monterey pines on the other side.
Oh, it makes me miss the ocean. And especially you can kind of see like a little, I think it's a little man and a horse.
Yes.
I hope it is, because it makes me want to go horseback riding. So we are looking for an opening bid for this of $175. Just $175. You can do it. Call 844-KVIE Art. And this piece, again, the fact that it has that depth that kind of makes you just want to sort of walk on down that lane.
Exactly.
Yeah, is a really interesting feat, especially with the composition. I feel like that's part of why I'm so drawn to this, because with the amazing way that he's done the eucalyptus trunks that you mentioned, sort of on the right side.
The peeling bark, and you can see that. And then, I think it's beautiful. And I love how the frame also pulls out those sandy, weedy kind of tones from the underbrush that we've got on both sides of that image.
Yeah.
And I think that's just, again, it sort of contrasts against the green and the bark, but it also pulls out those colors.
Definitely.
So, I think it's just gorgeous. Very
and
striking.
also all the different little colors that I can see, especially looking closer, because we have the advantage of, like putting our nose up to it. The fact that, I mean, there are pinks and yellows and oranges and purples and everything that's actually combining to make it look from a distance, oh, well, that's definitely a eucalyptus grove, and that's a path, and you can immediately recognize what it is. Then when you get up close, it gets that impressionistic quality that always makes me in awe of the artist, the fact that somebody can do that and have that kind of vision.
It is beautiful, and it's a great representation of the coast. You can almost see the sunlight coming in through the trees. I think it's just gorgeous. It's absolutely stunning. It's a very peaceful, very calming painting.
And yet also, if that is a little horse, which I hope it is, James, and I hope I'm not saying the wrong thing, but the little sort of rider and the horse up at the very, very end of the path, I mean, you kind of have to put a little story into it and go, what is he doing? He's, about to go horseback riding or just finished. So we have gotten $175, we've gotten our opening bid. Let us keep going, because this has a retail value of $750. So let's try and make Kenny shake his little bell. So now we're gonna move on to our next piece, but keep this open, so keep calling. So this next piece that we are coming over to is item 34E. This has been written out phonetically, Tumen Iguya Wilderness. This is by Ron Wade. This is also oil on canvas, and this, as you can also tell by the scale of being next
quite
to
large.
two tall women, this is a wonderful piece. And again, that detail. These artists are getting me with all of this detail. And this, we are already, bidding has started. It is $200 is our high bid right now. This has a retail of $1,500. So I challenge you, can we make this a bell ringer? Again, anything over and above bell ringer is going to be tax deductible, but until then, let's make it a challenge. Let's make it a bell ringer. All of the proceeds go towards supporting KVIE programs, and this already has an opening bid of $200. So let's do it, and let's take a closer look at it.
And this is worth every penny of the retail value. What I love is the depth and the texture that we've got of the clouds, the colors that are coming through. It almost implies a sunset, or maybe post-storm or pre-storm. It's got a little bit of gray, some gold, a little bit of the pink hues that that we love. Yeah.
Yes, we like pink.
And then one of the things I thought was really interesting about this particular artist is that he tries to eliminate the human aspects of the piece. He's really trying to go for just the nature, just the wilderness. So if there were outbuildings or something like that in the image, he would actually remove those and then paint them. So he's trying to create a very pre-Columbian feeling for this.
Pristine.
Yes, yes, and it is beautiful. And
Untouched.
really, you look at this and you've got the detail, the fine detail. You can see the stems and the roots for the sagebrush down here and the rocks. And yeah, isn't that amazing?
The little bits of brush. It's just incredible. And I mean, again, that detail, especially with oil, very, very challenging to do well. This is done incredibly well. So Ron, very nice. And we're actually going to check in with Rob and see what's happening over there.
Yes, we have this beautiful piece right now to show you more about its bounty. It's already a bell ringer. That's fantastic. We love that. But the bidding is still open. There you see it right there. Kenny, the bell ringing owl. It's a bell ringer. I love that. That means it's hit its retail value, but it does not mean we've closed it. Guess what? I want to back up. Barbara Gill's piece is just surpassed bell ringer status. That piece, if we can get a bell ringer for that as well, is Moonlit Half Dome. That's at $875. Barbara Gill, that one is for you. This one now back here live. This is such a beautiful piece. Jan Miller's Bounty. And we just closed this piece. So if you wanted it, you just, it closed. It closes that quickly. See, when they close, when we close them, they close them. So we want to remind you to bid often, bid high, and call the minute you see a piece you like at KVIE Art. 844 is the area code. Back to you, Jessica, with more beautiful art.
Thank you so much. And clearly pieces go quickly, so do not delay, do not dilly-dally, call that number, especially if you want this piece by Ron Wade, because this, again, the scale, the sheer magnitude of everything you can see in it. I think, Christy, you were saying it reminded you of what? Of like Wild Wild West?
Yes, it had a very, it's kind of classic and cultured, but it still has that very Wild West feel to it. And it is, to me, it's reminiscent, he referred to it as pre-Columbian, it is reminiscent of something you would expect to see on this, in this gorgeous, estate or
yes. Especially the frame.
Yes.
This is artist framed. And I think the frame, really adds depth. It's got kind of, I think, a linen material inset into it. So it adds to that very classic estate look, like you were saying. But then you actually start looking at the paint.
Yeah.
Like, how long did this take you, Ron?
Yeah, you can see almost every little leaf and every little stem in that sagebrush, and this looks like almost manzanita here on the side. It's just
so
beautiful.
Good with your plants. So impressive. I'm going to keep you around and be like, what plant is this? And especially, with the crags, the rocky crags of everything. And it's amazing. So, Rob, what do you got to tell us over here?
We have James Brunk's beautiful piece. The retail value is $750 on this. This is Country Lane, Sonoma. It is absolutely a gorgeous piece. And I don't know if you can see it, but at the end of the road is a man or a woman with a horse. And it is such a beautiful piece of art. James Brunk is highly collected. This is Country Lane, Sonoma. We have a high bid now of $250, so there are multiple people on the phone for this piece, which is great. That means we have an auction. We need more than one person per item to have an auction. And I hear people over my ear talking about this piece as we're live. We just now jumped up to 300. We're calling for 350 to work our way up to retail value. Let's head back over to Jessica.
All right, so we are in front of Vernal Pool Reflections. This is a piece, it's acrylic on canvas by Mary Therese Kobashigawa, and this is also artist framed. We already have bidding on this, so call that phone number because we already have a high bid in of $250. It's retail of $400, so we can definitely make Kenny ring his little bell, and that would make me very happy. So again, 844 KVIE Art if you want to bid on it. It's just, again, a really beautiful, very colorful but also very peaceful piece of art.
This is one of those pieces that I would love to be there, just wandering through that.
Standing there.
So one of the things that the artist really likes to do is create a contrast between the light and the dark. So she really likes to focus on painting the light as well as painting the darker areas, which I think is just beautiful. It's very lush. She did paint this in sort of the spirit of walking through here during the spring and feeling, again, that relief from the drought and really trying to express that and the joy that comes with spring and the idea of everything being new and fresh and
wet.
Wet.
There's actually water. The fact that you can actually see the reflection.
And the reflection, the reflection is beautiful. I find that
It's
really
amazing.
striking. And then you can almost see the ripples going across the reflection in the water. So it's a very lush feeling, and it's just beautiful.
It even looks like, when you talked about the ripples, it almost looks like she's actually scraped something away to create some of the movement, which is really, it adds to that depth of feeling, because you can actually tell that there's many layers of paint, especially working in acrylic, because it's not as forgiving a medium as oil, because you don't have as long to work with.
Exactly.
It dries real fast.
Yeah, it is a paint that dries faster, and so the artist has to really rely on their technique and their skill set and getting that image that they want to show. You've got the grass down here at the bottom. You can almost see the reeds of grass coming up through the water.
And I love the little pops of yellow too,
I
like
do
little
too. The
flowers.
wildflowers, that's exactly.
And especially if you've ever walked in any sort of area that is reminiscent of this, you get little pops of these beautiful little yellow flowers. And the bidding is hot on this one. It has now jumped to $375. We are $25 away from a bell ringer. So make little Kenny the owl happy and do that extra $25. Retail again, $400. So we are $25 away from a bell ringer. So make that bell ring and call 844 KVIE Art. This piece, I am not surprised that the bidding is going quickly on this, because it's again, it's peaceful. I want to wander around, and we're actually going to, hopefully peacefully, we're going to check in with Steve in the phone bank.
Thank you, Jessica. That's right, 844 KVIE Art. That's the number to call. This is such a fantastic community event. KVIE services 28 counties that are receiving our signal, and we're also receiving signal, or people are watching us out of state. Right now, we're getting calls from Placerville, Vacaville, Davis, Rancho Marietta, and we have folks calling from out of state, Washington, South Carolina, Colorado. They're calling to place bids on art that they love. Support the art auction, support KVIE Public Television, and stay tuned, because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in our KVIE art auction.
Welcome to the 35th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. And now, let the auction begin.
It's all about bird watching, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This collection features representations of our feathered friends in all mediums. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome back to the 2016 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Kevin Smith-Fagan, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art in our bird watching collection. Now, this portion of the art auction is sponsored by the Warren G. Bender Company. We want to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts right here on KVIE. And now let's get to it. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. First item we're going to take a look at is item 35A. It is called Blackbirds Sing in the Dead of Night by the artist Karen Hamilton. It's mixed media, measuring 20 inches by 20 inches, framed by the artist, with a retail value of $450, and it was honored with a Curator's Award. Then we'll move on to item 35B. It is Raven's Corner by George McCamey. This photography measures 16 inches by 20 inches, framed by archival framing with a retail value of $275. Item 35C is simply called Nest by Sheila Cameron. This is a mixed media piece measuring 10 by 30 inches with a retail value of $450. Then we'll advance to item 35D. It is simply called Autumn Romance by Anita Lowe. It's an oil on canvas measuring 16 inches by 16 inches, framed by the artist. Thank you, Anita. It has a retail value of $250. And item 35E will close out the half hour. It's Raven by Early Swanson. This is an oil on canvas measuring 19 inches by 24 inches, framed by the artist with a retail value of $600. And who better during this break to walk us through the art than the curator, D Oldemuth. As I mentioned, she is KVIE's art curator and one of the founders of Second Saturday. D, so glad to be here with you.
I'm glad to be with you. Kevin, you were probably, I think, the first person I worked with on KVIE 12 years ago. You and I opened it up.
Here we are doing it again with a fresh collection of amazing art. This is Blackbirds Sing in the Dead of Night. You honored it with a Curator Award of yours. What jumped out at you to make it award worthy?
When I pick the Curators Awards, it's after the jurors have gone through, and sometimes it's a smaller piece like this, I think there's little jewels that get missed, you know, that should have received an award and didn't, and I want to give them special recognition. And this piece by Karen Hamilton is one of them.
Well, to get the bidding going, we're looking for an opening bid of $125. As you can see on the screen right now, we're still looking for that first bid. When you call in and make that bid, you'll not only be supporting the arts and the world of discovery on KVIE Public Television, you also might become the owner of really an interesting piece. It's kind of complicated. There's a lot going on, huh?
There is. I love this piece. I love the title because you kind of want to sing the title.
Blackbird Singing in the Dead of Night. And that is related,
yes,
right? That was
it is related.
Yeah.
The artist does collage as her regular medium. What I like about her particular collage is this is not all paper. This is sandpaper right here. She's got a beautiful, beautiful Japanese handmade paper back here. She, of course, has the two little blackbirds singing in the dead of night. She adds layer and layer and layer, which gives the piece light. I mean, it almost feels like it's being lit from behind. She's also got this very painterly trees. So, you know, it's a painting, it's a collage. I mean, it's truly a mixed media piece.
This piece has everything going for it except a bid. Pick up the phone right now. You see the number on your screen. It is area code 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE ART. And we've got that $125 bid. That is terrific. We're going to want to move to $175 will be our next bid jump. We're looking for a $175 bid. Dee, when I look at it, I find it very calming. How has Karen accomplished that sort of aesthetic?
You know, it does have a real dreamy feeling. Even the Beatles' Blackbird song, and when you're falling asleep at night and you hear those first birds in the morning, it kind of feels like that halfway between reality and sleep. You know, you've got all this misty coloring back here. Then you've got these bright poppy, really well done leaves, and this big blue area right here that kind of pulls you in. The other thing I really enjoy about this is she's got a little bit of gold leaf over here. So, and a little bit up here. The artist actually had this hung in her studio for about a year before she just wasn't quite happy with it. And she noticed one little area, went in, finished it, and it became one of her favorite pieces, and she gave it to us.
Well, it is generous. You know, it's worth mentioning that all the pieces in the art auction are donated by the artists. And I do want to report that we've got a $150 bid, so we'll now be looking for a counter bid. We'll go in 25s. Yeah. We'll go to 175 and see how things. I heard another phone ring, so we might as well take this opportunity to pop over to the phone bank and see what the news is.
Kevin, and you just asked for it, and it came in $175. We're looking to take this to $200. There are multiple people on the phone now for Blackbirds Singing in the Dead of Night. I absolutely love that title. It is a beautiful piece of art. And we had several interior designers in here yesterday telling us that the perfect square pieces like that piece is, the Blackbird Singing in the Dead of Night, that's a 20 by 20. Those perfect squared pieces are very easy to place in a home. Something about a perfect square and easily placeable in the home. Jumping up to $225 now, we are soaring up to retail value. We love to see that happening live here in the phone bank. Let's head back to Kevin and Dee.
Thanks, Rob. We have moved on to item 35B. This is Raven's Corner by George McCamey. Dee, the good folks at Archival Framing donated the framing, so thanks to them along with George the artist. It's got a retail value of $275, and we already have a $300 bell ringer bid there, which means Kenny, the KVIE Owl, made his appearance on screen. That is good news for the mission of public television. We're now looking for a bid at $350 on Raven's Corner. Dee, color.
Color.
Interesting contrast.
Everybody thinks the blackbirds are just black, but they're not. You know, when the sun hits them just right, they might look black, but these two birds, and these are two birds. This is not a mere reflection of one bird. He managed to catch it just as this bird turned. So it kind of feels like they're in a mirror, but it's definitely two birds. When we frame this, we put just a little hint of blue to kind of pull that blue color out. It is a photograph. Our figurative juror really liked this piece, which was kind of interesting. It's always interesting when a juror from a different category kind of stumbles into the photography category.
Well, KVIE lovers will have watched the really super interesting Nova about ravens and how smart they are, which I think really comes through in the piece, but it does tie back to the core mission of what we're doing right now, which is raising money. Every dollar that you call in and bid and contribute is to support the fundamental mission of KVIE. It's a world of arts and ideas and discoveries and ravens from time to time too.
I loved that. I loved that show. Saw it a few times. What I like about this piece, a lot of photographers go and find something to photograph. Well, when George McCamey did this piece, he actually sat and waited for something to come. You know, he was waiting for the birds to pose themselves. So that takes a lot of patience to get a really good shot like this.
All right, so hey, the good news is that we've got that $350 bid. We're now going to look for a $375 bid. Pick up the phone right now, make that call, become the leading bidder on this really interesting piece. I mean, the juxtaposition of the way that they're facing, and because it's a photograph and it's not doctored, right? The raven on the right,
photoshopped.
Right, it's on the other side of a little curb or something, which is why you don't see its tail feathers.
Right, and again, it seems like a mirror image, but evidently, they're flocking together as a pair, and he waited for hours to get just the right shot of these birds.
Well, we thank him for his generosity in donating. And right now, I think that we're going to send it on over to our pal Rob by the phone bank. He's got an update for us.
Yes, we do. We have several people on the phone for Blackbirds Singing in the Dead of Night, or it's actually Blackbirds Sing in the Dead of Night. This is a beautiful piece. It is by Karen Hamilton. It is at $350 right now. We are within $100 of making this a bell ringer status. Looking at this piece so close, it is absolutely exquisite. It looks like multimedia to me. It is, let's see here. It is mixed media, good, and it's in one of the contemporary classics category. What a stunning piece of art. It's a conversation piece, that for sure, and it's still open for bidding, but it is going to be closing very soon. 1-844-KVIE Art. KVIE Art is the number to get involved. Dee, and let's go back over to you across the studio, and Kevin.
All right, thanks so much, Rob. We have moved on, strolled down the way to item 35C. This is called Nest by the artist Sheila Cameron, mixed media. Retail value of $450, and we're looking for an opening bid of $135. So please consider being that bidder right now. Dee, first thing you notice right away is the vertical orientation.
It's a beautiful size. She's super brave in the way she's made. Normally a piece will be, bottom heavy. She's made this top heavy with the majority of the image up here and all this great negative space in the white. I love the three little eggs that are done in gold. She's taken a little bit of the shine off of them. If you know somebody that has 3 children, what a sweet thing.
Yeah.
What a sweet way to remember your little family. the detail in the nest is layers and layers of beautiful blues and beautiful greens. There's a real depth there that really highlights those 3 little eggs in the top.
All right, well, we're still looking for that opening bid of $135. Please call in, be generous right now with your support and support the ongoing mission of KVIE Public Television while treating yourself to a wonderful piece of art, which kind of lends itself to being hung in oddball spaces.
Yeah, you've got that little skinny area between 2 windows. You've got the little skinny area at the end of the hallway. It's a really easy piece to place. Sheila Cameron is a professional artist. She's been showing for years. She's all over the place. All of the pieces that you see here belong in a gallery, but they're in our gallery this weekend.
The muting of the colors around the eggs is really something.
Yeah, I love, and the bright white. Now the white may appear a little flat under these bright lights, but the white is actually, there's tons of color underneath here. Within the white, there's greens and grays and even a little bit of that aubergine purple color underneath. And I love the big scribble that comes down here. There's a lot of movement around the piece itself, you know, because nests are never a perfect thing.
And she's painted around the edges of the canvas too, huh?
Yeah, it's got a real contemporary feel. It's meant to pop off the wall and give it a little more 3-dimensionality. I love that about it too.
All right, well, if you like it, pick up the phone, make the bid right now. Oh, looks like we've got that opening bid of $135. So we are on our way. And meantime, I believe it might be time to check over with Rob in the phone bank and see what he's got to tell us.
Yes, we're talking about Raven's Corner by George McCamey. And that's so Raven, it's a bell ringer. Do you get it? That's so Raven. Okay, so it's now at $400, and retail value was $275, but it's still open. Oh, good! Blackbirds Sing in the Dead of Night just got bell ringer as well. So far, everything in this half hour is a bell ringer. That's awesome. We have an opening bid right now on $135 for Nest, which is great. We're going to take that up to retail value at $450 as well. Wait till you see the remaining pieces in this half hour. And can I just say, wait till you see to the remaining pieces for the rest of the day. We have some stunning artwork up for auction live until 10 o'clock today, all day long, all the way up to the close. And it's been an amazing weekend so far, but so much more is to come. 1-844 KVIE Art. Kevin, back to you.
All right, well, the good news is that we have a $175 bid, I believe, on Nest here. So our next bid increment is $200, on our way to the retail value. When Sheila donated the piece, and it is a $450 value, she intended KVIE to get $450 to support its important work. And she does that, as do all the artists, taking it on faith that you'll be generous and pick up the phone to get these great pieces of art. So please be generous. You see the number there on your screen. It's super fun to participate. Don't delay. Dee, I have a question for you about Nest. What does it make you feel when you look at it? What do you feel?
Well, you know, I like to, everybody has their own interpretation, and it always makes me happy when I read an artist statement, and I was right. What this piece is about is it's about motherhood, it's about nesting, it's about a home, it's about feeling comfortable in your environment, and I really like that about that. You know, we all are nesters or empty nesters at certain times in our lives, but this just, you know, here's the whole outside world, and then here's your little world up here, and how important is that?
It's wonderful. We're at also wonderful is the bid. We're at $225. We're looking for a $250 bid that would put you in the driver's seat. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about how much I love it, but not right now, because we're going to send it over to Devin in the phone bank.
Devin.
Thanks, Kevin. Okay, guys, what I want you to think about is the people involved in this art. And that means young people, your children, your grandchildren. They are going to be experiencing this art. They're going to be inheriting this art. And to support art in your community is to support young people, because it's us. It's the next people that are going to be doing the art and seeing the art and enjoying it. It's just this whole experience. So call right now, 844 KVIE Art. Let's look at some more. Back to Kevin.
Thanks so much, Devin. When I look at it, Dee, I see promise. I mean, it gives me hope. And so if you could use a little dose every day of hope and optimism in your life, this might be a wonderful piece for you. Pick up the phone right now. We're at $225 looking for a $250 bid. Dee, many pieces like this would be under glass. This one is not.
No, it's one of the things I like about it. She has applied a sealant over the top of it to protect the graphite and the delicate gold that you see up in here. So there's no reflection, there's no glare from a window. It's the perfect piece if you've got that super bright spot in your kitchen that you can't put anything else in, because the light hits this gold up here and it's just magical.
It is a $450 retail value. Right now, the leading bid is $225. We're counting on you at home to fix that. Call in right now to the number on your screen, 1-844-584-3278. The bidding will remain open on Nest even as we move forward toward the next piece, which we'll be doing shortly. We got to stay on schedule, of course, but we do want to make sure that you have an opportunity.
They go fast.
They do. Become the next owner of Nest. Don't be someone who misses out and then regrets it tomorrow. Meantime, the cameras are sliding and we are strolling toward item 35D, which you see there on the camera, is Autumn Romance by the artist Anita Lowe. It is an oil on canvas measuring 16 inches by 16 inches, and it's got a retail value of $250. So we've got right now a bid at $125. So we're looking for a $150 bid from you at home to become the leading bidder on Autumn Romance. Dee, it's just a sweet autumn piece.
I know these guys. Anita Lowe did this out at William Land Park in the famous duck pond. So it has that really sweet kind of romantic thing with the, the male and female mallard and the leaves coming down. This is what it looks like out there now with the beautiful oranges and golds, and before we get too many leaves in the beginning when it's just decoration, before it becomes a problem. But I love her square format. It's a sweet, sweet, sweet romantic little piece.
It is. The color is real pretty. It's very calming. And you mentioned that it's highly local. So let's hear the phones ring from those Land Park and South Land Park folks for whom Land Park is part of their life.
It's our front yard.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the ducks are just part of it. Yeah, again, it's square. It's a smaller piece for the auction. Usually we ask for larger pieces. They show up better through the television screen. But this one has such a colorful appeal that this little piece carries from really far away.
Yeah, you look at it and just feel sort of, aww. I mean, it's a pretty scene. It's very calming by the pond.
You've got all the reflection and the light going on. Artists love to paint fall scenes, and there is just something about the light in the fall that draws people to work outside and do more natural things. Plus, you get all the great color from the leaves. I love the fact that some of these down here are just suggestions of leaves. They're very impressionistic. But then every once in a while, there's an incredibly realistic leaf that's got 3 different colors in it and all the points are correctly done. But I love the feel. There's a movement to this piece. You can feel the water moving. You can feel the leaves coming down.
It is, and that is not the only thing that's showing movement, is what I mean to say. The bidding is too. We've moved up to $175. We're looking for a $200 bid next. The retail value is $250, and then we're going to do the bell ringer, and Anita's going to be happy because what she wanted KVIE to net from her piece is going to happen. And I think on the screen I'm seeing that we've got it. We're at $250, so let's keep going.
Kenny.
That's great news for the mission.
There's my
KVIE.
Kenny.
Now let's get a winner on this thing. Let's see somebody come in with a $275 bid for this lovely piece. I'm sorry to interrupt, Dee, but I feel like Rob's been left out a little too long.
Aww.
Let's get Rob into the picture.
Hey, Rob.
Believe me, I have not been left out too long. I was just listening to you guys, and I love that every piece in this half hour has been a bell ringer, y'all. That's just awesome. except for Nest, and that's just because it hasn't been seen enough. So we're going to give it some more airtime. The high bid right now is at $225. Retail value is at double for that at $450. This beautiful piece by Sheila Cameron. She gave this to KVIE specifically to go into someone's home for the amount of $450. It is a beautiful piece, and I love the golden eggs with the blue nest. Let's head back across the studio to Kevin and Dee.
Thanks, Rob. Dee, we were talking beforehand about what a lovely gift this would be for a couple.
Yeah, like my anniversary, which is on October 17th. No, what a great anniversary gift. What a great wedding gift. Don't go down to Macy's and look at their registry thing. Give them their first piece of art as a couple. It's sweet, it's romantic, it's very Sacramento. So Sacramento.
Indeed it is. And we've got a bid. I think I see $265 as the new leading bidder. That's terrific. We're still looking to get $275 as we battle our way toward a winner. And of course, every dollar supporting the mission of public television.
Frame?
Yeah, I did want to ask you about the frame, which sort of transports you to that scene.
I really like the artist did the frame, chose the framing herself. It's got a gold leaf on the inside, which has a really nice kind of organic feel and just gives it a little bit of shine, but not too much glare. And then this heavier, this is actually an espresso kind of brown. It's not a black. So it goes really well with the sort of the fall theme. It's a heavy frame, but it doesn't feel heavy on the piece. It just kind of draws you in like you're looking out a window.
It takes you there, which is what great art does. It's at $300. We're looking for a new leading bidder of $325. Come on, pick up the phone, get in on the fun. We're having a great time. The volunteers are doing their part. The sponsors doing their part. The artists have done their part in spades.
Now it's you.
Time you to get to do your part as well and become the owner of a truly lovely piece. Dee, the colors of the sun reflection in the top right and the dappling of color in the top left really sort of add an interesting weight to the piece, don't they?
What I really enjoy about this piece is the paintings within the paintings.
Right.
You know, this is a whole separate little story right here with the reflections on the pond. You can see kind of the little trail the ducks are leaving as they head down this way. And then, you know, and then down here you've got almost a whole abstract thing going on. It's one of those little pieces you can really get lost in.
Indeed it is. We're at $315 looking for a next bid of $325. Meantime, let's go see Rob.
Thank you so much, Kevin. You know, we really want to give a call to action to your local public television station, which is KVIE. We are your front row seat to the arts and to the world 365 days of the year. We are your source for entertainment, education, inspiration, and all things informative. In fact, the E in KVIE stands for education because we believe that we are the educational station in the market. We bring you the most unbiased news, and we bring you this weekend all of the arts from the region. Let's head back across the studio.
All right, Rob, thank you so much. I want to introduce the viewing audience to Raven by Early Swanson. It's oil on canvas. It's 19 by 24, and it's got a $600 retail value. We are looking for an opening bid on this piece of just $180. Dee, your first glance at what jumps out at you?
I love the abstractness of it, even though it has this big central image. It's still just all about movement, and it's all about color, which always gets me excited.
It's an interesting piece, and you talk about the movement and the color, and yet in some way they're there, but they're not out of control. I mean, it's quite muted in some ways.
The other thing the artist has done is the piece feels like it has so much movement. They've done in today's art word is sgraffato.
Sgraffato, ladies and gentlemen.
They have gone through, and as the paint was drying, they've either brushed it with something or scratched it with something to give it this really nice scratchy feel. It kind of gives movement to the piece. It almost feels like it's on a real wintry, breezy day, even though we know the paint is not actually moving. And I love the brave use of color right here where they just slashed across the central image with the branch. It's a really exciting piece.
All right, we're looking for a bidder right now. $180. When you call in, you'll become the leading bidder on Raven, which, as Dee described, is a beautiful and sort of pensive piece, isn't it? It's thoughtful and still.
And the other thing I really enjoy about this is it's kind of a classic image, and it's done in a real contemporary standard, but you don't know, this piece could have been done 50 years ago, or it could have been done, well, we know it was done in the last 3 years because all the pieces in the auction were, but they've also done a really nice job of presenting it in a contemporary floating frame, something that doesn't flatten the piece out and go around the edge, and again, no need for glass. You're just right there with the image. No distracting reflection, no odd color change or anything like that.
This is live television, and we're looking for you to call in, support the mission of KVIE. And when you do, not only do you get 24/7 wonderful programming on KVIE, from time to time you get to see the smiling face of your pal of mine, Rob Stewart. He's over in the phone bank.
We just tried to interview our lovely volunteer, Stephanie, right there, who just disappeared under the table. I tried to interview her, and she pulled out a gavel and almost hit me over the head with it. See, she's got it. All right, so let's get the phones ringing so Stephanie can have something to do besides try to beat me up. And that's 1-844-KVIE Art. This is your station for the arts right now. Fantastic. We have bids on every single piece in this half hour. Autumn Romance is well over bell ringer status. We're trying to get Raven up to the $600 mark. That piece is right now at $180. We're calling for the next bid of $200 on that piece. 1-844-KVIE Art is the way to get involved in the auction, and we're going to head back across the studio to Kevin.
Rob, thank you very much indeed. In the meantime, we've got a bid of $180 on Raven. It is a $600 retail value. So we're looking for another bidder to come in because, let's face it, auctions are not that exciting if there are at least two people bidding on the pieces. The camera has zoomed in to that great profile of the Raven. And I wanted to ask you, Dee, about the use of negative space and how it just makes the Raven pop.
What I like about this is if you got all the negative space around the Raven, which is obviously the central image, but the way the artist chose to balance that out is by using bright color to sort of compensate for the fact that the painting wants to lean that way. You put this bright pink and these really brave reds in here, and all of a sudden the piece is perfectly balanced, even though there's really no imagery over here.
It's just a very high class piece. It really is an artist's piece of art.
It is a contemporary classic, as we like to call them here in the art auction. This would go really well, and the nice thing about it is it kind of blurs that line in either a contemporary home or somebody that's got more of a traditional type home.
It's at $180 right now. We're looking for a $225 bid. Pick up the phone, call in, be generous with your support of KVIE and the arts scene in Northern California. Every piece of art, including this one, donated by the artists to raise money to support public television. They do that counting on you to pick up the phone and bid, so please do. Meantime, I'm going to send it over to the place you'll be calling, the phone bank.
Well, we are here in the phone bank. Rob and I were just discussing, we were looking through our Facebook feed, and so many people have already taken their art home and put it on their walls, which is amazing to see. So you can buy a piece today and have it up tomorrow.
Yeah, hashtag KVIEPBS or hashtag art auction. And please, as you're picking it up, we've seen so many excited people picking up their pieces and they post their picture. The dog that was the very first piece Friday night, when the woman picked up her dog, she just hugged it and walked out the door. It was so cute. All right, stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour right here live from the KVIE 35th Annual Art Auction.
At Warren G. Bender Company, we provide insurance solutions to help protect your masterpieces. Warren G. Bender Company, a local and family-owned business for over 75 years. We are happy to support public television. More information at wgbender.com.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through more than 500 hours of arts programming each year. From Call the Midwife to Poldark and Bob Ross to Art in the 21st Century, KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong through your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Cast your line for Gone Fishing, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This collection features works representing the aquatic world in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
Well, hello again. I'm Kevin Smith-Fagan, and we are back for yet another half hour of live art auction excitement featuring works in our Gone Fishing collection. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. The first piece that we're going to be looking at is Aqua Fantasy number 20, Scuttlefish by Douglas Gardner. This is pencil color measuring 18 by 15 with a retail value of $1,000. Then we're going to move on to item 36B, Chasing Tiktaalik by Christopher DeWeese. This piece is mixed media measuring 27 inches by 38 inches with a retail value of $795. Then we'll advance to item 36C called Fish Story by Charlotte Cooper. This is encaustic measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $380. Next up will be item 36D. It is called exactly what it is, a boatload of neurotic bass by Fred Gordon. This ceramic piece is 16 by 16 and 6 inches deep. It has a retail value of $1,200. Item 36E is called Catnip by Carolyn Moyer. This ceramic measures 36 by 18 by 12 and has a retail value of $400. And then we'll round out the half hour with item 36F called Escape by the artist Harriet Freitas. It is clay, round, measuring 13.5 inches with a retail value of $300. Okay, those are the pieces that we're going to be bidding in this half hour. During the break, we are pleased to be joined yet again by our art auction curator, Dee Neath, to talk about who, by the way, is a fisherwoman herself, a fishing enthusiast. So what better person to be talking about the Gone Fishing collection with?
That's what I'd be doing right now if I was not here. I'd be up to in my waders out in the river, but I'm here instead.
Yes, you are, alongside some very colorful fish. This is Aqua Fantasy number 20, Scuttlefish by Douglas Gardner, and I know you're a big fan of his work.
I'm a big fan of Douglas Gardner's work. He has been a professor at American River College, I don't know, for 145 years. He's everybody's favorite professor. He's one of my favorite artists to work with because he spends about 6 months producing a piece every year just for the auction. And this is real typical of his work. It's one of his Aqua Fantasy series. His work usually features underwater and all different kinds of fish. I wish I was better at tropical fish. If these were trout, I could tell you exactly what they were. But there is a scuttlefish down in here, hence the title. And his technique is very interesting. He takes photographs and pictures from a magazine, he cuts them out, he makes a collage, and then he uses that collage to draw from. So this is a drawing, it's not a collage, even though it has that kind of collage-y feel. Every single one of these is drawn in. He must just wear his colored pencils to a nub to get this kind of color. They just have layers and layers and layers of rich color.
Well, where we need to get the pencils working is over in the phone bank. I did hear a phone ring. That's encouraging. We've got a $300 bid. We're looking for a $400 bid, and I think now might be a good time to head on over to the phone bank and see what's going on over there.
Yes, we are. In fact, the phone bank is ringing, and that's fantastic. This is an exciting and unique half hour. So many fishing and aquatic themed pieces. That's just awesome. Call 1-844-KVIE-ART to get involved in the auction. Our phone bank is rocking and rolling right now. We have a bid for $300 for Aqua Fantasy number 20, Scuttlefish. The piece is retailing at $1,000. That's a fantastic retail price, and right now we only have a high bid of $300. By the way, Raven is still open at $300, the piece we saw from the last half hour, just to backtrack. Let's send it back to Kevin and Dee.
All right, thank you, Rob. As you mentioned, that we've got a $300 bid on this piece, but it's a $1,000 value, and you know he wants $1,000 to come to support KVIE,
yes.
And that depends on people at home who love this piece. picking up and dialing. So please do that right now. We're looking for a $400 bid. As the camera pans across, you can see the vivid color, and that's kind of unusual with pencil work, isn't it?
It's hard to get that deep, those deep hues using Prismacolor unless, I don't know how he does it without ripping the paper. He layers and layers. I mean, he must apply it very carefully. This is a man with a master's degree. He's been teaching for years. He's followed by other artists. He's what I like to call an artist to artist. So many other artists are just enamored of both his technique and his abilities.
Well, he is a great supporter of KVIE, and we thank him for his many years of supporting the station, which you mentioned. Talk about the effect, as we continue to look for another bidder to come in, talk about the effect of the mat and the frame and its impact on the image.
Doug chooses his own colors for his matting and his framing. He always frames his pieces like this. Every single frame is some sort of a bright color that's in the piece. You know, he obviously is a man who is not afraid of the use of color. You know, the brighter the better. He's very good at pinging colors off one another. So this bright blue this is actually not a white mat. It's sort of it's got kind of a handmade paper quality. And then to draw your eye back into the piece, he's got this dark blue underlay.
So it is a terrific piece. We're looking for you to participate. One of the things that I like about this piece, Dee, is that it reminds me of public television, right? You see programs like Nature and Nova that help you explore the world, and we've gone undersea and seen amazing things in marine life, and we have, gone to the heavens, and we've gone on safaris.
Oh, the Flight of the Birds. I love that one.
This world that public television brings us every hour of every day of the year. So please support it by calling in with a bid right now. Meantime, let's bounce it on over to the phone bank and see what's going on there.
844 KVIE Art. That is the number to call to get involved right now. Rob, how's this auction going for you? What do you think?
You know what? I haven't been asked that question yet because we've been working so hard, but I think it's going great. I've been watching the numbers. I've been listening to our viewers who are very happy when they call in. We're dealing with a very, what I love about this is a very mixed group of people this weekend. All across the board, people are calling in to support the arts when they see a piece they want. They're calling the number on the screen, which is right below us, or they're telling a friend to log on online.
That's right. That's been our understanding, too, and our experience. We have a great phone bank here. The phones are ringing, but we want to keep the phones ringing. So, again, give us a call, 844 KVIE Art. And now we're going to send it back to Kevin.
All right, thank you, Rob. Thank you, Steve. Dee and I have arrived at item 36B, Chasing Tiktaalik by Christopher Deweese. It's 27 inches by 38 inches in mixed media with a retail value of $795, and we're looking for a starting bid of $225. It is quite a contrast from the high color of Scuttlefish we go to a notable absence of color.
Something subdued. This is Christopher Deweese. He's out of Davis. He donates to the auction every year. He has been doing, I'm not going to say this right, it's called Gyotaka. It's
Gyotaku, yeah.
It's a type of Japanese printing where you actually use a fish or an organic thing. In this case, it was the skeleton of a fish that he found on a beach in New Zealand. And he's kind of trying to portray that the fish coming out up onto the land, and because here you have a regular fish. The whole evolution process, again, kind of a very PBS sort of thing, learning about how we got here and where we're going.
Indeed, in fact, I think you're right that Tiktaalik was a fish that was one step in the evolution from sea to land life.
You probably learned that on PBS.
I did learn it watching KVIE public television. That's right.
And he says here that he's inspired by the PBS series Your Inner Fish.
I loved that.
See, I've got to see it.
You love public television and all the wonderful things that it brings, and you like this piece, pick up the phone, make that opening bid right now of $225 for a beautiful nuanced piece, and it's big, Dee.
Yeah, it's a monoprint, which means it is a print, but it's not a reproduction. It was hand done by the artist. What amazes me about Christopher is since he's been doing this since 1968, he is one of the few Americans that has actually flown to Japan to teach this Japanese printmaking technique. He's considered a master. It's what he does, and this is very typical of his work.
All right, let's hear from you. Pick up the phone, support public television right now with that $225 bid. And did I hear you correctly that this started with the rubbing of an actual fish on the paper?
Yes, this is a skeleton that was bleached out. And what they do is they use the Japanese paper. They put the ink on the skeleton itself. They lay the paper over the top of it, and then they rub it just like a rubbing. Same thing here, only this was actually a real fish. And he just has such a delicate hand. Then they go back in with a small brush and add things like these little teeth. Those were all added by hand. I love the organic feel of this. It's a really, really elegant piece. And then he's got his chop mark right here, which is, usually a character that represents the artist's name. And he's got the title and everything else right there on it.
All right, well, thank you, Dee, for walking us through the piece a little bit. I want to report back to the viewers that we've got that $225 bid. So right now we're looking for a next bid at $275 on the road up to the retail value that he intended when he contributed the piece to KVIE.
And if you like Christopher's work and you're more interested in learning about it, he can be seen at the Davis. He's at the gallery in Davis. He's been at the Pence Gallery. And I believe if you go online, you can... there's a link to most of our artists, so you can find out more about their work.
All right, we want you to be involved. Pick up the phone, and right now, I'm going to send that on over to our pal Rob Stewart. Oh. He is back with the colorful scuttlefish, it looks like.
Yes, this is Aqua Fantasy number 20 Scuttlefish by the artist Douglas Gardner, and there are multiple people on the phone right now for this piece. Right now, the current high bid is at $400. The retail value is at $1,000, so this piece is climbing. As I said, there are at least 3 people on the phone for this piece, which is fantastic. 1-844-KVIE ART is the number to call to get involved in the auction. Also go online at kvie.org/art auction and look at the pieces that are coming up for the rest of the day so that you know the piece that you want and the time that you want to call in. When that piece hits the half hour it's in, that's when you can start to call to bid on that piece. So as soon as the half hour hits of the piece that you want, that's when you can start to call. Let's head back across the studio.
Thanks, Rob. Dee and I have moved on to Fish Story. There on the screen is item 36C by Charlotte Cooper. It's encaustic, 16 by 20, with a retail value of $380. We have got already an opening bid of $125, so we're looking right now for a $150 bid from the next caller in to KVIE. And Dee, I know that as the curator, this one stole your heart.
I've always been a big fan of encaustic work. I love when artists can work with wax. It has that delicate feel to it. This piece right here is actually one of those prints that we were just talking about, similar to Christopher DeWeese. It's a Japanese print that was made off of the fish. That was used as the base. It was applied to the canvas. And then, here comes the amazing encaustic part, layers and layers of wax were used. It's not as delicate as it sounds. It just gives it that really delicate feel. And the fish story part, she's gone back in. These are not actual words, so you can spend the rest of your life trying to find words in them. She just wanted the feeling of telling a story with the image and the fish.
Well, basically every fisherman or fisherwoman has a fish story, and they can have this fish story too by calling in right now with a $150 bid. Would be the next bid increment on what we hope will be a bell ringer for KVIE.
Charlotte Cooper's work always does well in the art auction. It's a really nice size. She donates every year. She's got this really light touch with the bright, to put these little bright splashes of color with this white overlay is just phenomenal. And I love the big fish. You can see where she's painted in the little eyeball and all the little scales down here. And then this down here is just really dreamy.
All right, all you fish and boating enthusiasts, we're looking to hear from you right now. The leading bid is just $125. We're looking for a $150 bid. If you have never called in before, it's not that complicated. You call the phone number right there on the screen, 1-844-KVIE-ART, and place the bid. It's as simple as that. The phone bank is stocked with friendly people, including Rob Stewart.
Yes, and we need to get these phones ringing. We've hit a lull, and that has not been happening. We need to get the phones ringing because every dollar goes to public television. Every single dollar goes to the mission here at KVIE, which is to bring you quality programming year-round. 1-844-KVIE-ART is your chance to take home a piece of art today. You can come today and pick up the art until 5 o'clock, as well as tomorrow and Tuesday. Let's pass back things over across the studio.
Thanks, Rob. You can see now the high bid is at $175. We're now looking for a $200 bid on Fish Story, which in some ways looks like it's in 3 layers, Dee. Can you talk about how it is constructed, the composition?
She uses a mix, the encaustic is a mix of beeswax, tree resin, and pigment. So when she puts the pigment in, that's basically paint. She paints it on. It has to be worked while it's still warm. So, you know, once it's cold, excuse me, speaking of cold, once it's cold, that's where it kind of stays. It gives it a really nice translucence, and it also goes all the way around the edge of the piece.
Yeah, it's a cool piece. It's interesting. It's pretty. It's thematically strong. All it needs is you to call in right now with your bid. We're at $200, looking for $225. The bidding will remain open even as we stroll down to the next item, which is 36D, which is aptly titled A Boatload of Neurotic Bass by Fred Gordon. This piece of ceramic is 16 by 16 and it's 6 inches deep from the wall. It's got a retail value of $1,200, and we're looking right now for an opening bid of just $150 on this action-packed piece. Dee, where to begin? There's a lot going on.
Oh, yeah. Fred is one of my favorite artists, also a great fishing buddy. He maintains a studio up in Dunsmuir, and this is a brand new piece done just for KVIE. I picked it up from his studio just for the show. It's a great display of what Fred's known for, these beautiful, amazing glazes. He's one of those artists that other artists admire for their abilities. This piece goes on and on. I mean, there is a little story going on in every single one of these boatload of neurotic bass. I just like saying the title. It's got a great title. It's got a big shark. There's actually 2 intertwined sharks here. They've got this beautiful glaze with the deep, deep blues and the browns. There's a little tiny, can you guys see that? Little tiny pink heart dangling out of the shark's mouth. So even in the face of adversity, there's still a little sweetness going on there.
We feel confident that the neuroses is grounded in the fact that there is a shark which is upsetting their little boat. Talk about the weight that the shark gives to the piece. I mean, it sort of anchors it, you know,
well,
on the
he's
wall.
got all this movement going on here with these beautiful fronds up here. He's very well known for these. He's been doing this kind of work for 50 years. He's one of this area's top ceramicists. So you've got this light and movement up here, and then you've got these 2 big, heavy images down here. And it all just balances out perfectly.
So the good news is we've got a bid of $150. Thank you to the bidder who called in for your generous impulse and also for liking this wonderful piece of art. We need to hear from some more of you. The next bid increment is $200 on the way. What we hope will be the value of the piece. It is a $1,200 value.
He is a California master. I would have loved to put this in the investment hour, but it just belonged in the fishing hour. You know, it's kind of hard sometimes to decide where to put things. Fred has taught at the university level. Obviously, he has his master's degree in art. He is from Sacramento, born and raised in the Lamb Park area, has fished all over the place. And now he works as not only a professional artist, but he's also a professional fly fishing guide. And he's pretty popular at that as well.
So this is not just some dreamy imagination of his. No. He's actually quite knowledgeable.
That is one of the nicest little bass faces you will ever see, because he has looked them in the eye more times than any of us can count.
All right, time for you to pick up the phone and call in your support of KVIE. You'll be calling into the phone bank, and Rob Stewart is standing by at the phone bank right this very moment.
You know, I love that this is the piece that Fred wanted us to have because so many of Fred's pieces are one individual fish. This is a boatload of neurotic bass. How many times have you felt like that, right? I mean, sometimes we all feel like a boatload of neurotic bass. This is for $300. We're looking to take this up to a retail value of $1,200. The phones are ringing once again here in the studio. We need the calls to come in. We need you to get involved in the art auction because it is your way of taking home, not need, we want you to get involved in the art auction because it is a way for you to take home a beautiful piece of art created by a Northern California artist to put in your Northern California home. Unless you're watching online anywhere around the world, you get a piece of a Northern California treasure. Let's head back across the studio to Kevin and Dee.
Thanks, Rob. We are introducing everybody to item 36E Catnip. It's a $400 retail value. We're looking for an opening bid of $120. Dee, our half hour is getting increasingly colorful and slightly manic. There's all kinds of stuff going on in this piece. It's super interesting.
Okay, this is like the food chain at my house because you've got the birds, you've got the fish, and you've got the cat. And they're all interested in each other.
There's so much going on, the camera is having trouble following. So let's try this from the top.
From the top, we have a beautiful little blackbird in a gilded cage. Does that help? There we go. Now you can see the blackbird in the gilded cage. Great little jeweled eye. Down here is water with a little thing he's sitting on. Then we move slowly down the piece. And now you've got this incredibly fun fish. It's almost like getting three pieces, this little underwater scene going on. These hang down. This piece is actually really easy to move because it does come apart in three pieces, but it's really sturdy. So anyway, then it sits on this book, which is ceramic, and it's done, it's high fire, and it's done with a slab technique, with the little bird feather that kind of hints up to the bird. And then at the very bottom, we have our mischievous little cat that's trying to balance his whole life.
So there it is, and we've got an opening bid. We've got that $120 high bid. That person is the leading bidder. Thank you for your generosity. In the meantime, we're looking for some other callers on the road to the $400 retail value that is this piece, Catnip. And Dee, the bird and the cat appear to be staring each other down.
They are making direct eye-to-eye contact. I love the fact that the bird's got green eyes, and so does the cat. You know, they don't look, it doesn't look, you know, they don't look too menacing towards each other. And then the fish is also looking down at the cat. Now this piece can't be left outside over the winter because of the freezing, but this piece can go outside if you had a little entry hall or a patio table or something like that.
It's a lovely piece of art. It is breathtakingly interesting. There you go.
And I love the bird in the top.
This is a great way to support public television. So, and it covers the bases. All the fish lovers, we want to hear from you. All the cat lovers, we want to hear from you. All the bird lovers.
Basically, if your house is a zoo like mine, this is a great piece to add to your collection.
Speaking of zoos, it's always a little bit zany over at the phone bank where the zookeeper at the moment is Rob Stewart.
Yeah, you know, the phone's just lit up over here with this half hour. That is fantastic. Right now, Fred Gordon's piece just jumped up to $700, but I want to talk to you about Fish Story by Charlotte Cooper. So, you know, all of these pieces, every single piece in the auction is an original piece that you can only get here through the KVIE art auction. Pardon me while I duck behind this painting because I want to read to you something that the artist wrote on here. And it says, this is encaustic. Some encaustic painting has lasted more than 2,000 years. Just keep out of direct sunlight and keep out of overheated cars, and it'll last for 2,000 years. Isn't that fascinating? The stuff we learn here on PBS. Toss things back over to Kevin and Dee.
Thanks so much, Rob. In the meantime, Catnip is still here, and this poor cat is trying to balance the difficulties of the fishbowl and the birdcage and the book. And we've got a $140 high bid now, so let's look for a counter bid at $175. on the way to the 400.
We didn't want to put this on a turntable because it's live TV and that frightens us. But this piece is viewable from all the way around. So it could be set on a big dining hall table. It doesn't have a front and a back. He's got his cute little tail curled up here. The book is finished on the back, and you can see it from every single angle. It's not just it's not a one-sided piece. And on the side of the book, it says Kitties, Kittys. We can't turn it to show you that, but just so you know, the book does have a title.
There's a good angle of that.
You go. I love our camera guys.
I just love that fish's face. I mean, it's clearly not in a good place. I mean, this is a traumatic time in the life
between the rock and the hard place.
Exactly. All right, the bid right now is at $160. We're looking for a $175 next bid on catnip. Please call in, support public television. Every dollar supports the work that KVIE does 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, bringing you an idea, some arts, a new discovery, and wonderful educational programming for the children as well. That is a part of the cornucopia that you are supporting when you call in right now on any of the pieces you've seen, including this new one, item 36F. It is called Escape by the artist Harriet Freitas. It's clay and it's round and it's 13.5 inches across. It's got a retail value of $300 and we're looking for an opening bid at the $90.
I'm gloving up.
Uh-oh. Dia's donning the white gloves, so it's on. It's about to get real here in the studio. $90 is the bid that we're looking for right now. Dee, tell them what they'll be bidding on.
This is a ceramic piece by artist Harriet Freitas. She's out of the Folsom area. She studies with Gary Denon, our favorite dog guy. And what Harriet's given us here is a really great, this plate can be put flat or shown like this. You could also mount it on a wall if you had a plate hanger, but we're showing it like this. It was inspired, Harriet was lucky enough to get a tour of the Monterey Bay Aquarium behind the scenes. So that's what inspired her. You know, you've got the jellyfish in here. You've got these bright orange fish. I love the way that she's layered her glazes. She's got, the orange up against this green, and then she's got a really nice pressed-in pattern. I don't know. I'm going to tip it, see if I can get there we go, to get the glare off of it. You can see the pressed-in pattern. It's kind of got a little crisscross thing going on behind it. I'm going to take it. If I pick it up, will you grab the stand?
I will, yes.
I'm going to lay it flat. So the piece does sit like this as well. I got my glove caught in there. And I'm going to show you some of the other parts. It's got this great little red fish right here that not only comes out the side, but the other side of the fish is inside.
And there, the camera zooming in. That's the one that's actually escaping in this escape,
yeah, that's the one that's not in the aquarium. Now I'm going to tip it back up, and you can see, there he is inside. You can see the fish goes right through the edge of it. So it's kind of a little whimsical hee-hee in the middle of the whole piece, and I just adore that.
All right, I'm going to put the stand back here so that we can put it back on proper display and make an appeal to you at home. Pick up the phone, support right now. This is only a $90 starting bid. We have
art for everybody. Something to pick. You can pick up a little lower priced piece.
That's exactly right, and a wonderful piece it is, and what a talented artist. But I just need to be candid for a moment. This thing doesn't work if nobody calls in.
Yeah.
It's only a fundraiser if we're raising money. And if you value KVIE, if you value the wonderful programs you get every hour of every day, the Masterpiece and the Nova and the Nature and the PBS NewsHour and the Sesame Street and the whole ball of wax, you got to call in and support right now, 1-800-584-3278. And you're bidding under $100 right now at $90 opening bid for this $300 value. Dee, why don't we take a break and see what Rob's got going on?
This half hour literally has them hooked. There are so many people who are calling in. The phones are lit up for right now for a boatload of neurotic bass, $900. That's fantastic for Fred Gordon's piece. Headed up to that $1,200 retail value. Catnip, $355. I know we're going to get up to $400. And we just got an opening bid on Escape at $90. We're looking to take that now up to $100. And then from there on, we're going to be on $25 increments on that. So exciting. Stay tuned because there's much more art coming up next half hour in the KVIE art auction. Stay with us.
Mr. Leonard Nimoy, welcome him.
Yes, I have a very strong place in my heart for public television. I think it's a terribly important part of what television has to offer us, and an alternative kind of programming that we obviously cannot get on the networks. So it means a lot to me that stations like this continue to survive and do the good work they do.
And then you'll also visually see the item displayed on the table. All right, that's a quickie, and as you can see, you cause that bell ring.
Spend the weekend viewing and purchasing art at KVIE's Art Auction.
We're live here in the demonstration set, and this is one of my favorite parts of the Channel 6 Art Auction.
This is an incredible value when you think about it.
Okay, we're going to close this one.
Here's a beautifully framed watercolor.
You don't want to be doing that. I don't want you sitting home and saying, oh, I wish I had gotten in on that.
375, let's see 400. 400 easy.
Take a look at how you can get involved in this year's auction. But you've got to call us first.
Every dollar you spend on art goes straight back into programming.
We are bringing the art all together in one place this weekend, and that place is right inside of your home.
Stay tuned for Blue Line Gallery coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Located in Roseville, California, this nonprofit arts community has showcased the works of regional and national artists in a flexible exhibition space for over 45 years. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome to the 2016 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Kelly Rains, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art from the Blue Line Gallery. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by the Warren G. Bender Company, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. First item, 37A, is Dreaming of Possibilities by Marjorie Darrow. This is oil on canvas measuring 49 by 49. It is artist framed with a retail value of $850. Item 37B is Huge Sea Stacks by Ina Rankin. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 22 by 28. It is artist framed with a retail value of $300. Item 37C is The Beast by David Komar. This is sculpture measuring 18 by 18 by 5 with a retail value of $350. It is a Juror Award-winning piece, Contemporary Classics category. Item 37D is On the Road to Paradise by Eleanor Rosen. This is oil on canvas measuring 31 by 41. It is framed by archival framing with a retail value of $500. Item 37E is After a Monsoon by Lucille Ratterman. This is pastels measuring 21 by 27. It is artist framed with a retail value of $650. And item 37F is Bodie Standard Mill by Rhonda Campbell. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 24. It is artist framed with a retail value of $450. During this hour, we are pleased to be joined by Ed Goldman. Ed is an artist, author, and a daily columnist for the Sacramento Business Journal and the board president of Blue Line Arts. Thanks for being here, Ed. It's an honor to have you.
Thank you very much, Kelly. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be back this year.
We're glad to have you.
Thanks.
So our first piece, this is a substantial piece. This is Dreaming of Possibilities. Tell us the possibilities of this art.
Well, this is by Marjorie Darrow, and what I love about this piece is that it's oil, but it's very flat, and that is not an easy thing to achieve when you're painting with oil. Oil gets pretty chunky. It doesn't dry for weeks and years sometimes, and I love what she's done with this. And actually, a special note to me is that the artist framed this herself. And sometimes, I mean, the professional framing is fabulous, but when the artist does it herself, it's kind of an extension of the piece itself and of the theme.
It's really beautiful. The theme today is art, and the phone number is KVIE Art. That's 844 KVIE Art, 844-584-3278. We are looking for a bid of $260 for item 37A, Dreaming of Possibilities. This is oil and canvas. Again, artist framed, like Ed told us, with a retail value of $850. We need to hear the phones ringing. The phones are music to our ears. We need some music to go along with the art. What else can you tell us about this painting?
Well, I can tell you a little about the artist's inspiration, because she says it's, that nature is really her inspiration, and this is about the ocean and about the earth itself. And you can see all those elements in there, not just in the composition, but in the colors. They're very earthy colors. It's quite beautiful. I'm sure it looks terrific on your TV set right now. Because they're nice, they're reassuring, but they are almost in a pastel mode. But I like it very much. It's a very, very nice piece, and it's big.
It's big. It would look a really big signature piece in your room or your entryway or wherever you have a nice space to put it. And I love the colors. You're right. It's very contemplative and soothing.
Yeah, it's one of those things when people sometimes say, they'll look at a painting and they'll go, yeah, it's beautiful, but I couldn't live with it. Well, you could live with this. You could look at this all the time.
This is the first time this artist has been in the art auction.
Oh, that's exciting.
With such a substantial piece, and I know that they're really excited that this piece is up for bid in the art auction. And the way to make your bid for this piece is by calling the phone number 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art, and we're going to go check in with Rob on the phone bank. Rob?
You know, this half hour, again, there is just every half hour that gets rolled out, I have the privilege of standing here and seeing the half hour come out before me, and my jaw drops every time. I am blown away at the auction that D Neath has put together this year, the curator of this auction. It is stellar, and we wanted it that way for our 35th annual art auction. So call the number on your screen, 1-844-KVIE Art. That is how to get the phones ringing. That's how you can pick up a piece of art today and take it home and hang it on your wall. We're open until 5 o'clock today, and then back here tomorrow and Monday for pickup. Let's head back up across the studio.
Thanks, Rob. There are a lot of important numbers to remember. The first number is 844-584-3278. The next one is we need to get this bid up to $300. We need a bid of $300, dreaming of the possibilities, dream of the possibilities that support public television when you bid on this local artist and this local art to bring you arts programming year-round, Ed.
It's amazing, and I must say, in reading the artist's statement again, what's really interesting about this and what makes her, the fact that she framed it herself, so interesting is that she thinks it's pretty much an eternal space that she's showing, that it's the embodiment of all living organisms. And I think that's great. It's a wonderful statement, and I think you're going to probably see a lot more of her art as time goes on.
I hope we do. And it's such a piece that you look at and you keep seeing something new and you feel something new. It's a very emotional piece, too.
And it's some of the effects she achieved, I'm not touching the painting, you'll see right here just these very, very thin lines. That's very hard to do with a paintbrush.
It's beautiful. There's a thin line of time before this piece will go away, and you need to call 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art, an aptly named phone number. We're going to keep this piece open, but we're moving on to item 37B. This is Huge Sea Stacks by Ina Rankin. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 22 by 28. It is artist framed with a retail value of $300. We have an opening, we're looking for an opening bid of $90. And the phone call to make that bid again is 844-KVIE Art. And Ed, what can you tell us about this piece of art?
Well, what I'm interested in especially is that Ina Rankin, the way she works, according to her artist statement, is she'll travel to a site, this lovely place like this, and she'll take a lot of photographs, and they'll inspire her. They go back and she remembers it, she looks over the pictures, she thinks about her feelings, and she brings that to the work. This is also, as you mentioned, Kelly, artist framed, and you can see that there's definitely something that goes together here. It's symbiosis, really. It's synergistic, that's the word I'm looking for. I know there was a big silly word there I could use, and it sounds smart. Anyway, but I like this very much. For those of you who love the beach, love love the ocean, have been down to Monterey or Carmel. This really kind of captures that feeling. And I think the title is very funny. Huge sea stacks.
Huge, yes. There's several U's in that huge. So really, really big sea stacks. This is item 37B. When you call into the phone bank, make sure you tell them that you're bidding on item 37B, and you're going to bid $90 on this piece as an opening bid. Like you said about the frame, it's very synergistic. It's very evocative of the sand.
It sure is.
The pebbles that you would be walking on.
And something that the artist pointed out that I was just noticing is that the sense of scale, to show how huge these stacks are, she has small things in the sides and around the painting to just give you the sense of scale. The people right there, little tiny people enjoying the seascape. So it's a very well balanced piece, and the colors, as you can see on HD, are really magnificent. They're very evocative, multi-layered.
It's a really poetic piece too, and I love the ocean. I love the coast. I can hear these waves. I can hear, just the sound of the ocean. So if you love the ocean, like you said, this is a great piece for somebody you know who loves the ocean.
That's true. That's true. This would make a great gift for somebody who does that.
It would make a great gift, and a great gift from you is supporting local art and artists. And we're going to go check in with Rob. Rob, what's going on in the phone bank?
Well, I'm going to update you really first. The phone bank is rocking and rolling. That's fantastic. We are looking for the next bid on Dreaming of Possibilities. We're up to $435 on that. I also want to tell you, we are your television station to explore. So this entire art auction is exploring our region through the arts.
Exactly, and it is incredibly gratifying for us to share this art with you. So please, after you pick up your piece of art, let's not stop there. Share it with us. Okay. Share it with us. The hashtag is Art Auction or KVIE PBS on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. Share it with us. It's extremely gratifying where you're hanging it, you're viewing parties, picking it up. We want to see it. It's so exciting for us. We really love to see that.
That's a cool idea. I love that. Viewing parties especially. All right, let's head back across the studio.
Thanks, Rob. We are here with item 37C, The Beast by David Komar. It is a sculpture measuring 18 by 18 by 5, and it is a Juror Award in the Contemporary Classics category. I love this piece. It's really fun. What can you tell us?
Well, I love it too. It's if you like tactile pieces, this is the answer to your dreams. It's very funny. I had the chance to meet the artist the other night at the gala, KVIE gala, and the preview of what we were going to see. You'll see there's a mask here, and then on top of the mask is a Hummer. I think what's funny about this piece to me is that it almost makes fun of, it's satirical. David, in fact, says it's a satirical piece, but it makes fun. It makes fun of kind of machismo, which is always worth making fun of. I love the fact that it also, for any of us who were little boys, mainly who would play with little cars and everything, it's fun to see one of them used in an actual sculpture like this. It's fun. I think you get a lot of conversation. It'll start a lot of conversations in your home having it, and it's beautifully mounted in this frame and with the silver backing. It looks like maybe metal, corrugated metal, I think, in the backing. So I like it a lot. I think it's great.
I love this fun piece. We're looking for an opening bid of $75 for The Beast. It's not every day that you can hang The Beast on your wall. In a very sculptural piece. You don't often see a lot of sculpture hanging on the wall.
True.
I love the pop of the color of the Hummer on top. And the phone number to call to make public television pop is 844-584-3278. 844-KVIE Art. And this would be fun for a kid's room, right?
Oh, absolutely. It'd be fun in my room. I wanted to mention too, Kelly, I know it's been mentioned in this segment, all the pieces you'll see in this segment are from artists who show at Blue Line Arts in Roseville. And I'm very pleased to be on the board and see some wonderful art and see some wonderful artists showing at KVIE as well.
That's really great. And so not just in a kid's room, but also, in the kid's room, it could scare away the monsters under the bed.
That's right.
Metaphorically or literally.
Well, it's one of the rare times you can say this beast is a beauty, but it really is. It's beautifully done. It's very, very smooth. It's very, very skillfully sculpted. And I admire it a lot. I really do.
And what is it sculpted out of? What are the materials?
Let me see, because it looks like clay to me, but I could be absolutely wrong.
It looks like it's mixed media, maybe.
It is mixed media, yeah.
Definitely the toy that's on top.
If I were allowed to touch it, I would tell you for sure what it is, but it does look like clay to me. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, this is item 37C, The Beast. We're looking for a starting bid of $75. The phone number to call is 844-584-3278. That's 844 KVIE Art. And we're looking for an opening bid of $75. Make art a part of your home today, or for your kids or your grandkids if you're building a collection for them. And we're going to go check in with Rob. Rob, what's happening?
Hey, Kelly, thanks so much. I want to give you an update on this beautiful piece of art. This is huge sea stacks, and this is such an exploration piece. It's a conversation piece, and in and of itself tells a story. It reminds me of a small little nook that I found at Muir Beach. It also just reminds me of many areas that I've hiked down along the California coast. It's gorgeous. And right now we're looking for a starting bid of just $90 to take on this one-of-a-kind original piece of art. This piece of art is by the artist Ina Rankin, and she wanted this piece to go into someone's home who cares about public broadcasting, which is why she gave it to us to bid on and to buy off and here on the KVIE art auction. Again, this piece is looking for a starting bid of just $90. Let's head across the studio back to Kelly.
Thanks, Rob. We're looking for a starting bid of $75 for the beast. Actually, we're looking for a bid now of $125. $125 for the beast. The number to call is 844-584-3278. That's 844 KVIE Art. And we've got a bid of $100. We're looking for a bid of $125. And I love seeing the title of this piece, The Beast.
The Beast, yeah, it's pretty clear. To see something like this in a room, you're looking at it on your television screen now, and it's being shown beautifully in HD. To see this in a room, it becomes such a centerpiece of conversation. And that, I believe, is actually ceramic. I think I said clay before, which is not far off. And the background is all heavy metal stuff. So if you're into heavy metal and Hummers, this is your piece.
Heavy metal and Hummers. We want to hear the phones humming, ringing. 844-584-3278. That's 844 KVIE Art. And we're going to move on to the next piece. We're going on The Road to Paradise by Eleanor Rosen. This is oil on canvas measuring 31 by 41. It's framed by archival framing with a retail value of $500. We're looking for a starting bid of $150, Ed, for this gorgeously beautiful, colorful painting. What can you tell us about it?
Well, I like it very much because, and as the artist points out, a great use of diagonals throughout the piece, coming this way, coming this way, coming this way, coming this way. A lot of artists will direct your eye to only one particular central point or off-center point of a painting. And this person's actually taken the trouble to take you on a little journey, maybe on the road to paradise. So I like it a lot. The colors are really wonderful. They're a combination. There's some primary in it, and there's some pastel in it, and it's like a kind of a head trip in the old sense of the word. It's just like it's a dream. It's a wonderful piece, and I think it would be something you could look at daily.
You mentioned the artist is taking us on a journey, and you get to go on a journey with public television every time, every day of the year, but you can really make that happen all the time by supporting public television and supporting local artists by bidding on this piece. We are looking for a starting bid of $150, $150 to be on the road to paradise, bidding on the road to paradise. That's 844-584-3278, 844 KVIE Art. And it is a very energetic piece, isn't it?
Well, and for those of you who are looking at it going, that's not realistic, you're right, it's abstract. This is a true example of abstract painting. And it's got a really marvelous feel to it. It doesn't look slapdash, which a lot of people mistakenly think that abstract is. It looks very, very deliberate and thought out, and a very thoughtful piece.
This is a great piece to add to your collection if you're building a collection or just starting a collection. We're looking for a starting bid of $150 for On the Road to Paradise. Make the phones ring. It's not every day that you get to go on the road to paradise. And you get to go on a lot of journeys with KVIE Public Television. And we're going to go over to the Rob and see what's going on. Rob?
So this is the Blue Line Gallery collection, am I correct? Yes.
It is.
Okay, and
Absolutely.
this is the brand new Executive Director, Danny Whitmore. Good to see you, Danny.
Good to see you, Rob.
How long have you been with Blue Line?
Really only about 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do the arts mean to you?
Oh, the arts mean so much to us, and at Blue Line, we really believe in the creative economy and the artistic expression of all of our residents in the region. So it's really important to us to promote artists and art education in the region.
Why did these pieces get selected from the gallery?
You know what? There are members. We don't really represent galleries, artists artist in a traditional sense. There really are members, and so these pieces were really something that came forward, and we like to promote all of our members, but these pieces just really spoke to us.
I love that because KVIE is a community of members as well.
Absolutely.
So that's a nice fit. Thank you so much. Welcome
Thank you
to
very
Blue Line.
much.
I've been affiliated with you guys for a while, so it's great to have you.
Well, thanks
All right.
thanks for having us.
Okay, let's head back across the studio.
Thanks, Rob. He mentioned community. We really are a community. You're part of that community, and you support the community when you support KVIE Public Television, and you can do that by getting on the road to paradise, by bidding on this piece. We have a bid of $150. We're looking for a bid of $175. $175 for the road to paradise.
What I think would not surprise you looking at this piece is that the artist Eleanor Rosen says that she bases this on her travels throughout the world. And this certainly looks like somebody who's seen a lot of colors and a lot of hills and a lot of geography. So I think it's a very worthwhile piece to put anywhere really in your home or office.
There's a great metaphor here. Her travels through the world inspired this piece. KVIE can take you on travels throughout the world with Rob on the Road, local programs where he visits places in our region that we love, and also national programs like Nova and Masterpiece. And it's some vibrant colors. It's a window to the world that you could put on your wall.
I suppose so.
Yeah. 844 KVIE Art. It's 844-584-3278. We've got a bid of $175. We're looking for a bid of $200. $200 for On the Road to Paradise. It's not every day that we get to go on the road to paradise, and this is your chance. 1-844-584-3278, 844 KVIE Art. And we're going to keep this open for bidding, and we're going to move on to the next piece, which is item 37E. It is After a Monsoon by Lucille Ratterman. This is pastels, measuring 21 by 27. It is artist framed with a retail value of $650. And we have we're looking for a starting bid of $175. We were On the Road to Paradise, and now we're After the Monsoon, Ed, with this little pastel piece. What can you tell us?
Well, I think it's wonderful, and I'll tell you why. I had a place in Arizona for a while, and it was by an arroyo. And when a monsoon would come, the colors were so vibrant afterwards that this really captures that feeling of almost like the calm after the storm. And I think it's very, very well done. It's really nicely composed, and I love the colors. If you're looking at your HD TV right now, or your phone, which is also HD, I suspect you're seeing how many gradations of color are in every single one of these images. It's very well done, very expert.
It's really beautiful. I'm a novice pastel artist, and I could only hope to achieve the effect that she's achieved with this medium. This is After a Monsoon, item 37E. We're looking for a starting bid of $175. A gorgeous piece that would be, how is pastel applied? I ask you rhetorically, but I know myself. It depends if you're working with pan pastels or chalk. Have you worked with pan pastels?
Yeah, I've worked with, that's what you work with. No, I've worked with the chalk, the crayons. They used to call them crayons, the pastels, and they're great. What I would point out, Kelly, is this beautiful depiction of the sky. And sky and water are among the most difficult things to convey in painting or drawing. And actually in photography as well. But this is really, really good. It's very, very evocative. It makes me remember exactly what that feeling was after a monsoon.
And you can almost even smell how fresh the environment is after that.
That's my aftershave.
Okay. This is item 37E, After a Monsoon. We're looking for a starting bid of $175. The phone number to call is 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. And we have some other items still in the break. Item 37EA is Dreaming of Possibilities by Marjorie Darrow, and that is oil on canvas. Item 37B is Huge Sea Stacks by Ina Rankin, acrylic on canvas. Item 37C is The Beast, and we have a bid of $150. We're looking for a bid of $175. And then there is item 37D, On the Road to Paradise. I love that title. We're looking for a bid of $550. We've got a bid of $525. And we're back to monsoon.
Well, I would point out that this painter is what's called a plein air painter, and that's just open air. It's a whole school of painting, which means you actually go out there in nature and capture nature. And so I love the fact that this was done. I imagine she worked, either took pictures or sketched, and maybe even took her pastels out to actually capture this. It's beautiful. I believe from her artist statement, she says that she actually mixes the pastels on the paper, and that's pretty hard to do.
That's pretty challenging to
It
do.
is. It really is.
And we're going to go over and visit Rob in the phone bank. Rob, what's going on?
So this is on the road to paradise, and the great news is it's a bell ringer. So if we can have the bells ring for that, that's fantastic. It's at $5.25, above retail value. Pat, hey Pat, come here. Pat is our wonderful volunteer. Where are you? Hey, take this mic and stay right there. Okay. So you have a special story. This is your Bridge Partners painting.
Absolutely. This is my, I play bridge with Ellie every week.
Eleanor Rosen,
and this is her painting the Road to Paradise. And actually, what she told me is paradise means a lot of things to different people, but it really is the road to paradise, literally. So
Paradise, California.
Yes, Paradise, California.
When I read the name of it, I thought, oh, that's so lovely. It's the road to paradise. You know, paradise. No, it's paradise. Paradise, California.
Yes.
This is the road to paradise, California. But that's just so California. I mean, it's so beautiful. So anyway, $5.25. That is literally California's gold right there, in honor of course, our Huell Hauser. All right, let's head back across the studio.
Thanks, Rob. We are with item 37F, that's Bodie Standard Mill. We are looking for a starting bid of $125, and this is mixed media. Tell us about this mixed media piece, Ed.
Well, you can see that if you can see, there are some three-dimensional aspects to it, right over here on the roof line, down here below. But what's interesting to me is the whole story of Bodie. Bodie, if you don't know, is near Mammoth and Bishop, Mammoth Lakes and Bishop, further south from here, of course. And Bodie's an old town. It's been there for a long, long time. And this is a real trivia piece that the character of Cheyenne Bodie on the old television western Cheyenne, the Bodie was coming from the town. So it's that's probably not on. The artist says she's got a history back there, which is great, but I think this is really good. It's very, very, it draws you in. It makes you want to touch it because it is three-dimensional. And I think it gives that whole small town feel, something that's been preserved in time.
Well, we won't touch it, but if you're the lucky bidder, you can touch it all you want at home. This is item 37F, Bodie Standard Mill. We're looking for a starting bid of $125, and the way to make that bid is by calling 844-584-3278. That's 844 KVIE Art. This is a piece that's representing a local California landscape and focus in our region. So that's really nice.
But it also uses found objects. A lot of people love doing that in their work. And corrugated cardboard from a pizza restaurant, a rusted bag, square nails, an old photographic slide holder, different things, elements that are in it, things that we see every day in our lives and don't realize, well, if you use that for a different purpose, how would that look? It's almost like you open a computer motherboard sometimes, you look at it and go, that looks like LAX at night, you know, and so it's very imaginative. It's an act of real imagination to take these objects that have other uses and apply them to this.
It's really like actually being there, because I look at the material and I'm like, I'm sure that's what that building feels like and what it looks like, and it's right here hanging on your wall. And the phone number to call to have that hanging on your wall is 844-584-3278. That's 844 KVIE Art, which is aptly named. We have a bid of $200. We're looking for a bid of $225. $225 for this great piece that's representing part of our California region. I think our own Huell Hauser might have done a segment on Bodie. I know it's a destination for a lot of people who travel. So if you've been there or you want to go there and you just can't get there, this is the perfect opportunity. 844-584-3278. It's kind of busy in the phone bank, but not busy enough. Make the phones ring. And what else, if any, can you tell us about this?
Well, I will tell you that this is not easy to do. And I will tell you that the painting wraps around the frame, which is really nice, because it means when you walk into the room, you see it already, and it gives it a three-dimensional quality that it already has. I will also tell you that the cardboard from the pizza box that was used, the pizza was scraped off first. So
nice.
So it's safe. It's safe. It won't attract flies or anything. Okay. I like it a lot. It's very, very fun. And you can see a million different objects here: nails, the corrugated, the cardboard here. So it's very nice. It's great.
It's very nice. We're going to have fun over in the phone bank with Rob. Rob, what's going on?
Yeah, the phones are just lighting up over here. That's fantastic. After a Monsoon is up to $225. Bodie Standard Mill is up to $200. That's fantastic. Both of these pieces are live being auctioned off right now here from the KVIE Art Auction. We are here until 10 o'clock tonight auctioning some of the most beautiful art in Northern California. The collection that has been put together is pristine. It is one of a kind. All of these pieces are one of a kind art. Jill is holding up here this beautiful piece, After a Monsoon. Again, this is now up to $225. We're calling for $250 on this piece. The phones are ringing and ringing and ringing, and we love to hear those noises because that means that we are connecting with you. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction. Stay with us.
At Warren G. Bender Company, we provide insurance solutions to help protect your masterpieces. Warren G. Bender Company, a local and family-owned business for over 75 years. We are happy to support public television. More information at wgbender.com.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
I Left My Heart in San Francisco, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features work representing the San Francisco Bay and iconic landmarks. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Kelly Rains, and we are back for another half hour of live art auction excitement featuring representations of one of my favorite city, San Francisco. If you're tuning in for the PBS NewsHour weekend, it's airing right now on KVIE2. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 38A is Holiday Lights on the Bay by Cindy Shelton. This is photography measuring 20 by 30. It is framed by archival framing. It has a retail value of $350. Item 38B is Golden Gate by Kurt Hausman. This is acrylic on board measuring 24 by 36. It is artist framed with a retail value of $1,200. Item 38C is Hyde Street Cable Car by Richard Marr. This is watercolor measuring 22 by 18. It is artist framed with a retail value of $350. Item 38D is Coit Tower by Jill Estroff. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 30. It is a retail value of $700. Item 38E is Golden Gate Bridge and Marin Headlands by Paulette Pesavanto. This is oil on canvas measuring 12 by 18. It is framed by archival framing with a retail value of $500. And item 38F is The Colors of Chinatown by Christine Springer. This is oil on linen measuring 18 by 24. It is artist framed with a retail value of $1,250. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by author, daily columnist, and Blue Line Arts President Ed Goldman. Thanks so much for being here, Ed.
It is an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much, and thank you KVIE for doing this year after year, raising awareness of artists in the region, and also bringing art on television every time.
And is all of this Blue Line?
That was the last segment.
That was the last segment.
This segment, the theme seems to be San Francisco, where everybody left their heart, and some of us lost our hats. And this is a piece by Cindy Shelton. That it's a photograph, and it's a stunning, stunning photograph of the night lights at Christmas time. And when I looked at this, previewing it the other day, I thought, I want to be there right now, and I want it to be Christmas. So it's, as you can see, this is, by the way, Cindy's 5th piece that she has donated to KVIE for the annual art auction. So we really appreciate that. It's nice that she cares that much about it. And it's It's very evocative. I'm sure you can see. You do look like you just fly into the picture. What was interesting, because I know less about photography than almost anything, but I noticed that she did a very long exposure to get these reflections down here of the lights. They're sort of frozen in time, and it's just magnificent. This way is the ferry building, I think, this way, and it's a wonderful piece, and the colors are just mesmerizing.
Well, I have a little confession to make to you and everybody at home. I lived in San Francisco. It is my favorite city. I am extremely jealous of all of you at home who have access to a phone and the phone number to bid on this art, all of this art in this half hour, because San Francisco is one of those magical cities. She's captured the magic in this photograph. It is holiday lights on the bay. It is item 38A. We've got a bid of $125. We're looking for a bid of $150. If you love San Francisco, or because this is at Christmas time, this might make a great gift for somebody who loves San Francisco like me. This is the piece to bid on by calling the number 844-584-3278. What else can you tell us about this stunning photograph?
Well, first of all, I want to mention that Cindy Shelton is known in the Sacramento area as the former host of Sunday Morning Coffee at 101.9 The City, and she's also been a volunteer and on-air talent at KVIE since 1988. So that's a long-time veteran. She's been into photography for most of her life, and especially loves the process of night photography and the surprises it offers. And you can see there are a lot of surprises in this. Your naked eye would not see this in real life. You would not be driving at night in San Francisco and go, oh, that's exactly what it looks like. But it evokes how you feel when you see that.
Absolutely. Every time I go over the bridge, every single time, and I see that skyline, especially at night at the holidays, and I see this, it's magic. And you can make the magic of public television continue for you and your family by bidding on this magical piece. 844-584-3278. We have a bid of $125. We're looking for a bid of $150 by this beautiful piece by Cindy Shelton, one of our very own. And it's a piece about our own region, and it's framed just exquisitely just to capture what the photograph is.
It's very good. It doesn't distract. You wouldn't have wanted a light-colored frame or a brightly colored frame. It just goes with the night. I should also point out that this is one of Cindy's series of San Francisco night shots. So there's others. There are others, but this one is just magnificent. I'm sure the others are equally captivating, but I love this.
It's absolutely beautiful. Item 38A, holiday lights on the bay. We've got a bid of $200. We're looking for a bid of $225, and we're going to go check in with Dee in the bank.
I leave the studio for a minute. I come back. I'm in San Francisco. I love this break. Right now we're looking at Cindy Sheldon's piece. They're moving on to the next one, 38A, Holiday Lights on the Bay by Cindy Sheldon. It's $350 value. We have $200. We're going up to the Golden Gate, 38B. They're going to give us a little sneak preview of that one in a minute. This one has some beautiful gold leaf techniques in it. You need to call now because we're opening it up. It's 844-584-3278. Hey, Kelly and Ed.
Hello, Dee. This is item 38B, Golden Gate by Kurt Hausman, acrylic on board measuring 24 by 36, artist framed. We have a starting bid. We're looking for a starting bid of $350. And Ed, I'm going to probably talk about this all the time. When I lived in San Francisco, my favorite place to go was over the Golden Gate Bridge because it was right by where I lived. And it's magical, isn't it?
And this is looking from the Marin Headlands back toward the city. What's really interesting about this piece is that artists will use almost any material they can to make their point, to get their vision across. And this has actually been done on a birch board, if I'm not mistaken. Let me double check that. And it's in addition to the acrylic, there's gold leafing that runs throughout the piece. It has an unusual chunkiness for acrylic that is not easy to come by, and that's definitely a compliment. It means that it has a vibrancy or an almost tactile feeling to it.
Well, it's a beautiful piece, and again, it just really evokes that feeling of going over the bridge, the Golden Gate. Every year, my father and I would take an annual trip and walk across the Golden Gate and back and forth. So if you have a love for San Francisco, or you know somebody who loves San Francisco as much as I do, if that's possible, call the number 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. We are looking for a starting bid of $350 for the Golden Gate bid. Ed, you can't do that.
You can't buy the Golden Gate for that. You know, another nice element I did want to point out is what looks like in the sky that paint was poured or slapped on, and it gives it such a there's such a loose feeling to this painting that is really nice. It doesn't look like I'm going to draw a bridge. It looks like I am going to feel this bridge, and I feel this bridge. And I think that's what you want in a painting every time, every piece of art. The artist did do this frame as well, I believe, which also it goes perfectly well with the colors in the painting.
It's beautiful. We're going to go check in with Dee in the phone bank. Dee, what's going on?
I am here with Cindy Sheldon's 38A Holiday Lights on the Bay. If you've ever spent a holiday in San Francisco, this is a great way to remember it. It's a great gift for anybody you know. The retail is $350. I've currently got a bell ringer, ding, 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 of $425 on this. It's still open. All the San Francisco pieces, I've got tons of people on the phone bidding. If you don't call right now at 844-584-3278, we will close these out and you will not be able to bid on them. So let's get on the phone now, and we're going to go back out to my friend Kelly.
Thank you, Dee. We're with the Golden Gate. I am with Ed Goldman. Golden Gate, Goldman, what can you tell us about this?
I don't know. I'm afraid of a segue you're going to do any second now. The birch, it is birch panel, by the way. I mentioned that it was wood, and it's birch panel, and it's gold and silver leaf throughout the painting. It's very well done, and I'm not surprised also that Kurt Hausman travels, and he says, and he's trying to convey in the colors he uses a sense of motion, constant motion. And I think that's the first thing I noticed when I looked at the painting was that it felt like you were actually driving, and that's very difficult to convey in a still scene.
It's beautiful. This is a special place in our region, in our backyard. And we're looking for an opening bid of $250 to get some local art about a beautiful landmark that's in our region. Everybody loves the Golden Gate. You remember the first time you've been across the Golden Gate like I do. The number to call is 844-584-3278. And again, it's just got this textural quality to it, doesn't it?
Well, it has sienna washes going through the whole piece. And I didn't just figure that out. I looked at Kurt's artist statement. But now that I look at it, I see that's part of the things giving it the reflective feeling, and it's making it just pop. And these colors really pop. As you're looking at them on the screen, they are that vibrant in real life too.
Well, KVIE is a vibrant resource to you in the community, and it can continue to be that resource when you call and support local artists and art by bidding on item 38B. This is the Golden Gate. We're looking for a starting bid of $250. Again, you can't buy a bridge for $250, but you can buy this beautiful piece of art, and you do that by making the phones ring. And we're going to go over to the phone bank. Dee?
I am all the way across the studio from that great piece, Golden Gate number 38B. I love the gold leaf on it. It's a real statement piece. But it won't make a statement in your house unless you give us a call at 844-584-3278. Call, donate, bring one of these pieces home and become part of this fun KVIE art auction. Get online at kvie.org/art auction and pick out what you're going to bid on next. Let's go back out to Kelly and Ed.
Thanks, Dee. This is item 38C, Hyde Street Cable Car by Richard Marr. It is a watercolor measuring 22 by 18. We are looking for we've got a bid of $125. We're looking for a bid of $150. And one of my favorite things, I think a lot of people can say that about San Francisco, is the sound of the cable cars.
Yeah, as long as it's not followed by the Rice-A-Roni commercial, I think I'm with you on that. I like this very much. It's not particularly realistic, which makes it actually much more enjoyable. I should point out, as probably a cliche of art to say, that watercolor is the most unforgiving medium to work in, and this is just expertly done. I should also point out that Richard Meager's been donating to Channel 6, to KVIE, for 20 years. So we really appreciate that, appreciate his dedication to art. And this is very evocative again. I mean, San Francisco is probably the most painted city next to Paris in the world. And so it's to own a piece of that would really be something.
It's really nice. And you can put a regional piece of art on your walls. This is Hyde Street Cable Car. We've got a bid of $125. We're looking for a bid of $150, excuse me. 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. Again, one of the sounds I miss most of San Francisco are the foghorns and the cable cars. This is a very beautiful, energetic piece, and
takes you right there. It transports you.
Now, I'm going to use one of your segues because you said the sound of the cable cars. Richard's 2 previous pieces on the cable cars that he donated to KVIE were bell ringers for you folks. So this is an opportunity to do that again.
That is a masterful segue. Bell ringers of the cable car. We need bell ringers in the phone bank. And the only way to make those bell ringers is by calling 844-584-3278. We're going to check in with Dee where the bells should be ringing. Dee?
I am here with piece number 38B, the Golden Gate. This is a $1,200 painting. That's what you would pay if you went into a gallery and you wanted to bring this home. I love the goldenness. I love the sort of nod to the mid-century modern look. 38B Golden Gate. It's got a $1,200 value. I'm looking for a starting bid of $250. So if you're interested in this piece, get on the phone right now, 844-584-3278, and bring a little bit of San Francisco home to your house. Let's go back out and see Kelly and Ed.
Thanks, Steve. This is item 38C. So if you're walking over to the phone and you forget item 38C, Hyde Street cable car, we have a bid of $150. We're looking for a bid of $175. This is a piece of a beautiful region in our own backyard. KVIE Public Television takes you places all the time, but you don't have to go anywhere. You can just put this on your wall and have San Francisco at your call.
Pretty great. For those of you who might be looking at this and thinking, there's some other element to this that I can't quite phrase, Richard Meager has a very good sense of architectural design, of principles of design in this work. Not just the composition, but the actual suggestion of where something goes. You have the impression this painting continues off the canvas, and it's nice. And the sky, and I keep mentioning sky and how difficult that is to do. It's really difficult to do in watercolor. So it really gives you a feeling of that bright, wonderful day in San Francisco without the Rice-A-Roni commercial playing.
There you go. It's a really sweet piece. 844-584-3278. We have a bid of $275. We're looking for a bid of $300. That's precipitously close to being a bell ringer. So we need to make this ringing bell cable car a bell ringer by you calling the number 844-KVIE Art. That's 844-584-3278 for this beautiful cable car, Hyde Street cable car, item 38C watercolor, which is an incredibly difficult medium to work with.
Yeah.
And
very vibrant too.
It's $50 away from a bell ringer. And we're going to keep it open, but we're going to move on to item 38D. It is Coit Tower by Jill Estroff. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 30 inches. This is an iconic image. It has a retail value of $700. We have a starting bid of $200. And Ed, one of the things I did when I lived in San Francisco is I climbed from street level the steps up Telegraph Hill to Coit Tower, and it's an iconic landmark.
I'm surprised you're not still up there. Wait, somebody get me down. It's I love this for a lot of reasons. I love Coit Tower because it was built under the Franklin Delano Roosevelt's WPA program, the Works Progress Administration. And the reason that resonates for me is because I lived in a WPA project when I grew up in New York. Called Parkchester. It was 110 brick buildings in 1 square mile. So the fact that they put the country back to work and the people built such a magnificent tower, this monument to work, to labor, and now you look at it and another artist has been inspired by it to go ahead and do something that's somewhat abstract, but actually, it's quite abstract, but very, very meaningful. I like it a lot.
And if you're in the region, you know that landmark. You've seen Coit Tower when you've gone over the Bay Bridge. This is Coit Tower, item 38D. We've got a bid of $200. We're looking for a bid of $225, again, to have an iconic landmark in your home or your office, or give as a gift to somebody who loves San Francisco. And a lot of people leave their hearts in San Francisco. Don't leave your heart by not bidding on this piece. 844-584-3278. This is item 38D. We're looking for a bid of $225.
I will point something out too, if I may, that if you've lived in other places, and most of us have, there's something about Northern California light that is different. You don't find it in any other place I've lived in this country. And this actually captures that with the sky here. It's just beautiful. It actually brings you into that moment of looking at this, even though it's not realistic. And sometimes the best things are not.
If I remember my local history or lore correctly, I also believe that Coit Tower was a gift to the city by somebody. So this would make another great gift of another great gift to somebody that you love. 844-584-3278. This is Coit Tower, item 38D. We have a bid of $200. Well, we should make this a bell ringer. We're looking for a bid of $225 for this beautiful acrylic, I believe, right? Acrylic on canvas.
You know, right down here, there's this great Italian restaurant, but I just can't remember the name of it. But it's a wonderful area of town. It's and what's nice is that the artist has made Coit the absolute center of focus by placing it off center in the picture. You'll notice it's over here. It's not here. That means your eye is wanting to go over there. And I like it. I like it very much. And I like how he's conveyed all these just in some very strong brushwork, hills, mountains, water, everything surrounding the city by the bay.
And the location, Coit Tower, is in a very bustling part of town. It's in the North Beach part of town. But once you get to the top, there are these vistas that are just stunning and unequaled, really, I think, in the world. And that's right in our own backyard. And this is a piece that you can hang on your wall. It's a window to the world, like public television is a window to the world. 844-584-3278. We're looking for a bid of $225. Get the bells ringing. I hear some talking in the phone bank, but we really like to hear the bells ringing. And we're going to go over to Dee. Dee, what's going on?
I am so excited. The whole phone bank is buzzing. People love San Francisco. 38B Golden Gate, $1,200 value. We are only sitting at $270 right now. I've got a couple people that are going to duke it out on the phone. Holiday Lights on the Bay is a bell ringer at $475. That's item number 3A, but it is still open. We're looking at Coit Tower 38D. That's a beautiful piece, $700 value. I've got a $200 bid on it. All you need to do is call 844-584-3278. I've got Sheldon and a couple people here in the back row that are waiting for your phone call. They're helpful. They can talk it through. If you have not registered to bid, they can get you to register to bid so you can bid all night long until 10 o'clock. So let's go back out with Kelly and Ed and look at another view of the beautiful bridge.
My favorite city in the world, I can't say it enough. This is Golden Gate Bridge and Marin Headlands, item 38E. We have a bid of $650. We're looking for a bid of $675. Again, a beautiful, beautiful panoramic view of this gorgeous area. What can you tell us about the painting?
Well, I can tell you that it was done by Paulette Pesavento. Pesavento. I'm very sorry if I mispronounced your name. It's oil on canvas. It's framed by Archival Framing, our friends at Archival. The artist's statement, which is very humble, talks mainly about the iconography of the Golden Gate itself, that it was when it was built, how it was built, and all that, and talks very little about herself, which is actually quite refreshing and surprising. The Golden Gate, as I think you and I both know, opened in 1939 or so. Check that. 39, yes, and it spans 4,200 feet. And as a lot of us know, some people, their jobs is they start painting the bridge 1 year, they finish the painting, it takes a year to do it, then they go back and start it all over again. So it's a little like rolling those boulders up the hill in Greek mythology.
It's beautiful, and San Francisco itself is only 49 square miles, so it's a tiny, compact city, but it's humongous in its beauty, and KVIE Public Television brings you beautiful vistas all year long with its programming, and we want to continue to support that by you making the phones ring, and we have a bid of $650 from item 38E. We're looking for a bid of $675, and let's check in with Dee and the phone bank. Dee?
I am here with one of my favorite volunteers, Melanie Dinos, with one of my favorite artists, Jill Estroff. She donates to the auction. She's very, very, very civic-minded in Sacramento. This is a beautiful painting of the Coit Tower. It's ready to go home. It's a tribute to San Francisco. Right now, I've got the Coit Tower 38D. It's a $700 value, sitting at $300. I need to get $400 for this piece. You can do that by calling 844-584-3278. And let's go back out to Ed and Kelly.
Thanks, Dee. Again, San Francisco Golden Gate Bridge. What else can you tell us about this painting?
Well, I can tell you that it surprised me when I looked at it that this is oil on canvas, and it's been rendered so flat, which again is a technique that a lot of artists use more and more. That it looks like a very vibrant acrylic, but it's actually oil, and that's I think that accounts for the all the variety in the sky and in the water. And I think that the light hitting the towers of the bridge, just really magnificent. Great attempt to bring you there.
One of the great pieces to bring you there, one of the great things about this piece bringing you there, is this piece is in such a beautiful location. This is either Baker Beach or maybe even the tinier China Beach that you can hike down to. And anytime I was looking for inspiration, all I had to do was walk out my apartment door, walk 2 blocks actually to this view. And this painting, if I was at home, I would be bidding on it right now so I could have that view every day in my home. This is item 38E, Golden Gate Bridge and Marin Headlands. We have a bid of $650. We really do need a bid of $675. And the number to make that bid happen at is 844-584-3278. That's 844 KVIE Art. And this is a bell ringer, but that doesn't mean the bells stop, a lot like the trolley cars in San Francisco. Let's keep it going. Let's keep the theme going. Item 38E, Golden Gate Bridge and Marin Headlands. Again, we're looking for a bid of $675. It's not every day that you get to put the Golden Gate on your wall for that kind of money.
It is called one of the wonders of the modern world by the American Society of Civil Engineers. So it's the fact that it works and that it stands and it's withstood so much over time.
It's absolutely magical. People really do leave their hearts there. But we're going to go check in with Dee. And Dee, what's going on?
I am standing in front of the stunning Kurt Hausman painting, Golden Gate. It's number 38B. It's a $1,200 painting. I currently have a high bid of $400. This is a professional artist. This is a piece that you would pick up in a gallery, but you can pick it up right now. Let's get that bid up to $450. Again, 38B. 844-584-3278 is the number to call so you can get in on this great painting. Let's go out to Ed.
This is item 38F, Colors of Chinatown. We've got a bid of $600. We're looking for a bid of $625. And again, I have to express my complete jealousy of everybody at home who gets to bid on this piece. This is probably my favorite piece in the segment, if not the show. Chinatown. On Sunday afternoons, I used to take the number 2 down to Chinatown, go to the Eastern Bakery, the oldest bakery in Chinatown on Grad Avenue, get some moon cakes and coffee.
Well, I think that's you right there, if I'm not mistaken.
So if you've been to Chinatown or you're still looking for a visit to Chinatown, you can go to it every day when this is in your home or your office. What else can you tell us
Well,
about
I can tell you that what this actually evoked for me was Montmartre in Paris, because this is oil on linen, and it's a very, very specific way of painting. It's a very particular technique, and you'll see an awful lot of paintings if you're at Paris or you go to Montmartre, where they'll capture this in the same way, where things are almost outlined but not quite, where the colors are very, very vibrant, and where, again, it looks like that life goes on after you look at this painting and right before you came in to look at it. It has a flow to it. It has a real life, and it's also representational. It's not exactly what it looks like, which makes it even more interesting.
But it feels like Chinatown. This is how I remember Chinatown. The colors and the energy and the movement. This is item 38F, the Colors of Chinatown. We are looking for a bid of $625. $625, 844-584-3278. That's 844 KVIE Art. Support public television by supporting local artists and art here on KVIE Public Television. And we're going to take a tour of Chinatown by looking at this beautiful painting again. They've got the lanterns and the buildings. It's just gorgeous.
I also like the fact that it's at a time of day when you can actually appreciate that it's not just a nighttime show. This looks like it might be dusk. It looks like the lights are just starting to go on at different places, and that really does give you a feel. It's usually the time you feel, I got to go to dinner really soon. So, and if you're in Chinatown, you don't have to walk very far to get it. So it's quite wonderful, and there's an awful lot going on in the painting. Very active.
It's very active, and the phones need to be a little bit more active, and you can make that happen by calling 844-584-3278. This really should be a bell winner. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's Chinatown. It's right here in our backyard, one of the most important little settlements in our country. We're looking for a bid of $625. The colors of Chinatown. It is item 38F when you call into the phone bank. And again, support public television by supporting local art and purchasing local art. And the frame, it's got this gold kind of interior frame that really highlights Chinatown, right, Ed?
Oh yeah, it's great. It captures all the colors. I wanted to mention this one thing from Christine Springer, the artist statement. I like to make a notan. That's a Japanese design concept involving the play and placement of light and dark. So make a notan sketch of the piece so that you can begin to identify the lights, darks, and shapes, and also to help simplify it. So there's an artist revealing a great deal of technique, and there's the proof right there in the painting.
It's absolutely beautiful. It just transports me back to those Sunday afternoons when I would have those little moon cakes and that really watery coffee, and just really enjoy the city. And often the distance is quite tower, so there's kind of a theme in this segment for sure. This is item 38F, the colors of Chinatown. We've got a bid of $600, a bid of $625. That's what we need to have this painting really go to a great home. Item 844, I'm sorry, the phone number 844-584-3278. The item is 38F. This is KVIE Public Television. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction here at KVIE.
Welcome to the 35th Annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. And now, let the auction begin.
Stay tuned for Contemporary Classics coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Brenda Louie, this category features abstract and non-objective works in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Well, hello there. Welcome to the 2016 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Kevin Smith-Fagan, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art graciously donated by Northern California artists, with all the proceeds benefiting the arts mission of your local PBS station. That would be this one, KVIE. And this portion of the art auction is sponsored by the good people at the Nilo Company, and we want to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on KVIE. All right, here we are. It's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during this next half hour. The first item that you will be looking at is item 39A. It is called Wild Pear 2 by Diane Pargament. It's a watercolor measuring 18 inches by 24 inches, framed by the artist with a retail value of $500. Then we'll move on to 39B, which is called Beauty Never Grows Old by Cassandra Reeves. This piece is mixed media, measuring 40 by 29 inches, with a retail value of $850. Item 39C is Make Your Wish by Judy Neal. This is acrylic on board, measuring 22 inches by 15 inches, with a retail value of $600. Next up will be item 39D, Tahoe Stream Bed by Megan Bucko. This is watercolor, measuring 16 by 20 inches, with a retail value of $450. Then we'll move on to item 39E, White Tower by Rosalie Roth. This piece of ceramic measures 17 inches tall by 7 inches wide and deep, with a retail value of $300. And then we'll round out this half hour with item 39F, called Primary Colors by Patty Wallace. It's an acrylic on canvas measuring 16 by 20 with a retail value of $350. So that is what we're going to be looking at in the next half hour. And during this break, we are so pleased to be joined by artist Marie-Therese Brown. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
She's a longtime participating artist in the KVIE art auction, and her plein air works of California's Gold were recently featured right here in KVIE's own gallery. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm
All
happy
right.
to be here.
Good. So let's get to us. Get to it. We are standing alongside Wild Pear 2. This is item 39A. It's got a bid right now of $150 on the way to the retail value of $600. And we're looking next for a $200 bid. Marie-Therese, when people call in and bid, tell them what they'll be bidding on.
Well, it's a beautiful watercolor. It's a watercolor of a wild pear tree that she saw along the road in Placer County. She stopped, did a sketch, went home, made this painting. She did a lovely job. She called the negative space, which would be the shape around the actual tree, is what defines the contour of the tree. And then within that, she's done all this intricate, beautiful detail, lots of color, the darks, the lines, to just create the tree. She didn't put anything else in it because she thought that the tree stood alone. It's beautifully framed, double matted, done on arches, handmade watercolor paper. It's just beautiful, very serene, quiet painting.
It really is, and it has captured the fancy of some viewers. We're at $175. We're now looking for a $225 bid on the way to the retail value of $500. Marie-Therese, one of the things that's interesting about the painting is the horizontal line that defines, I guess, sort of what this is reflection, and it's got these beautifully hued, subtle shadings. Talk about the color, the use of color.
Well, this would be the horizon line of the difference between the land and the sky. And what she's done here are these washes, something that only watercolor can do. If you're painting with oils, you have to mix each one of these, but with watercolor, they just blend together. You wet the paper, you let the color flow, and you never know exactly what's going to happen. But it could be, like you said, it could be a reflection, it could be land. It's just showing that here's the sky, here's the earth, and here's this beautiful tree that's coming from the earth.
Well, thank you. We're still at $175. We're looking for a next bid at $225. Call in right now. Support your local public television station. Every dollar supports the mission of KVIE. The artists donate the paintings free and clear, and they want KVIE to net the value at retail. This is a $500 retail piece, so we hope that you will call in, bid generously. Right now, I want to bounce it over to the phone bank where there is always something fun going on.
I am here with my brand new phone bank, the Rancho Cordova Group, Art for Everyone. I've got Victoria's over here. She had her piece auctioned off last night. We have a lot of artists on the phone bank. They're all busy. I have two back here who are waiting for you to call. And that means you need to call 844-584-3278 and get your bid in. We've got, everything is going fast, fast, fast. 39A, the Wild Pear, by Diana Pergamont that you just saw. That's a $500 piece. I have a $175 bid on it. And now we're going to go see 39B with Kevin and Marie-Therese.
Hello.
Thanks, Dee. Indeed, we are. While bidding continues on Wild Pear 2, we move on to keep on schedule to 39B, Beauty Never Grows Old. It is an $850 retail value. Big piece, 40 inches tall, 29 inches wide. We're looking for an opening bid of $100 on Beauty Never Grows Old. And Marie-Therese, there's a lot to look at in this frame.
It's a collage, and you can see it is quite big, really nicely framed, beautifully matted. And she's used a variety of all kinds of paper to create all the patterns, and the idea of beauty never grows old with the beautiful lily. And she has some words that she's cut out of maybe a book or newspaper or something. And if you look, which we did before we came on air, we hunted, and we found the words beauty never grows old in the text here. She's got paper and it looks like string and some, not sure what this is, but it creates a really lacy pattern done in papers, maybe some fabric.
Well, it's all kinds of motion. I mean, it's not real linear, is it? I mean,
No.
It's very dynamic.
It has a lot of layers, things that come forward and go back. Earlier we were looking finding shapes. So it's something that's a fun thing to look at and find things within it. I'm just noticing some of the repeated pattern. You see it here and you see it here. You see some of that same thing happening over here. So it's nicely balanced, a little bit of everything scattered all around, keeps your interest.
It sure does.
For sure.
And what would interest us right now, in addition to the lovely tones of this piece, is that $100 bid. We're looking for a starting bid of $100 on this piece. Beauty never grows old.
The artist loves blue. She said she loves blue, so she has all different shades of blue. And then the opposite color of blue, more or less. Some of the yellow in here that is a contrast to that blue. It's just so nicely balanced.
All right, well, call in, make that bid right now. I want to send it over to the phone bank with, I believe, Rob Stewart is ready to go.
Yes. Hey, everybody. I took a quick break to eat some pizza and to go to the bathroom and have something to drink, and now I'm back ready to be live for the rest of the night. We might as well just lay it all out there. All right, so back here, Martin, can you follow me, buddy? Right over here. This is it Megan Bucko? Okay, she's one of the artists coming up in one of the pieces, and her grandfather was the first commissioner of the Highway Patrol. How about that? And she looks like Celine Dion. The things you learn at KVIE. Okay, let's go back across the studio.
And an edifying trip to the phone bank it was. Thank you, Rob, and thank you, Megan, for being generous by donating your piece of art, which is coming up in just a couple profiles. Right now, I'm still looking for that $100 bid. You know, auctions only work when people who like the art pick up the phone. You see that toll-free number on your screen, 844-KVIE-ART. That's 844-584-3278. And Marie-Therese, the camera is panning across that color palette you mentioned. There are no reds, there are no blacks in there. It's very
just a very harmonious, beautiful. She loves nature, and she put the honeybee in here because the honeybee is so important. And right now it's really important. We're sort of losing our honeybees. So you know how necessary they are to the pollination of everything we eat and the flowers. So this is a little homage to this bee, and it has a central position on her piece.
And it ties right back to the mission of public television, where on programs like Nature and Nova, we cover important natural world issues. Right now, we're celebrating the talent of artists in Northern California and the beauty of their artwork while we raise money for public television. The good news is we do have that $100 opening bid I think I see on the screen. We'll look to see if that gets updated and confirmed. But assuming for a moment that we have that $100 bid, we're looking now for a $150 bid. Call in right now, support public television, and make sure that you are in on the fun. You know, the way the auction works is a bunch of people chip in. We've got the great phone bank volunteers, they're doing their part. The artists have contributed their talent. Many of them don't have the dollars to contribute, but what they have is their talent.
Their talent and their time.
Exactly, and they contribute that free and clear. People like you, thank you, Marie-Therese. And they do that on the faith that the people at home who like the art and value public television will call in. So please be that person right now. Call 1-844-584-3278. Bid $150 and perhaps become the next owner of Beauty Never Grows Old. It is a beautiful piece, and the bidding will remain open on it even as eventually we move on to the other pieces in this half hour.
Number 39B.
That's 39B, and while the bidding continues, we will stroll forward. The cameras are rolling into place to give us all a look at item 39C. This is by the artist Judy Neal. It's called Make Your Wish, and it's an acrylic on board. It's got a retail value of $600, and we've already received, I believe, a $425 bid. So we're looking now for a $475 bid on Make Your Wish. It is not surprising to me, Marie-Therese, that it got a substantial bid right away because it's just profoundly beautiful.
Well, I know Judy. She's a well-known painter. I've seen her work out in winters. She does beautiful landscapes. This is something that I've never seen where she's closed in on one little aspect of something you'd see in the landscape, a weed. And I mean, it's a dandelion, and the dandelion has how many people have taken a dandelion and made a wish on it? And that's why the title of this painting is Make Your Wish. And She's just done such an incredible job with all this up-close detail. Really nice background. She looks like she's put glaze after glaze of color where the underneath colors show through and then painted on top. Some of the painting goes off the edges, so it keeps you, knowing that it's continuing beyond what you actually see here.
Outstanding. Well, the great news is we've got a $500 bid. We're looking for $550, and that'll go into the phone bank where our pal Rob is right now. Let's go on over.
Yes, we have this beautiful piece that I just want to clarify. This is 39B. For a few moments on the screen a minute ago, we had this listed as 39C. Just to clarify, if you're bidding, this is 39B. The piece that Kevin is on right now is 39C. He's on Make Your Wish, and I'm on Beauty Never Grows Old, okay? So we have a high bid right now of $100 on this, retail value at $850. The piece that Kevin is on right now is already up to $525. That's fantastic. That's almost a bell ringer. The rest of the pieces in this half hour are absolutely beautiful, but right now, take a look at this stunner. This is a beautiful piece of artwork. This is by Cassandra Reeves, and this is a collage, paper fiber. Dee's sneaking in here, so she's got something to say.
I love Cassandra's work. She has shown in my gallery. She uses the most amazing fibers and the most beautiful handmade papers, and this piece right now is out of steel. So let's get 39B, Beauty Never Goes Old, up. And meanwhile, let's go back to Kevin.
Thank you, Dee. Thank you, Rob. Marie-Therese and I are here alongside Make Your Wish, which has now got a high bid of $525. We want to get to $600. So you could just save time and accelerate yourself with your next bid right up to $600. But we will take a bid of at least $550 for the next bid on Make Your Wish. And Marie-Therese, as the camera pans into the center part of the canvas, you can just see that rich, deep, almost timeless red.
It's so lush. It has such a depth because of the dark underneath. So, it creates the shadow. So she probably put some glaze of dark painting and then put the red on top. Left some of this where it's the shadow of the foreground is, highlighted in there. Just beautiful contrast with the green, the red and green contrast together. It's gorgeous. And you see all the detail of every one of these little whatever it is that the pollen comes off of on a dandelion.
We're at $575 right now. The next bid at $600 is going to make this thing a bell ringer. Let's make that happen. Every dollar to support the mission of public television, of course. And Marie-Therese, one of the things that I like about the piece is that it takes a weed, a dandelion, which of course many of us hold in low regard, and it shows how beautiful it can be.
It's really beautiful. Yeah, I'm also looking at her signature down here. Her signature is really beautiful, a little just kneel down at the bottom. Beautifully done. I just think every child who has a dandelion growing in their yard, you want to play with those dandelions. And the dandelion green is such a healthy thing. People are buying that and putting it in their blender, and
you heard it
you
right
get all
here.
this energy from it.
Not only beautiful, it's also
it's
good
healthy.
for you. All right, the bid's $620 right now. We're looking for a $650 bid. We've made a bell ringer of this, which is great news for the mission of public television, but there is no reason to stop the bidding. Let's see a counter bid at $650. You could become the next high bidder and perhaps the next owner of this lovely, sort of timeless piece, Marie-Therese.
A beautiful painting by Judy Neal. Yeah,
indeed.
Very nice.
Thank you for being generous by calling in your support right now. You see the number on the screen. The bidding will remain open even as we continue on to item 39D, which is Tahoe Stream Bed by the artist Megan Bucko. Rob Stewart mentioned Megan a few moments ago. She's manning one of the phones over in the phone bank, so we give a quick shout out to Megan. This is a watercolor. It measures 16 by 20 with a retail value of $450. We've already got a bid of $125, Marie-Therese, so we're looking for a $175 bid as the counter bid to this piece. It's got a lot of color in there, doesn't it, Marie?
It's a beautiful, beautiful painting. Lots of blues. So it is an abstract painting representing what you would see looking under the water on the shore of Lake Tahoe. And she's done a lot of beautiful things, very delicate watercolor, and then there's some rice paper that she's put on there, and some kind of netting that she's used to make an imprint, where she's pressed it on and pulled it off, and then she's actually left some of that on in places. It's really beautiful. It flows out, comes flowing back in, really keeps your interest.
It really does. The bid right now is $150. We're looking for a $200 bid on Tahoe stream bed. It's beautiful for everyone, but I know that in particular people who love Lake Tahoe, perhaps have spent time up in Lake Tahoe or even have a place up in Tahoe, might like to own this piece because it does take you to the stillness and the calm and the beauty of that
very,
jewel.
very evocative of water and what you see glistening under the water. She says that she did it up there where it's very humid and working with watercolors where they don't dry. So I'm not sure if she did it on site or maybe she was working in a studio up in Lake Tahoe, but she did, to me, some of this almost looks like dragonfly wings. It's so delicate, it's transparent. Watercolor is a transparent medium.
And, you know, we're going to get the answers to some of those questions about its composition. Yeah, we can just ask Megan when the time is right. Right now, the bid is $175. We're looking for a $225 bid on Tahoe stream bed. Thank you for calling in and bidding and being generous. And should we send that on over to the phone bank and see what's going on over there?
I am in the phone bank with Megan, the artist who did this piece, number 39D Tahoe stream bed. Megan, are you excited about selling your piece?
I'm extremely excited. This is great. I can't believe it.
She's also working as a volunteer here on the phone, which means you don't get to talk to Megan unless you call 844-584-3278. Again, Megan, thank you for your beautiful donation. Right now, Tahoe steam bed 39D, I've got a bid of $175. Let's go back out onto the floor with Kevin.
Thank you, Dee. Thank you, Megan. We're looking for $225. We've got a $200 bid I see on my little monitor, so we're looking for a $225 next bid on Tahoe stream bed. And you look ready to say something profound, so proceed.
Well, that transparency that she did on the watercolor paper with the watercolors is then really set off by this rice paper that looks like she stained the rice paper. And you can see the very soft, rough edges of the rice paper. Gives it a very organic feel. It looks like leaves, maybe fallen leaves from a tree that would have landed and you could see them through the water.
I find it very, very calming.
Very calming.
Which is a wonderful thing because in a world where we have hectic lives that are perhaps overscheduled, having something on the wall that is peaceful and serene pays for itself over and over and over again, doesn't it?
It's calming, but yet it's soothing in a very melodic, rhythmic. You really feel the water coming in and out, the way the composition flows in and out. This looks like it could be the shoreline, a little bit of the sand underneath the water. It's quite beautifully done.
So the great news is the bid's now at $240 and there are a couple people going back and forth, but really, in $10 increments, we got to get to $450 and make this thing a bell ringer. Next bid, $275, please, as we proceed more toward the retail value. We met Megan just moments ago.
She's a beautiful lady.
She donated her talent and time in this beautiful piece because she wants KVIE to net $450. And the way that happens is that you call in with your bid. We're now at $260, so let's get $300 for the next bid and push this thing right up where it needs to be. It is truly, as the camera pans across, just beautiful in the soft tones that it brings.
It's unique. It's one of a kind. Even if she tried to, she couldn't do this again. Because you can't. The watercolor has a life of its own. So you'll never find another painting just like that. Even if the same artist tried to do it.
The words of a pro herself were at $300. We're now looking for a $350 bid, and I'm going to send that on over to the phone bank where all kinds of hijinks are just unfolding continually.
39C, Make Your Wish just became a bell ringer. It's a $600 piece.
And we hit, $675. That's fantastic.
We're at $675. It is not closed. I still have two bidders on the phone. This is how it works. If you don't call, you're not going to get in. This piece is still open, 39C, 39B, Beauty Never Grows Old, $850. I've currently got a bid of $350. call me, 844-584-3278, so we can ring the bell for you. Let's go back out and visit Kevin.
All right, Dee, thanks so much. The bidding is still going for Beauty Never Grows Old and Make Your Wish, as you showed, and Tahoe Stream Bed. But we want people to get to know White Tower. We're looking for a $90 opening bid on White Tower. It is a 17-inch tall ceramic with a retail value of $300. Rosalie Roth is the artist. And Marie-Therese, what strikes your eye about White Tower?
Well, it's a ceramic. It's done in sections. I like all the pieces that what she's done in this middle part, all of these darker brown colors that you can see. She's taken different clay bodies. So clay can be a white clay or a brown clay or red clay. Taken different clay bodies and put them together and then slice them through to get this sort of marbled effect, and then put that around, hook it together. It's kind of so organic and almost looks like what clay would, if it wasn't fired, it would start to kind of melt. It's not straight. You can see that it
nice
kind
and
of
slow.
tips.
We're going to walk it around for you so that the camera and the viewers at home
It's very
can see the
organic,
different angles.
and it is a high-fired piece, so it can be outside. So it's something like a centerpiece in your garden, in and amongst your plants. I could see it being out on your patio, so it resists the elements for sure because of the way she's fired it.
Wonderful. Well, we're looking for a $90 starting bid on this piece. It has a $300 retail value, and there's a certain dignity to it, don't you think?
A dignity that looks kind of like a little whimsical because it's sort of relaxed. It's very relaxed looking. Each piece was thrown on the wheel separately, and then she's connected it all together. Those aren't separate things that are just balanced there. So
it's all
quite
one
sturdy.
tower.
It's all one thing thrown on the wheels with separate. Some of them are more like a vessel, and then others look like it's a complete sphere.
Good
Pretty
deal.
interesting.
All right, let's hear from you. Call the number on your screen, make that bid as I send it over to Rob Stewart with Jill over in the phone bank.
Well, we are really ramping up tonight. I love good news. Tahoe Streamboat by Megan Bucko. And it's Tahoe Stream Bed. Sorry about that. It's a bell ringer now at $450. That's fantastic. Way to go. Thank you. You have a bell ringer. That's awesome. We have now our first bid for White Tower at $100. I'm going to back up. We're at $675 for Make Your Wish. So this half hour is looking very promising. We'll head back across the studio to you, Kevin.
All right, Rob, thank you so much. We've now got a $100 bid on White Tower. We're looking for a bid of $125 to become the new high bidder on White Tower. And, you know, Marie-Therese, I just wanted to ask you, in the simplicity of color and, you know, its upright dignity, there's actually kind of a lot going on here and there.
It's crackly. You can see a very shiny, crackly look here. Down here looks like she's added some of these little bits of her mixed clay. They're very, very subtle, but you see them swimming around in the bottom here. This has, now I'm kind of thinking that it looks like ice cream that's been chocolate syrup's been put on, and it has this kind of yummy look all around the edges. Maybe it could be something like an edible. So this is done in very random. This looks like it's very even around. Somebody had fun making this.
Well, it's fun looking at, and I hope that you will call in. The bidding is open. We've got that high bid of $100, so we're looking for a next bid of $125. But you and I have appointments to keep, Marie-Therese, so we're going to momentarily move on to the next item in this half hour's collection. That is called Primary Colors. It is item 39F with a retail value of $350. And Patty Wallace is the artist. It's an acrylic on canvas, 20 inches tall, 16 inches wide, and we've already got a high bid of $100 on Primary Colors, so we're looking for a $150 bid from the next bidder in support of KVIE and its mission of arts, ideas, and adventures for everyone. Primary Colors is aptly named, Marie-Therese. It's all about color.
It's definitely all about color. It's very happy. It's an explosion of color. She said it felt to her like throwing confetti up in the air and letting it fall on her piece. I met her at the preview party, and she's very delightful. She is an art therapist. She works with adults. You can't be sad with this around. It's just like it's a party. It's full of fun and full of life, bright colors. So the way she's done this is painted underneath. She put sort of just paint, and then she let things drip. And she's even got some, looks like sequins, some shiny little beads in here. She's used, this is done with acrylic paint, and she uses the golden paint and the golden mediums. So the medium is where you see this texture all built up in here. And so not only is it full of color, it is full of texture. Some of the pieces that you see, the underneath, it looks like a lace, looks like a little pattern. And then she's built all of this around it. It's just a lot of fun. It's not framed, but it's painted on the side. So the painting continues all the way around a gallery frame.
All right, well, continuing also is the bidding. We've got that $100 high bid. We're now looking for a $150 bid on primary colors. You talked about it being happy. When you look at it, you smile, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, how does that happen? How does a piece of art make you feel something that way?
Well, the color, the yellow, the bright red, those are real positive energy colors. And then there's a subtle blue that makes you, not feel like it's too much. There's some beautiful blues and greens. There's certain areas of it that you just kind of want to come really close and look at it, sort of fall in love with tiny areas. This big red line going across the middle kind of creates some sort of a static thing in there, so that there is a feeling of not like a landscape, a horizon, but something that makes you kind of feel like, I don't know what it is. It just stabilizes the whole painting. And because she's an art therapist, I think there's a lot going on in what she's trying to express.
Good. Marie-Therese, thank you so much. The bidding is open. We're looking for $150. I'm going to bounce it over to the phone bank right now and see what the news is with White Tower.
Here I am with item number 39E, White Tower. This is an elegant sculpture by Rosalie Roth. Right now it's got a $135 bid. It's a $300 value. It's completely viewable from all sides. It's a beautiful organic piece. It would look great in your home. What I need to do is get you to bid, though, but stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour on your KVIE art auction.
The Nilo Company is committed to our community and proud to support local arts in our region through the KVIE art auction. 13 brands, one name, Nilo.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE art auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Grab your towel and umbrella for a day at the beach, coming up next on the KVIE art auction. This category features the sun and surf in all mediums. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Well, hey there, Kevin Smith-Fagan. We are back for another half hour of live art auction excitement, and it is exciting here at the KVIE art auction. We're going to be featuring our Day at the Beach collection in this next half hour. I want to give you an overview of the art that's going to be up for bid right now in this half hour, so let's get right to it. The first one is item 40A. It's called Morning Fog by Betty Bishop. It is a piece of photography measuring 12 inches by 18 inches. It was framed by Archival Framing, and it carries a retail value of $300. Then we'll move on to item 40B. It's Teeter Totter Beach 2 by Donella Hurley. It's acrylic on canvas, and it measures 16 inches by 20 inches with a retail value of $400. Item 40C is Breaker Watch by Victoria Brooks. It is an oil on canvas measuring 16 inches by 20 inches with framing donated by Archival Framing, and it has a retail value of $1,300. Then we'll advance to item 40D. It's called Mendocino Headlands by Joan Mussolani. This piece is oil on canvas, and it measures 20 by 25 inches with a retail value of $400. Item 40E is Schoolhouse Beach, Sonoma County by the artist Gary Ray Gray. This photograph measures 20 inches by 20 inches with a retail value of $325. And we'll round out the half hour with item 40F entitled Ocean Racing by Janet Pecorella. It's an oil on canvas, measures 20 by 20 with a retail value of $600. Okay, during this break, we're pleased to welcome back in the local plein air artist Marie-Therese Brown to share her art expertise with us. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
All right, so here we are. We're at item 40A. This is Morning Fog. We're looking for an opening bid of $90 right now on Morning Fog. What catches your eye?
Oh, I just love this serene feeling. I want to go walk on that beach. I mean, it's a black and white photo. You can see the faded in the distance.
The mist, huh?
The mist coming in. It's beautifully done with the charcoal gray frame and everything harmonizing together.
Do you know what beach this is? Is it California coast?
It's Cayucas.
Oh, Cayucas.
Cayucas, and she says she had never been to Cayucas before. And she took her camera and went to Cayucas and discovered what a beautiful place it is.
Well, one of the things that often attracts people to pieces of art is that it reminds them of their own experiences. Mm-hmm. So those of you who love that part of the Central Coast, now's a great time for you to call in, support public television right now, and perhaps become the next owner of Morning Fog. It certainly has a blissful, relaxing feel to it, doesn't it?
It does, and she's somehow, I don't know, I take my digital camera and try to take photos, and it's never what I see. But she's got something going on where you can see all the little detail in the grains of sand and the light on the water. And yet it's such a beautiful, simple composition. Mm-hmm. 1, 2, 3, beautiful waves coming in and out. There's such a nice feeling about this painting.
Well, it just takes you there. We're looking for a $150 bid on it because we're at 100. But right now, speaking of taking you there, I want to take everybody on over to the phone bank.
Thanks, Kevin. We have a $100 opening bid on Morning Fog. We're looking to take this up to $125 or $150. Also, right here, Larry just closed out 39E and got to name them the award winner, but it happened like that. It was very quick. So when you think you see a piece that you like, call 1-844-KVIE-ART. Every single dollar goes to benefit your local public television station, which is KVIE. We are going to send things back across the studio to Kevin.
Thanks, Rob. Marie-Therese and I are here with Morning Fog. We've got a $100 bid. We're looking for a $150 bid now on this beautiful photograph of Central California coast and Cayucos. Marie-Therese, talk about the use of matte and frame to draw you in, because you are sort of transported into feeling like you're there on the beach. And how does the framing make that happen?
Well, it really focuses you into the picture with a nice wide, it's not a black, but a dark charcoal matte. And then a frame that is also in that beautiful gray tone. And it picks up the same tones that you see in the photo. The art, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to let everybody know we've now got a high bid of $110. We're looking for $150 as the next bid on Morning Fog. It's a $300 retail value, so when Betty contributed the piece, she hoped KVIE would net $300. It was tremendously generous of her, as it is of all the artists, to donate their work. They count on you to pick up the phone and be generous with your bid. So please, let's hear a $150 bid from a viewer right now. Thank you for being generous. And Marie-Therese, as you were saying,
I was just reading, the artists give us some information about their work and what they felt when they did it. And this has this feeling of longing, but I read that she had been there for 5 days, and this was the last photo that she took, the last place she had been. And so it gives that kind of like she didn't want to leave. She wanted to stay there. And she took this photo, and it makes you want to be there.
When you want to be transported to a peaceful place, it's wonderful to have a piece of art that you can stare at for a little bit. So let's hear from you as the bidding continues on Morning Fog. Before long, we're going to move on to item 40B, Teeter Totter Beach number 2. There's a picture of it on your screen. We're going to be looking for a starting bid of $120 on Teeter Totter Beach 2. This is Donella Hurley's work. It's acrylic on canvas, 16 inches by 20 inches. Retail value is $400. And Marie-Therese, it's another seaside. We're doing all beach in this half hour.
Beach. This is the day at the beach.
Yep.
This is super, super hyper realistic, very sharp edge, very modern looking. And it's a painting of a mom and her kids, or one of her kids and their friends, 3 boys playing on a teeter-totter. She's enjoying watching and being with them. They're totally occupied with that teeter-totter. They're at the coast, at the ocean's edge, and she's painted it in such a way that everything is like hyper real or hyper color. Very, very, very sharp edge in a way that makes it feel like a real modern depiction of this kind of a scene.
All right, let's hear from you. It's Teeter Totter Beach number 2. The starting bid, we're looking for a $120 opening bid on this piece, which retails for $400. And Marie-Therese, I wanted to ask you, with your artist expert eye, as the camera pans up the sand and you see the figures on the beach, it will eventually arrive at the waves and then the sky, and there are 2 distinct bands of light blue, horizontal, across the top of the sky there, that give this beautiful depth to the photo, to the painting. Talk about that.
Well, it does, that's what it looks like along the coast. You know, there's sort of a little foggy thing going on, and you have the dark blue sky, and so this is some softening of the horizon line. This is done with acrylic paint. Acrylic dries very quickly, so it's easy to get that nice sharp edge with your acrylic paint. There's a little island over here, just to draw your attention to what's beyond. There's some little plants, something growing there, the artist's signature.
All kinds of little things kind of tucked into the painting, but it still needs an opening bid of $120, so please be generous as you call in and support public television and get yourself in on the action of this beautiful piece of art with a terrific frame. I mean, it's a very classical frame, isn't it?
It's a big, like a plein air frame. It really sets it off, kind of in golden and brown tones.
Wonderful. Well, hey, you and I take a break. We're going to send it over to Dee because she always has something earth-shattering to tell us, and this time will be no different.
I am here with Betty Bishop's piece, 40A Morning Fog. Betty Bishop, past art auction winner. Love this lady. Morning Fog is at $300 value. It's at $175. I want to hear those bells ring for Betty. She always donates to the auction, and this is a beautiful piece. Let me get $200 for 40A Morning Fog. You can only bid by calling 844-584-3278 and get on the phone now because it's getting busy. I'm going to send it back out to Marie-Therese and Kevin.
Thanks, Dee. Excuse me. We're up to $300 on Teeter Totter. Looking to get to that $400 retail value. Marie-Therese, talk about the figures in the frame.
Well, those figures are having fun, and you can see their shadows, the shadows underneath. I love the way she did the shadows. This little guy, it's funny because, you know, a teeter-totter, here's two people on one side and one on the other, so he must be the heavy. Oh, actually the teeter-totter's got something else going on it here. It's an interesting picture because you have a lot of little things to look at and try to figure out the dynamics of how that teeter-totter would be working.
And you can't beat, well, you just can't beat the tranquility of an image of the beach. And it's one of the wonderful features, obviously, for us as Californians. We've got a $300 bid right now. We hope to make this thing a bell ringer at $400. So let's see if we can't get a next bid at $350. And meantime, Marie-Therese and I are going to stay on schedule, stroll on down the way to item 40C, which is called Breaker Watch. This is Victoria Brooks's oil on canvas. It's 16 by 20 with a frame from Archival Framing. It retails for $1,300, and we've got a high bid right now of $675. So we're looking for the next caller to weigh in with a $750 bid. That's Breaker Watch by Victoria Brooks, and I know you think the world of this painting, Marie-Therese.
Well, I think the world of Victoria Brooks. I know Victoria. She's a great painter. She often paints the ocean and children and the moms and the kids at the beach. It's just such a beautiful classical thing to do. She handles her paint so well. You can see the reflections of the figures in the sand where the water is, so it's like a mirror. Beautiful ocean, transparent. You can really see the sun shining through the wave. It's just beautifully done.
Yeah, the camera is panning up on the figures and you can just see the dynamic motion in their bodies, and then as we get up to the white caps, they're incredibly vivid. It's just a tremendous piece. $725 is the high bid right now. It's a $1,300 piece. So let's look for an $800 bid as the next bid increment. We're at $750 on the way to $1,300. Right now, I'm going to send that on over to the phone bank and see what's the news.
Thanks, Kevin. It's so nice to have this wonderful piece over here. Teeter Totter Beach 2. This is by a good friend of the auction, Danella Hurley. She has donated for many years to the KVIE art auction so that this art can come to your home. So right now we're at $300. We're calling for $350. This is $100 away from the retail value. I'll back up. Morning Fog just went up to $250. We're looking for $300 on that as well. And Breaker Watch is at $850, headed up to its $13. But I want to talk about this piece really quickly. This is such a beautiful piece. It takes you back in time. It takes you back to something that we all did as children. Teeter-totter on a what was it called? A seesaw? Seesaw. Seesaw, thank you. A seesaw, that's what it was. All right, let's head back across the studio. Actually, we're almost there, almost at a bell ringer. Let's head back to the studio.
All right, thank you very much, Rob. We'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, we're also keeping an eye on the bidding on Breaker Watch. We're almost at $1,000. We're at $950 right now. We're looking for $1,000 as the next high bidder on Breaker Watch. As you see, it's a $1,300 retail value. There's the $1,000 bid. We'll be looking for $1,100 as the next bid increment. Marie-Therese, the white seems like a really key thing.
Oh, it's so beautiful. Well, you know, you can see the sun is going down a bit. There's those long shadows and the sun is shining on these caps right here, creating that beautiful, beautiful light.
And then it works with the frame as well,
It really
doesn't
does. So there's a white frame, the white of the boys' shirts, the white of the waves, everything just glows.
It's a wonderful piece, and it's also wonderful generosity to see so many calls and bids coming in right now. It has become a bell ringer. It's now at $1,300. We're going to watch it continue to zoom as we raise money to support public television. $1,300, we're looking for $1,400 as the next bid, and on as high as it goes. We'll see where it takes us, but it's not hard to see why people love this piece. Kids at the beach is an experience, I guess, that just about all of us can relate to.
Right, yeah, it's great. You know, and that could be my two grandsons. They're cousins. This could be the 6-year-old and the 8-year-old. Victoria is an amazing painter. She travels all over the world and she teaches plein air. She goes to Italy, she goes to France and Spain. She's just got a great following. She's taught a lot of people how to paint.
Do we know if this is a plein air piece?
I'm not sure if it's plein air or not. It may not be because it's pretty hard to get those guys to stand still.
This is a very relevant point you raised.
But she does paint a lot of plein air, so she knows how to paint the ocean. In fact, I painted with her in Ireland last year. We just happened to be there at the same time, and we did take a little trip to the beach.
Good deal. Well, we are going to keep on as we move down the way. The bidding remains open on Breaker Watch. It's at $1,300. We're looking for a $1,400 next bid on Breaker Watch, even as we turn our attention to item 40D, Mendocino Headlands, by the artist Joan Mussolani. It's oil on canvas, 20 inches by 25 inches. She framed it for KVIE, which was a beautiful thing. And it's got a retail value of $400. We've already got a $200 bid, so we'll be looking for $250. And I know there are lots of people watching who know this little piece of the Mendocino coastline and have happy memories and love it.
Yeah, this is beautiful, the headlands area there. She's painted the path that, you know, if you've been there, you know that you can walk down this path and eventually get over there and climb onto those cliffs. It's really a beautiful scene. She probably painted this plein air. It looks like plein air, or if not, she painted a small one in plein air. That's what I usually do, and then go home in your studio and enlarge it a bit. It's beautiful clouds in the background. Look at all the pinks, the purples, just a beautiful, beautiful painting.
All right, we're at $200. We're looking for a $250 bid. This bid will transport you to the Mendocino Headlands on a beautiful day. You talked a little bit about the hues in the clouds, Marie-Therese, and I wanted to ask you about the color palette, which is soft.
Very soft. She's shown the hardness of the rocks, the cliffs there, and that's the darkest part. Very soft colors in the water. Beautiful reflections. All this darkness is the reflection of the cliffs into the water. The sun is a low light shining on some of these edges here. Looks like the sun is coming from over here. You can see all the light coming through the clouds up there.
It's a gorgeous piece, and we hope that you'll call in right now and bid on it. I'm going to send it over to the phone bank where Dee has, I can't quite see what that is. What you got, Dee?
I have Victoria Brooks Breaker Watch, which is a bell ringer, 40C. It's a $1,300 value. I have a $1,300 bid sitting right here. It is not closed yet, but we are going to close it soon. So you need to call 844-584-3278 and help us make the next piece into a bell ringer.
Also, we just got a message from Florida. People watching in Florida. Hello to Carol and Gil. Thank you for watching from Florida. Bye.
Back to the floor.
They have many beautiful beaches in Florida, but you can't beat the California coast.
Not the same.
And we are
It's not
celebrating.
the same.
We are celebrating it in this half hour. Right now, we're in a beautiful part of Northern California, Mendocino, here at the Headlands.
On a spring day with the flowers blooming in the front.
We have a $225 bid. We're now looking for a $250 bid. That bid would make you the leading bidder. If you've never participated before, it is not too complicated. You pick up the phone, you dial the 800 number there. It's actually 844 toll free, 844-584-3278, and you simply tell the friendly volunteer at the phone bank how much you would like to bid. $250 will put you in the driver's seat for Mendocino Headlands, and it's worth repeating that every single dollar goes to benefit the important work of KVIE Public Television, bringing arts and ideas and adventures to everyone in our region. And Marie-Therese, in the office or the home, it works just about anywhere, doesn't it? I mean, where do you see this in someone's home?
Well, if I had to go to work every day, I'd want this in my office because then I could be thinking where I'd be if I wasn't at work.
Yeah, fair enough.
The frame is really nice. I just was noticing how the colors that are repeated in all the different rocky formations here. So it's a very harmonious frame, golden frame.
Indeed it is. We've got $250 as the bid. We're looking for $250 $75. We've got $275. We're now looking for a $300 bid. Call in right now. Be generous in supporting KVIE Public Television and make sure that you get the pieces that you want. As the bidding remains open on Mendocino Headlands, we are strolling on down the way toward the next piece, which is Schoolhouse Beach, Sonoma County by Gary Ray Gray. This is a photograph, a stunning photograph that is 20 by 20. It's got a retail value of $325. It is item 40E, and we're looking for an opening bid of just $90 on this just gorgeous image. Marie-Therese, what catches your eye first?
Well, you know it's sunset, and you see just the last flickering of light shining off those rocks. I love the way the receding waves create this mirror effect on the sand, and you see the reflection of the sky in the sand.
There's lots of motion in that beauty, isn't there?
Yeah, very, very beautiful. Very dramatic. Lots of detail. And once again, it's another photographer that knows how to do something magical that I wish I knew. You can see every grain of sand.
You know what? You really can, and because you're standing on the beach, you feel like you're there. I do want to just do one quick clarification. I think I may have mentioned that this was a 20 by 20 piece, and the website, KVIE's art website, also said so. It's actually 20 inches by 30 inches.
Oh, yeah.
So it's obviously, you can see that landscape orientation, and you really feel like you're standing on the beach looking up at the beauty of that sunset. And the sunset is with those just gorgeous hues, huh?
Very nice, and it's very simply just, it's only the picture you're looking at, very small frame, so there's not a big frame around it. Keeps it, I don't know, very contemporary looking, so the frame does not take away. It's just there, holding it all together.
I want to do a little business. We're still looking for that first bid. I hear a bunch of phones ringing, which is encouraging. I want one of them to be a bid for this piece. We're looking for just $90 as an opening bid on this gorgeous representation. This is a photograph of a moment in time at Schoolhouse Beach in Sonoma County. If you love beauty, you'll love this piece. If you love Sonoma County, you'll love this piece. If you love being on the beach and being by the ocean, you'll love this piece. Call in right now. Be generous with your support. You see the toll-free number on your screen. The opening bid we've got now, $90, so that's terrific. Why don't you come in at $125? Become the new high bidder, support public television, and every time you look at this piece, you'll be able to that relaxation sigh and go,
The photographer had a tripod to hold the camera still to take this picture, and the photographer was kind of when the waves come and sometimes take you away. So the photographer was standing in the water and had this, keep your tripod and keep yourself up. I love what's happening where the water's just breaking over this rock and you see that mist. With that tripod and a camera that you can keep it open for long enough to catch all that detail without any movement. It's pretty amazing.
So the movement that we're talking about is bidding. And there is movement. We've now got a new high bid of $200. We're looking for $225. The retail value is $325. So we're working our way toward making this a bell ringer. I love that the image of Gary Ray standing barefoot on the beach with the water
sinking into the sand
and capturing this wonderful moment. She's been generous to the art auction for a long time. Many artists, this is the way they support their public television station. And some of them, I believe, are even over in the phone bank. I might as well go over there and see if Rob Stewart's paying any attention at all. Let's see what we got going on in the phone bank.
I'm trying to read your lips from across the studio because it's the loudest it's been in here yet. And yes, I see that we're live. Okay, hello everybody. I'm Rob Stewart live from the phone bank. It is rocking and rolling over here. It's the loudest that it's been all weekend, and that is only going to get more intense. Right, Kevin?
This guy's the best.
No, you are. So it's only going to get louder as it goes on because this place is full of phone calls. I love it. I love it. And we are getting ready to cross a big threshold as well here, right before the 7 o'clock hour. Is the next one the investment hour? Yes, the next one's the investment hour, where we have the largest piece we have ever had. And when I say largest, I mean the most expensive piece that we have ever had in the auction. Let's go back to Kevin across the studio if he can hear me.
All right. Thank you. You can see the phone number on your screen. Appreciate your kind words, Rob. It is 844-584-3278. That's a toll-free number. You call in, you make your bid, and you support public television. Marie-Therese and I are here alongside Ocean Racing. This beautiful artwork is a $600 retail value. We're looking for an opening bid of $175. The artist is Janet Pecorella. It's oil on canvas, and it measures 20 by 20. And it's got a certain classic, kind of timeless feel, doesn't it?
I love the square format for this, and it's just focusing on the billowing sails. This is representing a race on the San Francisco Bay, and the person who painted it, Janet, is a sailor. She's been sailing for 40 years, so she understands what happens when the sails come out and you're in a race.
Well, we're celebrating the California coast in this half hour, and of course the San Francisco Bay is one of the most beautiful places, and we all know and love it. Let's hear your bid. We've got $175. We're looking for $225 right now on Ocean Racing, which celebrates the sailing culture of the San Francisco Bay, and it is quite a choppy day as we look at this painting.
Rough seas.
Rough seas, overcast skies.
I think I would be not feeling so well. I get a little seasick. But this has a very calming feeling. Beautiful colors in the sky. Just look at the pinks and the yellows and the beautiful whites and blues in the sky. Also in the whites of the sail. Very nicely done.
It's a beautiful piece. We've got that $175 bid. We're now looking for a $225 bid on Ocean Racing. As the camera sort of slowly pans across, you can see the motion and really the power in the artwork, right? I mean, it's kind of a thunderous day. It is the power of nature out there, and the boats are really bouncing around.
Well, the way that camera's moving so slowly, I think the boats would not be doing that. They'd be really racing along, and you see that. You see the feeling of the wind billowing out the sails, the waves coming up.
A lot
very,
going
very
on.
Nice.
All right, speaking of a lot going on, over in the phone bank, there's always something new to behold. So let's find out.
As soon as whenever there they are. Hey, here we are in the phone bank with my friend Melanie Dinos, and she is holding number 40E Schoolhouse Beach, Sonoma County. It has a value of $325. It is a bell ringer. Jerry Ray, thank you so much for this piece, but we're still holding it open, and you can still bid. Ocean Racing, 40F. Is over there with Kevin, and we're going to go see that again. We currently have a $200 bid on it. Let's take another look at that painting.
Thanks, Dee. Yes, we are indeed at $200. We're looking for you to call in right now with a $250 bid. You could become the owner of this wonderful piece of art, Ocean Racing, and support your public television station at the same time. Marie-Therese, inside the big canvas, there are lots of little dramas playing out. Do you want to point out some of the things that you found?
Well, you can see the sailors here. So we see this little action, and then there's this beautiful things happening in the sky. There's another boat coming beyond the waves. Just a lot of detail, lots of things to look at and enjoy.
Yeah, I talked a little bit about the power and the turbulence of it. There's a lot of motion, and the clouds. At first blush, they appear white or overcast, but there's lots of color kind of tucked in there.
The sun is just like the waves catch the light from the sun, the same with the tips of the clouds.
Just beautiful. Thank you for being with us, Marie-Therese. Thank you for your time. Everyone, stay tuned, because there's more art coming up in the next half hour of the KVIE Art Auction.
Mr. Leonard Nimoy, welcome him.
I have a very strong place in my heart for public television. I think it's a terribly important part of what television has to offer us, and an alternative kind of programming that we obviously cannot get on the networks. So it means a lot to me that stations like this continue to survive and do the good work they do.
And then you'll also visually see the item displayed on the table.
All right, that's a quickie. And as you can see, you cause that bell ring.
Spend the weekend viewing and purchasing art at KVIE's Art Auction.
We're live here in the demonstration set, and this is one of my favorite parts of the Channel 6 Art Auction.
This is an incredible value when you think about it.
Okay, we're going to close this one.
Here's a beautifully framed watercolor.
You don't want to be doing that. I don't want you sitting home and saying, oh, I wish I had gotten in on that.
375, let's see 400. 400 easy.
Take a look at how you can get involved in this year's auction, but you've got to call us first.
Every dollar you spend on art goes straight back into programming.
We are bringing the art all together in one place this weekend, and that place is right inside of your home.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. Or if you need your art shipped, be sure to tell our accounting staff when they call to confirm payment on your item. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/artauction. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the investment collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features works by internationally known and up-and-coming artists whose work is included in many important public collections. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/artauction.
Hello and welcome to the 2016 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Heath Buckmaster, and over the next hour we will be focused on investment art. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by the Nilo Company, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. We'll be starting with item 41A. This is Ribbons by Lori Winthers. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 11 by 21. It's framed by the artist, and the retail value is $950. Item 41B is Marvelous Matterhorn. This is by Maya Peoples-Bright. She has done a mixed media piece. It measures 24 by 36, and the retail value is $3,500. 41C is Passages by Maureen Hood. This is a mixed media collage piece measuring 36 by 36. This has been framed by the artist in a beautiful wormwood frame, and the retail value is $2,700. 41D is Hydrangea from Pramila by Pat Mahoney. This is an oil on canvas measuring 20 by 16. Archival Framing did this piece, and the retail value is $2,000. 41E is Poirot by Tony Natsoulis. This is a ceramic piece measuring 30 by 21 by 16, and the retail value is $10,000. And the final item in this break is 41F, Spring on the Sacramento by Zhen Wang. This is oil on canvas, measures 30 by 48. The retail value is $14,000. And the winning bidder on this item also receives the KVIE Viewfinder DVD that we did with Zhen Wang and a private studio tour with Zhen before he moves his studio back to New York. So that is pretty exciting. During this break, we are so thrilled to be joined by Mary Ellen Lane. She's a mosaic artist. She shows regularly at the Archival Gallery. She volunteers in a wide variety of aspects in the auction. She moves art, she takes photography, and of course, she is one of our on-air experts. It's nice to be with you tonight.
Same here. Very exciting here.
This is a great, great hour of investment art, and we're glad you're with us. So we'd like to get started with Lori Winthers' piece, and this is 41A.
Okay, Lori is, she paints in acrylic from memory, and this is the Salinas River Valley, and it's called Ribbons, obviously because the ribbons are multicolored here in the farm. It's really beautiful kind of pastel feel to it, and nice size, and it's framed beautifully. Beautiful sky, beautiful colors.
One of the things I love flying over our region is how colorful and bright it really is. And you were mentioning that when she used the term ribbons, it's kind of a metaphor for anything, really.
Yeah, it's kind of, I think the way that she structured the piece really has a very nice flow to it. Lori likes to paint in the moment, so in other words, she doesn't take a picture and then go back to her studio. She paints from memory, and she doesn't really sketch very much, so I think that translates here with kind of a fluid feel.
So Lori recently had a show in the KVIE Gallery. You may have seen her other works. Well, now is your opportunity to bid on and buy one of these beautiful pieces. This is Ribbons 41A. So when you call 1-844-KVIE Art, tell the volunteer that you want to place a bid on 41A. Right now, we have a bid of $275. We're looking for you to come in with a bid of $300 and get this auction going. We can hear the phones ringing. Now is the time to call so that you can take home a beautiful piece of art and put it on your wall as early as tomorrow.
Lori also is at the Nancy Dodds Gallery in Carmel, so she's represented there, and she sells very well in Carmel among the collectors there.
Well, and one of the things that we've been talking about is that these pieces you're seeing are gallery quality pieces. That's where you would find them, and when you see that there's a retail of $950 on this, that's what you'd be paying if you went to that gallery in Carmel and paid for this piece retail. But you can get in on the auction. All it takes is a call. We're going to check in with our friends over in the phone bank, and we'll be right back.
Yeah.
All right, this hour is huge. This is our investment hour.
I know,
Dee.
I'm giddy.
And I already am looking at the numbers on the screen, blowing up. So tell us why you picked these pieces for the investment hour. That might sound like a silly question, but you had a lot of pieces to choose from.
I had a lot of pieces to choose from. I picked these pieces. These are, some of them are very expensive pieces. These are internationally known artists. These are blue chip pieces by blue chip artists. But some of the pieces in this hour are up and coming artists that are still in a reasonable price range for most people. So it's going to be really exciting, and it's going to be great TV. Let's go back and look at that Lori Winters piece.
Oh, the whole art auction is always great TV. We look forward to this every single year, and we know you do too as well. So if you want some information about how this will fit in your home, it's 11 by 21. As I said, grab those tape measures, find a spot for Lori Winters Ribbons. Now, Mary Ellen, I think you mentioned that this piece was done from the Salinas River Valley. Is that where this?
Right. Lori said she lives and paints in Monterey. So she rides up and down the valley and just kind of gets snapshots in her mind of what she would like to paint. And, this is a typical America salad bowl, and that's kind of what we're into around here. So.
Absolutely. I love the bright, colorful kind of lollipop trees. They're interesting colors of purples and greens and yellows. You're reminded not only of fall, but also of our wonderful agricultural colors, too.
Right, it's a really beautiful piece.
All right, now's the time to call 1-844-KVIE Art. We're going to be moving to the next piece, but Lori's item is still open. The current bid on her piece is $500, which means that you can call, talk to one of our great volunteers, place a bid of $550, and you'll become the next high bidder. We've moved on to 41B. This is Marwillis Matterhorn. It's a fun play on words by our dear friend Maya Peoples-Bright. She's currently showing in the KVIE Gallery, but she gave us this piece specifically for the auction. Mary Ellen, tell us about this amazing funk art.
Well, Maya is trained at UC Davis during the funk period, so she learned from the masters of that pioneering genre. And being a woman, she is kind of an anomaly in that situation because most of them were men. So I think that Maya brings a feminine kind of aspect to her work, but it's also, she lives the artist's life. And this is really indicative of that. This is a mixed media piece. You can see a lot of different textures, a lot of, like for instance, there's a little shell right there and a piece of rope and some, and all of this combined together makes a whole.
Oh, it's an amazing mixed media piece. We've had a lot of mixed media, but this uses so many different techniques, so many different items. I love the giraffes here. We had a giraffe break earlier today, and I just love how fun these little creatures are. Now, she covers the entire canvas, even on the sides.
And recently Maya has, well, she's always kind of used her paint as a texturing aspect where she brings it off the canvas to give it some luminescence and a three-dimensionality. And she's just so wonderfully an artist. Like when you meet her, she paints all of her clothes. She lives like what Allen Ginsberg says, the artist's life. She is an artist through and through. And it just really shows with all of her brightness and colors and
we recently took a trip to Maya's home and went through her house, and every square inch is covered in art. It's amazing, and that's when you know you've got someone who's passionate about the work that they make. Well, one of you at least is passionate about Maya's work, because we have a high bid right now of $800 on 41B Marvelous Matterhorn. Even if you can't say that word, all you have to do is tell the volunteer you want 41B, and they'll take care of it for you. We're going to check in with the folks over on the phone bank and see what's going on over there.
Hi, here I am in the phone bank with Lori Winters Ribbons. She is a California master. She is from the Sacramento area. Now she's retired to a cushy little place on the beach where she paints all the time. But she's been shown at the Solomon Dubnik Gallery. She's in major collections. She shows at the Nancy Dodd Gallery in Carmichael. And tonight she's showing right here at the KVIE Art Auction. It has a value of $950. We have $800 for the piece. I expect this piece to be a bell ringer. I hand chose these pieces. This is a larger piece for her, and it's going to close out soon. So give us a call. We're going to go back out and look at that great Maya Peebles piece.
Oh, I'm telling you, Dee, when you said that was close to a bell ringer, you weren't kidding. It's up to $825. These pieces are popular. Maya's is now up to $1,300 as the high bid, which means we've got multiple people on who want this wonderful piece. Now, we've talked about Maya being part of the funk movement. What does that mean for her art?
Well, it means specifically for her, she was part of the candy store in Folsom. It started out as an actual candy store, and then the proprietor, Adeliza McHugh, turned it into an art gallery. And that was kind of for some San Francisco expatriates who weren't really happy with the art scene in the late 60s, and they kind of absconded to Folsom. And that actually was the beginning of the KZAP radio station as well.
Lifelong learning right here on KVIE. That's why we've got people like Mary Ellen. And I want to point out this item is not framed, and there's a reason, and that's because Maya has created items that go all the way around and extend beyond where you would see a frame. The camera's showing you right now where pieces, and I think they're hares, they're zebras, they go off the page. She goes crazy with it. She loves her work.
Yes, she does. And the animals, she makes up names for them, and she calls them phantasmagoric. Oh, I can't say
Phantasmagoric?
Phantasmagoric,
yeah,
yes.
That's as easy to say as marhuelas, right? All right. This piece is up to $2,000 as the high bid. Let's keep it going. 1-844-KVIE Art. And I think Rob and Dee have something to tell us.
I'm here with Lori Winters Ribbons, 41A. It's a bell ringer.
Yay.
I still have people bidding. This is how fast this hour is going to go. You need to call 844-584-3278. Almost every one of our phones are full. I've got $2,000 on Maya's Marvelous Matterhorn.
Marvelous.
Yeah, we're going to bring that out here and look at it again. This is how fast it's going to go, folks. Let's go back out to Heath and Mary Ellen.
Well, we have moved on to 41C, and that's Passages by Maureen Hood. Maureen Hood, another artist that was recently featured in the KVIE Gallery, along with Maya, along with Mary Ellen. These are folks who are regularly showing in galleries all across our region, and you get access to them right here on the KVIE Art Auction. We're looking at 41C. This is Passages. I'm looking for an opening bid of $400 on this piece. You can call right now now, 1-844-KVIE-ART, and get in on the bidding. So Mary Ellen, this is very typical of her work, her collage work.
Yeah, it's called mixed media, but it's basically collage. She uses some acrylic paint to accent the work, but if you'll notice, most of the figures are made of cut paper. This particular work, Passages, she wanted to convey the meeting of these two people, a man and a woman, kind of in a Polynesian setting, and so she's kind of imagining that it's their first meeting, and maybe the man is, you know, trying to woo the woman.
Mm-hmm.
And she's really into creating that moment in time where, you know, you connect with it because that's what's happening.
You're instantly there. It feels like we're on the islands of Hawaii. We're out on the beach. We see this guy roll up in his motorbike, and she's ready to hop on with him.
Well, maybe she's thinking about it.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe. But I tell you, if she sees this and how beautiful and colorful it is, why not? Let's go for a ride. Now, you were telling me that this frame is done in a wormwood?
Yes, it's if you notice the little holes of, I guess that's why they call it wormwood.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really nice accent in the vein of the piece, kind of a tropical feel to it.
I love the tropical colors that are here. We know that you do too. We are looking for you to come in with an opening bid. We are on 41C, that's Passages by Maureen Hood. We want you to come in with an opening bid of $400 right now by calling 1-844-KVIE-ART. And now let's send it over to the funky divas, Rob and Dee.
I love this next sentence. This artist is one of the original California funk artist movements. How cool is that?
I love, it's an amazing thing because back then in the early 70s, it was very hard for a woman artist to stand on their own, in a man's world. And Maya did it. She's still working on her work. She shows all over the place. She's in major museums, including our own Crocker. She lives out in the Rockland area. She is still painting. She let me hand select this from her studio.
Why'd you pick this one quickly? Because we got to get going.
It has every bell and whistle that you need for a Maya Peoples. It's got the extra pieces up here. It tells the whole narrative story. It is quintessential Maya if you want one in your collection.
Okay, we're at $2,300. This is worth over $3,500. Call 1-844-KVIE-ART. Heath?
Well, thanks. You do want one in your collection, and the way to do that is to make those phones ring by calling 1-844-KVIE-ART. So Maureen was a past Best of Show winner in the art auction.
Yeah, I think it was 4 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
and that's also in keeping with the investment hour, is that if you're an artist, your work just keeps getting more and more valuable as you go forward. So if you grab it now while it's, reasonably priced, then, 10 years from now, 20 years from now,
Well, you don't get to appreciate it just now. You get to appreciate it for many years to come. These are pieces that you will pass down to your children and to your grandchildren and make art a legacy that you can leave to them. And the way that you do that is to give us a call, tell the volunteer you want to place a bid on 41C, Maureen Hood's Passages piece. We're going to leave this item open for bidding, but we're now going to move on to 41D. This is Hydrangea from Pramila. This is by Pat Mahoney. As a reminder, this is oil on canvas. This measures 20 by 16. You can find a place for this in your home. The retail value is $2,000 and archival framing to the frame. Tell us about Pat.
Pat went to visit her friend, and on the way out, she noticed how beautiful the hydrangea bush was out front. So her friend just cut it and gave it to her. She went home, put it in a vase, and the way the light was working that day, she just decided, okay, I'm going to set up a still life. And she did that, and she painted it, and this is what she came up with, and she did a beautiful job.
It's very recognizable as a hydrangea, but it also has an abstract feel to it.
Yeah, I think that is part of her work. Pat is a very accomplished local teacher and artist, and she's also gaining some nationwide acclaim as well.
Well, now is the time, folks. If you want to get in on our investment art collection, this is when we're asking you to do your part. Support the arts on KVIE Public Television and take home a beautiful piece of investment art that's going to be in your family for a long time to come. These are pieces that you will be proud to have on your home on display for your friends and your family. Right now, we are looking for an opening bid of $600 on this piece. I want to remind you that 41B Marvelous Matterhorn, we have a bid of $2,300. 41C Passages from Maureen Hood, we have a bid of $425. And so Hydrangea from Pramila, we are looking for you to place a bid of $600 on Pat Mahoney's beautiful, beautiful work.
I think that in this series that we have in this group in general, artists don't only do one thing. And Pat Mahoney recently has started doing bronze sculpture. And so we'll get to that again in the next painting or two, but it shows versatility. It shows kind of a mastery if an artist can do more than one thing.
It's a little unfair that they have so many different talents. We've actually been seeing many artists who do both two-dimensional and three-dimensional work. I can't even draw a stick figure.
Oh, you can if you try.
Okay, I can draw a circle and I can draw a couple feet coming out of it. That's about it. All right, if you want an investment piece of quality art, now is the time to call 1-844-KVIE-ART. And now we're going to check in with our friends over in the phone bank where it's kind of busy.
Here we go. Okay, I've got 41C. This is Maureen Hood's Passages. This woman is internationally known. She's very popular in Palm Springs, but she happens to live in Sacramento and watch KVIE and let me choose this piece. It's a $2,700 piece. I have a $550 bid. I want to see $650. I want to go up in $100 increments. We got to go off air at 10 o'clock, so no more of this 25, 25, 25. So I want to see $650 on number 41C, Passages by Maureen Hood. We're going to go back out onto the floor.
So we have moved over. We are so excited by this piece. This is Tony Natsoulis' Poirot. When you talk about an iconic figure that you can look at and instantly recognize, who better than Agatha Christie's master detective, Hercule Poirot. Tony Natsoulis has created this beautiful sculpture. The retail value is $10,000. We have a current bid of $5,025. We're only halfway there, folks. Mary Ellen, tell us about this incredible piece.
Well, you know, Poirot is an Dame Agatha Christie character, and Natsoulis in this work is the episode Dumb Witness is what he's trying to portray. The plot is, you know, in all of Agatha Christie's, it's a mystery, and the dog has something to do with it, and the ball causes supposedly a death.
Oh, fantastic.
Yes.
Well, what we're showing on the camera, so you're aware, this piece should be seen from 360 degrees. And so what we're showing you is the back of the piece where this wonderful dog is jumping out of the back of Poirot toward this blue dog. The back of this piece is open so that you can see that. Now you're seeing the front of the piece where we have this wonderful iconic face of Hercule Poirot. In his hands he has his knife and a little cracker, but right here, there's your most distinctive element, is his wonderful mustache.
Yeah, did you know that he has like a mustache thing at night that he sleeps with?
Yes, yeah, it's fantastic. Poirot has been a long running masterpiece mystery series. It's, as I said before, he is one of the most iconic images that we can think of, besides Downton Abbey at this point. Hercule Poirot, Tony Natsoulis' piece. We have a high bid of $5,025 right now. We're looking for you to come in with a bid of $6,000 to get that bidding up. Now, if you're trying to figure out how to fit this in your home, it's 30 by 21 by 16. Get out your measures and find out where this will fit, where you can see it in all 360 degrees. And now we're going to check back in with Dee and Rob, who are over in the phone bank.
I am here with piece number 41D, Hydrangea by
Pat
Mahoney. Pat Mahoney. Again, she did this especially for the auction. We framed it at archival for her. She paints with Wayne Thiebaud and Jin Wong. She is a California master that lives here in Sacramento.
What's it for right now?
KVIE. Right now I have a $900 bid on it. It's a $2,000 piece. This is investment art. One quick explanation. This is an art auction. Unlike Sotheby's and Christie's, we are not charging you a buyer's premium at all. So that $900 is your $900 bid. And so that's all you need to buy. 41D. Let's go back and look again at that lovely Tony Natsoulis.
$950 now. That's great.
All right, we have a bid of $5,025. I want to see that get up to $6,000 for this piece. And we've turned him around so that you can see fully on the front, iconic elements, the beautiful mustache. He's got this wonderful little bouquet of flowers. His stopwatch, or his clock is in his pocket, his knife, his crackers. And I do, Mary Ellen, correct me if I'm wrong, these hands are detachable. He comes apart.
Yes, he's easy to move. He seems unwieldy, but he isn't. And the other thing, and when you're talking about icons, you know, Natsoulis is an icon in Sacramento, and you can see a lot of his work in the public parks, and he's everywhere. And this is a really beautiful work to have, and it's great that we have it.
There's a reason why we call them California Masters. These are folks that are highly collected and highly collectible, and now is the time for you to get involved and take home a Tony Natsoulis piece. There are 5 individual components of this, but as Mary Ellen said, it is extremely easy to move and extremely easy to put together. What we want you to do is call 1-844-KVIE ART. Now is the time to do it. You do not want to delay, because then this piece might not be going home with you. It might be going home with somebody else. Right now we have a $5,025 bid. It's your opportunity to sneak in there and take it up to $6,000. Let's check in with Dee.
I want to talk about piece number 41E, the Tony Natsoulis, that Heath and Mary Ellen are standing next to. Tony Natsoulis is one of Sacramento's finest ceramicists. He shows out at the Blue Line. You've seen his stuff all over the place. This piece needs to be purchased and put in a public place. We are so proud to have it here. It's piece number 41E. I currently have a $5,000 bid on it. It's a $10,000 piece. I want to bump that to $6,000. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's one of Tony's finest pieces, and he's always supported the auction so well. He's been a juror in the past, and now for the big unveil, we're going to look at Jin Wong's beautiful Sacramento piece.
Oh. Right? You just kind of want to stand here and just soak it all in, don't you, Mary Ellen?
Oh, yeah.
This is spring on the Sacramento. I think we've all been on that road right along the Sacramento River. We are so privileged to have a Jin Wong this year. It has been since 2011 that we've been able to have a Jin Wong included in the KVIE art auction. We're thrilled to do it. Retail value $14,000. We currently have a bid of $5,500. That's not even half of retail. If you went to a studio in Carmel, to the gallery, and wanted this piece, $18,000 you'd be putting out. Right here in the auction, now's the time to get involved. Mary Ellen, Jin Wong is iconic in our region as a Sacramento artist. Tell us about him in the piece.
Well, it's very exciting that this is in the auction, because this is, you know, he's a homegrown artist, and we're all he has a fervent collector base in Sacramento. Like, his work, he's very prolific, but he also is he's in everybody wants one. He's very much sought after, and the reason is because he's very classically trained. He came from the school of Russian social realism, but he's translated that into this beautiful oil that he does now. And it's gorgeous. It's breathtaking. It's almost like you can't even really talk about it because it's so breathtaking.
When we brought the piece in, there was a story behind this that Jin is actually getting ready to move his studio to New York. And so when you talk about a piece that is highly collected, these pieces aren't going to be here anymore. Now is the time. Now is the time. We have a $7,000 bid on this piece. Let's keep that going, folks. 1-844-KVIE Art is the number to call. This is Spring on the Sacramento by Zhen Wang. And now we're going to check in with Dee and Rob over in the phone bank.
Okay, so the Zhen Wang piece is still wide open. We have a $7,250 bid. Right now we have $5,025 right here on the Tony Natsoulis piece. How did you get this?
I love this. This piece was donated by a private collector who's a big fan of Tony's and wanted KVIE to get the $10,000 that this piece needs to bring.
Also, that is a tax write-off. I want to remind people as you purchase the art here. All right, so stay tuned because there's more art coming up next in the half hour live here at KVIE. The 35th annual KVIE art auction will give you an update on the Zhen Wang piece coming up live from Northern California. Stay tuned.
The Nilo Company is committed to our community and proud to support local arts in our region through the KVIE art auction. 13 brands, one name, Nilo.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through more than 500 hours of arts programming each year. From Call the Midwife to Poldark and Bob Ross to Art in the 21st Century, KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong through your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE art auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the investment collection coming up next on the KVIE art auction. This category features works by internationally known and up-and-coming artists whose work is included in many important public collections. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Well, hello again. I'm Heath Buckmaster. We are back for another half hour of live art auction excitement. We are still featuring works in our investment art collection. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid in the next half hour. Item 42A is Phantom by Mel Ramos. This is a lithograph measuring 50 by 34. It's framed by the artist and the retail value is $3,800. Item 42B is Keys by Margarita Chaplinska. This is a mixed media piece measuring 20 by 20. Retail value is $650, and she's a previous Best of Show winner. Item 42C is Hometown Vineyard by Gregory Condos. This is a lithograph measuring 42 by 34. This was framed by Skyline One Framing, and the retail value is $2,200. Item 42D is Tapestry Bag Picture Window. This is by Patricia Altschul. This is oil on canvas, measuring 30 by 42, and the retail value, $1,400. Item 42E, She Talks Out of the Side of Her Mouth by Gary Dinnan. It's ceramic, measuring 26 by 11 by 10, and the retail value is $3,800. And the last piece in this break is 42F, Untitled Assemblage by Paul DePasqua. This is mixed media, measuring 52 by 30 by 20, and we'll talk about why those dimensions are so interesting in just a little bit, and the retail value is $2,800. Well, during this break, we are once again joined by award-winning mosaic artist, longtime volunteer, Mary Ellen Lane. She regularly shows at the Archival Framing Gallery. She has shown in the KVIE Gallery, and she's here with me next to this really cool comic book character, the Phantom.
This is Mel Ramos, an artist print, and it's the Phantom, and it's from the Lost comic book series of Mel's work. The litho, it's a print of an original work. So Mel was fascinated with comic books when he first started painting. He is a master of the figure. If you know of his work at the Crocker in 2011, he had a retrospective of his work. Mostly paints nudes, but the main thing about Mel is that he's just a master of the figure.
Absolutely, and you can get access to this beautiful Mel Ramos Phantom. 42A, the number to call is 1-844-KVIE Art. Tell the volunteer that you want to place a starting bid of $400 on 42A Phantom. Now this is, you said it's a lithograph. Is that also an artist proof?
Yes, you could tell right down here it says artist proof 23 of 50. 23 of 50. So Mel Ramos has decided there's only going to be 50 of these, much in the same way that Andy Warhol would do with his prints. And now those prints have become extremely valuable.
And an artist proof means that he has had his hands all over this piece.
Yes, he has. He makes sure that the printing is done the way he wants it to be. And then so if it doesn't come out right, then that one gets destroyed. And then he hand numbers and signs them all. So that's actually Mel's, I say Mel because I've actually had the privilege of meeting him. He's just such a wonderful man. And he's also from Sacramento. He graduated from McClatchy High School.
And he's a great friend of KVIE. He is a wonderful donor and supporter of the arts. And we are looking for you to come in with an opening bid of $400 on 42A Phantom. And I believe we have an update on the Zhen Wang piece, but I'm not going to steal Rob and Dee's thunder. We're going to check in the phone bank and see what's going on.
So we right now are auctioning off the most expensive piece ever in the 35-year history of the KVIE art auction. We are now at $11,500. Once we get to $12,000, we're jumping up in $1,000 increments. This piece is worth $14,000 minimum retail value. We're at $11,500 right now. I had the privilege of interviewing Jen on his front porch as he painted. I saw pallets of paint being delivered to his house, literally by the truckload. It was just amazing.
Jin is moving to New York. Jin established his career here in Sacramento. He's moving to New York in the middle of the month, next month. This is your last chance to get a Sacramento landscape by an internationally known artist. We want 12. Now we're going to go back and look at another international artist.
I do want to mention that the winner of the Zhen Wang piece will also receive a private studio tour with Zhen Wang before he moves his studio to New York. That is something that is priceless. So Mary Ellen, we're here with Phantom. We are looking for an opening bid of $400.
And speaking of New York, Heath, Mel has been represented by the Mizell Gallery in New York since 1971. And there was just a big retrospective in the Ukraine. Mel is actually more popular in Europe in some ways than he is in America.
Interesting.
And so he's widely collected there, and they're very fervently collected.
Well, we used the Phantom in a lot of the marketing for this year's auction, and it is an instantly recognizable comic book character. And in today's society, we see Superman and all of those characters are on the big screen right now, but it's really nice to go back in time and see this Phantom character.
I was reading this article that said Mel's work is really breaking records on its own.
Fantastic. We love breaking records. Oh, let's go to Rob. There's something going on.
I know.
I'm getting excited.
Sorry. We hit $14,000. We did it. It's the most expensive piece ever in the history of the auction. We're both talking.
We got 4 bidders. You guys need to duke it out on the phone. This could be the last time you get a piece like this.
Because he's moving to New York City, so this is the last time to get a Zhen Wang. First of all, landscapes are hard to come by, period, by Zhen Wang. And D, because of your connections with Jen, you were able to get this.
I've known him for 30 years. He's going to be closing his studio. He will open it up to the public for 2 days in October. If you're interested, you can check our website later on. But there will be no big landscapes like this in that sale.
Because you've been through them.
This is the last piece.
Yes.
I went through the whole studio and I chose this one.
That's fantastic. What a privilege.
Let's send it over.
All right, we did it.
We are over here at 42B. This is Keys by Margarita Chaplinska. She was our Best of Show winner just a couple of years ago in the KVIE art auction. And now we have this beautiful piece. The retail value is $650. We're only $50 away from a bell ringer. And this is a nice square 20 by 20 piece.
And Margarita is one to watch because she is also very classically trained. She comes from Kiev. And in Europe, the schooling is much more intense, and they learn the old master techniques, and this is kind of what's happening here. Margarita likes to show the portrait. This is done in gold acrylic, and then she has oil over top of it. And I think that her eyes, the way she treats the face, if you know her work, it's just so expressive and so impressionistic.
Well, the camera is capturing that face right now so beautifully. And one of the things that I remember about her work the last several years that we've had her in the collection is her mastery of the figure and the face is absolutely incredible. They're really lifelike and jump off the canvas.
And she also likes to push herself. She's a teacher, and so she teaches a lot of students, and I think that they also challenge her. And she doesn't, she's like Jin Wang. I read a quote where he says, he's not comfortable unless he's uncomfortable. And
really challenging themselves.
Right. If you get kind of used to what you're doing.
Right.
And I think Margarita's constantly pushing herself.
Well, there's no complacency here, and we're certainly not complacent. Every piece in this collection is a valued piece that you can have as part of your home and the art that's on your wall. We have a bid of $725. That means this item is a bell ringer, and now we're going to check back in with the phone bank.
Yeah. Are we on? Yeah, we're live. Okay.
Okay. Okay, we are getting ready to close number 41F. Spring on the Sacramento. Thank you, Mr. Jin Wang, for always watching KVIE and giving us this piece. 1, 2, 3, close! Let's go back out.
Wonderful. We love that. You know what? It's really fun to do the going, gone, and that is the first time we've actually done it this weekend. And the reason is because people are really getting involved in the auction, and it just keeps going and going. And we're talking about keys right now. It is up to a high bid of $800. Multiple people are on the phone for Margarita Chaplinska's keys. Tell us more, Mary Ellen, about this beautiful figure.
Well, you know, Sacramento is such an art town.
It is.
And it's just so wonderful to see all of this happening.
It's a privilege to live here.
It is.
It really is, and be part of the arts community.
And I think Margarita is a rising star. And, you know, she's the next big thing, and you just never can tell in art sometimes.
Absolutely.
But I think that this was a pretty sure bet.
Well, and I noticed this one, similar to her previous pieces, she actually doesn't always fill out the entire canvas. She really is focused on the figure.
Right, I like the use of the white space here as well. It's, you know, it's very poignant, it's very dramatic.
1-844-KVIE Art. That's the number to call. We now have a bid of $850 on keys by Margarita Chaplinska. You can get involved in the bidding right now and support the arts on KVIE. Remember that every dollar you spend to take home a beautiful piece of art goes to support every show that you love on KVIE, whether it's Masterpiece, whether it's a science program like Nova or Nature, or one of our local programs like Rob on the Road or Studio Sacramento or Viewfinder or Art Showcase. The list goes on and on. Every dollar you spend goes to support the shows when you turn in to KVIE. And now we're going to check back in with the Phantom in the phone bank.
Sell it, Dee. Tell us all about Mel Ramos.
I've got Mel Ramos in the house. This is Mel Ramos Phantom. I only have a $500 bid on a $3,800 piece.
Wow.
He's in major museums everywhere, shows all over the world, tons of books on him. He is blue chip stock. This is a great image. He's very well known for his superheroes. Just had that big show
and
at
for
the
his
Crocker.
nudes.
And for his nudes, but this is PBS. So I love the Phantom. I love that it's retro. It's framed. It's ready to go home. I'm looking for a bid of $600. It's piece number 42A. Let's go take a look at that condo.
$3,800 value.
You know what I like, Mary Ellen? I like it when we move on to the next piece and it's already a bell ringer. We are on Hometown Vineyard by 42C, and I want to hear those bells ringing for this piece. We have a bid of $2,300 on Gregory Kondos Hometown Vineyard. This measures 42 by 34. Cowbell Kenny is a big fan of this piece, and we are a big fan of him as well.
Wow, the hits just keep on coming.
They do. What can you say about Gregory Kondos?
Well,
iconic California master of everything he does.
A California landscape painter. He is the guy in Northern California, in the United States, and in the world. Now, he is world renowned for this type of a landscape. This is another artist proof. It's number 8 of 15, signed by the artist. Also highly collected. It's a beautiful work. It's a vineyard. It's probably in Northern California somewhere, but Condos also paints Greece. He paints a lot of different, he travels and paints everywhere.
We really could see this in Napa, Sonoma, Amador County. There are so many parts of our region where this would be a beautiful representation of where we live. One of the things that we talked about earlier, when we talk about an artist proof, it really means that he's had his hands all over this piece.
Right, and there's only 15 of them, so you know, you can have a chance to get one of them.
One of those 15. And the way that you do that is call 1-844 KVIE Art. It's easy to do. It's a toll-free number. Tell the volunteer that you want to place a bid on 42C Hometown Vineyard. Right now we have a high bid of $2,400, but you can come in with the next bid of $2,500 and you might be able to take this piece home with you. Now, Condos, you mentioned to me that Thibaut actually has some kind words to say about the quality of Condos' work.
Yes, you know, they're contemporaries and they kind of grew up in the scene together. But Thibaut about Condos' work says that it's eloquently caressed landscapes of sweeping distances that transport us. And I think that's very true with the way that he just kind of creates a focal point, but that you see the world in a way.
I feel like we're there. I'm driving by and I just want to stop by that little farmhouse and maybe have a drink of wine. Maybe that's some wine tasting we can do there. All right, I'm being told we have some news about the Phantom. So let's check in with Dee in the phone bank.
Here I am in the phone bank with Mel Ramos' Phantom. Let me tell you a little story. 30 years ago, I started collecting artwork. The very first piece that I bought as an investment piece was a Mel Ramos that I paid $400 for that's worth $2,800 now. And that was about 15 years ago. This is the Phantom. It's a $3,800 piece. We've only got a bid of $800. This piece is only going to go up. We are talking about investment level art this hour. Number 42A, give us a call and bid on it. Let's go back to that Condos.
Well, we're here at 42C Hometown Vineyard, and it's $2,500 is the current high bid. Now, Mary Ellen, you mentioned this is an artist proof, and there are only 15 of these.
Right, and we'd like to also thank the Condos family for always being so generous with the auction. And you know, every year they give something just wonderfully to KVIE, and you know, it really cements the importance of our art in our community.
Absolutely. They are passionate supporters of KVIE and supporters of the arts. We know you are too, because you've called 1-844-KVIE Art, and hopefully you're on the phone with one of our great volunteers and you are getting ready to place a bid on a beautiful piece of art. We are going to leave this item open for bidding, but now Mary Ellen and I are moving to 42D. This is Tapestry Bag Picture Window, and this is by Patricia Altschul, who also recently showed at the Archival Gallery. She shows regularly. She also was recently featured on the KVIE Art Showcase. We did an interview with her that was aired just within the last month. And Mary Ellen, she is always a sellout of all of her pieces.
The KVIE Art Showcase of her, I know her personally and followed her work, but that was a really wonderful portrait of her and her painting, her kind of challenges that she's had painting. This is a figurative work, obviously, tapestry bag. I asked her if she thought that her portraits were self-portraits, and she said no, she didn't think so. They just kind of come to her through her subconscious. So, you know, like people that we dream of, you know, you don't know where they come from. They're not you.
They're just there.
Yeah, and so I really like this work because it looks like she's going through a door and she's being very contemplative about it. And of course, Patricia's use of color is it's unparalleled.
Well, we have an opening bid of $420 on this piece. The retail value is $1,400. Tapestry bag picture window. So when you call in, tell the volunteer you want to bid on 42D. That's Patricia Altschul's piece. Now, she has a very interesting story. She actually didn't do art for a period of time.
Well, she was an artist, and she taught, and then she suffered a tragedy where she had a brain injury, and that's all in the KVIE thing that you guys did. But then she came back, and so now her painting is different, but it helped her through the rehabilitation process.
She came back and is just blowing the art world out of the water.
I know, which is such a hopeful story.
It is. It's a story of triumph through adversity, and you can absolutely see it in her work. We've got a bid of $500. We are not letting this thing go. You need to call 1-844-KVIE Art right now and place a bid on 42D Patricia Altschul's piece. And now we're going to check in over in the phone bank with Robin D.
So Hometown Vineyard just jumped up to $3,100, the Gregory Condos piece. Dee, why is investment art so important?
Investment art is an investment that you can enjoy on your wall while your money grows.
That's a good way to put it. Instead of just putting it in the bank, you put it in art and you can enjoy it.
And these are all investment quality artists. Let's look at that. Patricia Altschul, she is the next big star in Sacramento.
Next big star in Sacramento, you heard it right there from our KVIE art curator. Now's the time to call. We have a bid of $500 on this piece, tapestry bag picture window from Patricia Altschul.
And I think that the credit needs to go to Dee on some level, because she does pick these artists and know that they're going to be rising stars. And Patricia is one of those. She's a great artist.
And I think, when you were talking about this isn't a self-portrait, she doesn't describe it that way. This could be someone that you know in your family. And I love that the focal point really is this beautiful patchwork bag that she's created, the tapestry bag.
Right. The series of these women that she paints, they all kind of have that pensive look of, what is she thinking?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you know.
I don't know what she's thinking. I don't know where she's looking, but that's one of the things I love about art, is that every time you look at a piece, every person who looks at it can interpret it just a little bit differently.
It's very subjective, yes.
Yeah. Well, we've got a bid right now of $500. Let's keep the bidding open, but Mary Ellen and I are moving on to the next piece. This is 42E. She Talks Out of the Side of Her Mouth by Gary Dinnan. This is a ceramic piece. It measures 26 by 11 by 10. The retail value is $3,800. We are looking for you to come in with an opening bid of $300 to get the bidding started. And Mary Ellen, there's a reason why it's called She Talks Out of the Side of Her Mouth.
Well, yeah, it kind of has two mouths.
She has two mouths.
Gary put the separate mouth on this one, which is kind of, very indicative also of the funk movement. And, Gary is... To me, he's like the granddaddy of all these street artists out there now. He learned at Davis, and he's been in the contemporary art scene for many, many years, and he's very generous. He teaches, he has a ministry of sorts where he helps people through art, and this piece is just so fun. Again, he's the kind of guy who can paint, he can draw, he can sculpt. He's just a multi-talented artist.
Well, and one of the unique things about this item is that it really is also one that, again, is viewable from 360 degrees. The artist has created elements that go all the way around this ceramic element. We're looking for you to come in with an opening bid of $300 on Gary Dinnan's She Talks Out of the Side of Her Mouth. This is item 42E, 26 by 11 by 10. Those are the dimensions. And Mary Ellen, I absolutely love that she's got two mouths here. It's just it's a fun way to explain the name of the piece.
Right, and it also might be some type of an exploration about, people who have two different ways of saying things, or who knows. But the thing that I find interesting about this work is it's a human figurehead, and Gary right now does mostly animals, and there are some animals in, like you'll notice right here, there's some animal motifs like dogs, or so that this head, this human woman, is kind of I think it's a special piece of his.
Absolutely. The retail value of this item is $3,800. All it takes for you to get in on the bidding is to place a bid of $300. Look at that. All you have to do is ask, and you shall receive. Somebody's on the phone right now. They've placed an opening bid of $300 for 42E. And now Dee has some special information about our friend Patricia Altschul and her piece that she donated.
I'm standing next to piece number 42D by Patricia Altschul. She is going to be one of Sacramento's next international artists. Now is your time to get this piece. It has a $1,400 value. Her last exhibition sold out in almost a half hour. She is a rising star, and at $750, this is quite a bargain. I want to see $1,400 on 42D. Let's go back out and look at that great Gary Denon.
It is a great Gary Denon, and I'm going to talk out of the side of my mouth and tell you to bid more. Bid more. All right, that didn't really work out, did it? $500, that's what we want to see. It's your opportunity to get in on Gary Denon's piece. Bid $500, and you can take this item home and make it part of your art collection. Mary Ellen, this is a really neat piece, and as we talked about, lots of stuff going on here.
Well, and also about the artist, Gary, I think that he grew up in Los Angeles also with the burgeoning skater movement when it first started. So, you know, he's the kind of guy that's always in where it's happening. So, you know, and this is a happening piece.
Oh, absolutely. And again, we've talked a lot about pieces that every time you look at them, you're going to see something new. Either if you look at it from a different angle, or if you have a friend who comes over and sees something that you might have missed. Well, we have a bid of $400 right now on this piece. We're looking for you to come in and place a bid of $500, and you'll be the next high bidder on She Talks Out of the Side of Her Mouth. That's piece 42E. It's Gary Denon's piece. Mary Ellen, anything else we need to know about this California master?
Well, I think this was a donated piece, actually. Someone actually gave it to KVIE because they want us to have the money, and that was very generous of them to do that.
Absolutely. All right, we are going to leave that item open for bidding, but now it is time to talk about, I think, one of the most unique pieces of art that I can remember us ever having in the KVIE art auction. I've been involved in the auction since 2009, and I'm not sure we've ever had something like this. This is Untitled Assemblage by Paul DePasqua. The retail value is $2,800. We are looking for you to come in with a starting bid of $300. This is a really interesting piece. I'll give you the dimensions again because it does have multiple components to it. Aside from the figure in the chair, there is also a foot piece. The total dimensions are 52 inches by 30 inches by 20, and it is meant to have the floor piece on the floor standing. Mary Ellen, where do we even begin with this great piece?
Well, I think the first thing to note is that this is museum worthy. This really belongs in a museum. And if you can buy it and have it in your home, then you are doing really well, because this artist, Paul DePasqua, is a rising star. He's been working quite a while, but he uses a lot of found objects, and his concept is the parts make a whole. So I'm a little bit partial to that because there is a mosaic here going on of this clown in a high chair. I mean, it's so fun, but it also has a touch of the macabre, as clowns often do.
Yes.
And there's some ceramic work in here that is collaborations with other important artists, you know, and you can kind of look at this thing for days.
Every time you look at it, there's something different. I love that the clown is kind of throwing its arms up in the air. It's obvious that it's making something. It's almost like it's covered in frosting.
Right, yeah, I've been spending some time with this work over the past month, and I just feel like it's otherworldly in the sense of like it's evocative. Like, for instance, there is a little Captain Crunch right there that my brother and I, that little toy we fought over when we were kids because it was in the cereal box.
Absolutely.
You know, so there is a recovered memory by just I didn't remember that until I actually saw that little Captain Crunch there.
Well, we've got an opening bid of $500 on this item. This is Untitled Assemblage by Paul DePasqua. As Mary Ellen mentioned, it's also a collaborative piece. So other artists have also contributed elements to this, right?
Yes, specifically Gilhooly.
Okay.
Dale Gilhooly. If you'll notice, some of the ceramic pieces Paul acquired from him. They were friends.
And then added them to this piece.
Right.
Wonderful, wonderful piece. We have a bid of $600 now on this wonderful piece. It is 42F. When you call in, tell the volunteer you are interested in Paul DePasqua's Untitled Assemblage. And now we're going to check in with Rob and Dee over the phone bank.
This is a lovely piece by Patricia Altschul, and Marinda Johnson-Gorman and Martin Christian just interviewed her. That piece, that story aired last week. Of course, it's on YouTube now. This is in it.
Yep.
And it's also at KVIE.org. Dee, this is a collectible, $950. We're trying to get this up to $1,400. Send it back across the studio to Heath.
Well, we're up to $800 on the DePasqua, and that means that multiple people are on the phone. They want to take this home. Don't forget, Mary Ellen said this is museum quality. Put it in your home today. Stay tuned because there is more art coming up in the next half hour of the KVIE Art Auction. Welcome to the 35th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of Northern California's visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. And now, let the auction begin.
Stay tuned for the Auction Jurors Collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features the works of our volunteer jurors who have donated not only their time but their own works in support of the arts. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello and welcome to the 2016 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Kelly Rains, and over the next half hour you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art in our Auction Jurors collection. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by the Nilo Company, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on KVIE. And now, here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 43A is Mapping of Memories, Series 2015-11-12 by Brenda Louie. This is mixed media, measuring 12 by 12. Retail value is $4,000. Item 43B is Pre-Flight Number 3 by Kim Squalia. This is mixed media, measuring 12 by 24. Retail value is $800. Item 43C is River Run by Kurt Fishback. This is photography measuring 24 by 24. It is framed by archival framing, and the retail value is $1,200. Item 43E is Friend from the 50s by Russ Solomon. This is photography measuring 29 by 24. It is framed by archival framing, and the retail value is $600. Item 43F is Bunny Burger by Eric Dolan. This is ceramic measuring 21 by 15 by 15, and the retail value is $2,000. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by David Lobenberg. He is a watercolor artist, author, past art auction juror, and an art instructor who regularly teaches classes on watercolor portraiture and exhibits in the United States and internationally. Welcome, David. It's an honor.
Thank you.
It's
Pleasure.
an honor. So our first piece, item 43A, Mapping of Memories, Series 2015-11-12 by Brenda Louie. What can you tell us about it?
Well, let me establish her credentials. She got her master's degree at Stanford University, not too shabby. She also has work in the permanent collection at the Crocker Art Museum. She's a very well-established artist here in California, sells her work both nationally, internationally. And she does series like this. So this would be part of maybe 6 other paintings, and that's how she usually displays her art. So she picked this one and donated it to the KVIE art auction. And what I like about it and what I find incredible is the tremendous amount of texture. Oh, by the way, I call this, I'll use a $20 word, a biomorphic image.
Biomorphic.
Biomorphic means like a human body. It kind of, and the title bespeaks of that, it reminds me of a graphic, maybe a medical graphic of a human being, whether it's the brain or the body. But what I like about it are these, and I think she did this in ink, all of these fine, almost typography lines, or you might say almost like the lines you see in a fingerprint.
Wow.
Biomorphic. While my wife and I were at the gala, she pointed out, my wife Cheryl pointed out, looks like a foot.
It does.
Yes, I didn't notice that. But it's a wonderful and complex integration of shapes, red lines, these circular spinning elements here, the rectangular shapes, very simple, but I think beautiful color palette of warm colors in the lines and in these rectangles against cools, again in the rectangles and particularly the background. So, you know, it's one of those pieces that you can just look at for a long time. And I think whoever's going to get this I think they're going to be very pleased. And again, they'll be able to just fall right into this, all this wonderful detail. And she did this with a combination of pen and paint. So it's mixed media. It's also got a wonderful gallery wrap. So as you're coming into a room, you're not just seeing empty space around this stretched canvas. This wraps right around it.
It's absolutely beautiful. And the number to call is 844-584-3278. And we're going to go over to the phone bank.
Okay, we've got a last piece from the last investment hour, 42F, the Untitled Assemblage by Paul de Pasqua, the clown. I love that piece. It has a retail of $2,800. It's currently at $1,500. We're going to close it out rather quickly. The number here, 844-584-3278. These are important pieces coming up. The piece that you just saw, Brenda Louie, was a gift from our juror this year. Brenda Louie is an internationally known artist. That's a beautiful little piece. Mapping of Memories, 43A. It has a $4,000 value. I need an opening bid of $400. We're going to send it back to Kelly to see that great Kim piece. I love her work.
Thanks, Dee. This is a piece by Kim Squalia. This is pre-flight number 3. It is mixed media, 12 by 24. We've got a bid of $650. We're looking for a bid of $700, and there is art in motion as we speak. This is a beautiful piece, mixed media. The number to call is 844-584-3278. 844 KVIE Art. David, what can you tell us about this beautiful mixed media piece?
Well, first I saw Kim's work at JJ Gallery about, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 years ago. JJ Gallery is located in the same building that my studio is located in, so I often will take a break from painting, go over to JJ Gallery and see some of the wonderful contemporary work they've got. And of course, Kim, I saw her work for the first time. And what's amazing about this is it's not a painting that you look at, it's a painting that you look into. Because and I want to establish her credentials, by the way. She's got 6 paintings that are owned by Neiman Marcus and are at their various stores. Also, Microsoft. Her paintings are exhibited worldwide, so she's created quite a name for herself, and you can see why. So what this is a combination of painting. I'm not sure, but I think this is acrylic. This is all, believe it or not, this is all very carefully painted, hand done. She's got some brushes that maybe have 4 hairs on it. And she'll go in and she'll do these little lines on this and these stars. You know, we've kind of got an intergalactic theme going here with maybe you know, spaceship flights from star to star or star to planet or planet to planet. But the interesting thing is she works with resin, and it's layered. And there's got to be about 6 layers on this, so that's why I say you don't look at her painting, you look into her painting.
We look into her painting, and we're also looking into the fact that this is a bell ringer. We have a bid of $800. That doesn't mean that you can't keep bidding. This piece will go fast. She is a renowned artist. We're looking for a bid of $825. Pre-flight number 3. This is item 43B by Kim Squalia. The number to call is 844 KVIE Art, aptly titled 844-584-3278. And this is a piece, because of all of the components, that takes a long time to create, right, David?
Yes, it does. And I learned a lot about her work, other than just seeing it, from Rob on the Road.
Hey!
Because he interviewed her on one of his shows. So yes, she'll paint a layer. She'll spread the resin over it. She'll take a blowtorch to help dry it. And once it's thoroughly dried, she'll paint the next layer. Pour the resin over it, so it's a slow building up process. Again, I know, I wanted to point out something. And I don't know if the camera can get it. Talk about looking into something. This line right here is the last surface. So it's actually casting. This line is a shadow. Right here, there's the shadow, but here's the painted line. So you really do get a sense of depth. So I think whoever is going to get this is going to find this absolutely fascinating.
Well, the number to call for this fascinating piece is 844-584-3278. We have a bid of $975, and we're going to go check in with Rob. Rob?
So I interviewed Kim Squalia in her studio. First of all, Kim is a Northern California gem. She is in the permanent collection at the Crocker already, and her art is phenomenal. And the way she layers each piece, by the time she's done, those pieces are tremendously heavy. I have one of her pieces, and guess where I have it hanging? In a window. I mean, like, you can put her work anywhere, and it is absolutely stunning. We're right now at $975. She is highly collectible. She has been hanging all across the country and displaying in New York City, as well as highly collectible in Dallas, Texas. Let's go back across the studio.
Thanks, Rob. This is item 43C, River Run by Kurt Fishback. It is photography, measuring 24 by 24. Retail value is $1,200. It was framed by Archival Framing. And this is a beautiful black and white photograph by Kurt Fishback. What can you tell us?
Well, I want all the viewers to take out their smartphones or their tablets or their laptops and go to Wikipedia. And you're going to find, you can read a little about Kurt Fishback. Very well-known Sacramento photographer, well-known nationally, internationally, and he does black and white photography. He got his art training at, he started out at City College, where I teach in the art department. By the way, we're celebrating our 100th birthday. He also went to Cornell University. So not too bad for a background. Again, he just does, I believe, black and white photography. And I love this piece because it's a square format. A square format, at least for me, and I think for a lot of people, always pops. Whether it's on a museum wall, corporate wall, a home, it is a strong shape that attracts the eyes. But above and beyond that, it's got an intense sense of value, a dramatic sense of value, dark and light. So you start at the top corner here. We've got a diagonal movement. So out of the shadow, we've got this beautiful, smooth, glassy water. And believe me, that's what he was looking at. That's what attracted his eye. He went to this spot. I know how he works. He set up a tripod. He set up his camera, and he waited. Like most plein air artists, whether you're a painter or a photographer, you're going to know how the sun arcs across the sky. You're going to know how it lights your subject, whether you're painting it or whether you're taking a photograph of it. So he caught, what I like about it is right here, he waited until the sun came around and really gave a blast of light to the churning water. And again, a diagonal composition going across this wonderful square shape, from dark to the light of the rock, the way the rock's been worn by the water, and it also reflects the smooth surface of the water here, and these beautiful eddies that are catching the light. Just
it's
wonderful.
Such beautiful. We want to catch the light and get an opening bid of $350. This is River Run item 43C. We need an opening bid of $350, and we're going to go check in with Dee. Dee?
I'm here in the phone bank with piece number 43A, Mapping of Memories by Brenda Louie. Brenda Louie we had the honor of having her as our contemporary juror this year. She's an instructor at the university level. She has shown all over the place. She's really well known for doing these series of small paintings that build into a larger work. So it's very nice just to have a small painting of hers available here at the auction. It's number 43A, and I need your bid now. We're going to go back out and look at that. Kurt Fischbeck again.
This is item 43C, River Run. We're looking for a starting bid of $350. You can read about Kurt on Wikipedia, but I've met Kurt. He is a lovely man, very talented photographer.
Yes.
What else can you tell us?
Well, he also has shown at the San Francisco MoMA, Museum of Modern Art. He's also part of the permanent collection at the Crocker Art Museum. And again, he's part of the school that was started by internationally famous Edward Weston. He was a photographer that did most of his work here in California during the early part of the 20th century. He passed away around the mid-century mark. And also guys like, you may have heard of him, Adams.
It's very reminiscent of Ansel Adams. This is item 43C, River Run. We are looking for a bid of $350. $350 to support local public television, which is KVIE, and by doing that, you're also supporting a local artist like Kurt Fischbeck. This is item 43C, River Run. We're looking for a starting bid of $350. We're going to keep it open, but we're going to move on to item 43E. It is Friend from the 50s by Ruth Solomon. It is photography measuring 29 by 24, framed by archival framing. A retail value is $600. The phone number to call is 844-KVIE Art. It's a little quiet in the studio right now. We don't like it quiet in here. We like it so we can't even think noisy.
Yes.
What can you tell us about this great black and white photograph?
Well, again, Ruth Solomon, I think you mentioned, owner of
Tower Records.
Tower Records, yes, he's now retired, but has always been a photographer. And this actually, and he loves black and white photography. And this is a similar genre where we have the dramatic dark background and then the subject coming out in various values, from mid values to light values. Anytime you have this strong bit of light, this really creates a lot of drama. I call that a punctuation point. It's just a blast of light. You've got a little here. I love it on the cigarette, on his shoulder, and this is when cigarette smoking was de rigueur. No more, unfortunately. I love the smoke wafting up, and it really captures the era, the beat era of the 1950s. I think it ended around the early or mid 60s. Jack Kerouac, and I also had another name here. Allen Ginsberg. And of course, William Burroughs.
Hey, we need to capture the phones ringing for item 43E, Friend from the 50s. We're looking for a starting bid of $175. And speaking of phones, let's go check in with Rob. Rob?
All right, thank you so much. And we are so graciously helped out by so many stylists this weekend. Thank you, Steve Benson, for the clothes that I'm wearing. Tell me your name.
I'm Richard Munoz.
I knew that, by the way.
Yes.
And you are?
I'm Shay Humphreys.
Shay, great. And why do you want to help out?
Because this means a lot to me. It's PBS, it's doing great things, it's art, and it's the community.
And you're doing the makeup.
Yes.
You also have a piece in the collection.
Yes, yesterday.
So makeup and artist, and then an artist in the showing. And how about you?
I'm doing the hair today.
Okay, why do you want to get involved?
I just really love our community, and I'd really like to be a part of the art scene.
And I want to point out that all of the stylists, all of the makeup and the hairstylists, as well as the clothiers, have been doing this for free this weekend. Yeah, she says, "Look, Mom, I have eyebrows." All right, back to you, Kelly.
Thanks, Rob. This is Friend from the 50s. Be a friend to KVIE Public Television and support the arts in our region. And that's not just this weekend that we have the arts. We have arts programming all year round. David Lobenberg has even been featured on our own Rob and the Road show. And David, you as an artist, what can you tell us more about this piece of art?
Well, what I wanted to say about this is, as far as process is concerned, this is a recent print, I believe at least within this year, that was actually printed old-fashioned style in the dark room. Remember dark rooms? But it is from one of Russ's vintage negatives from his negative collection. Remember negatives? Yes. So it's kind of cool. It's not digital. It is an old-time black and white and beautiful black and white print, and again quite a large print too, and really captures that era.
It really does. It reminds me of the first time I read On the Road. It's got that feel.
Yes.
Friend from the 50s. We've got a bid of $250. We're looking for a bid of $275. $275 for Friend from the 50s. He's kind of a guy we all recognize. I mean, I kind of see Dean Moriarty from On the Road when I look at this
There
picture.
you go, there you go, yes. And I like the way he's looking up. What is he thinking about? By the way, I've noticed that photography during this year's auction has been doing very well. I think photography, I don't know why, but I think it's coming into his own. So, you know, anybody that wants this, I think it's a good buy, and same with Kurt Fishback.
Well, there's a reason that photography is the largest category in our art auction. It's because it's so wanted and so cherished.
There you go.
There you go. It's a beautiful piece. We've got a bid of $300. We're $325, and we're going to go check in with Dee in the phone bank. Dee?
I am standing here with Kurt Fishback's number 43C River Run. Kurt is an internationally known photographer. He was one of our photography jurors a couple years ago and is shown all over this area. This is a $1,200 piece. I need a bid of $350. That's 43C. You need to call 844-584-3278 to take this beautiful Fishback photo home with you. And right now we're going to go back out and see a big old bunny in a burger.
We are with Bunny Burger. This is item 43F. We have a starting bid of we're looking for a starting bid of $600. This is one of my favorite pieces because it's so fun. And who doesn't like a bunny burger, David?
Not too many people. I want to eat this right now. It's just about my size. Anyway, this is, the word for this is funk. Eric works in the California funk ceramic style. And that style came about, I believe, maybe around the mid-1960s by guys like Arneson and the late, great Robert Arneson. And he also taught in the art department at UC Davis. And their whole, excuse me, their whole idea was, should ceramic just be functional? Should it just be decorative? Haven't we had enough of this over the hundreds and hundreds of years? Let's get funky.
Let's get funky. Let's get the phones ringing while we get funky. We need a starting bid of $600 for Bunny Burger. I love saying Bunny Burger.
Bunny Burger.
Item 43F844 KVIE Art. And we're going to go over to Rob. Rob?
All right, and we're here with Dee Neath, who knows Eric Dolan very well. Tell us why you selected this piece.
It's a bigger piece for Eric Dolan. He is incredibly well known for his bunny rabbits. Mm-hmm. It's sort of his signature. He will be showing at Archival next month. Mm-hmm. He does bunnies and he does the crows. And if you're going to have an Eric Dolan piece, you need one with one of those things in it.
Okay, well, is that in this? Yeah, the bunny's on top of the
got
burger.
the big bunny.
Okay, all right, let's toss it back across the studio.
Thanks, guys. This is Bunny Burger, item 43F. There is a bunny on a burger, and it is a beautiful, fun piece. We're looking for a starting bid of $600. $600. You can have this in your home, and people will come over and go, hey, what's going on with the Bunny Burger there? The number to call is 844-KVIE Art. What else can you tell us about this artist?
Well, Eric Dolan's been around for a while. People love his California funk, his sense of humor. He loves to work with rabbits. He likes to work with birds. He's also carried at archival framing. He likes to work with crows. If you ever go to archival framing, you will see lots of crows there, both by Eric Dolan and some other people. I just noticed, this is not only a big burger with all the good stuff. Look, it's got cheese, it's got onion, and it's got bacon. Nothing better in a bunny burger than bacon.
The only thing better than a bunny burger with bacon is the phone's ringing.
Yes.
Maybe the phone's ringing with bacon on top of it. I don't know, but we do need the phone's ring to start. That is 844-584-3278. 844-KVIE Art. We're looking for a starting bid of $600 when you call into the phone bank. Tell them item 43F, and let's go check in with Rob in the phone bank. Rob?
I am astounded that we do not have an opening bid on this because he is such a collectible artist and his pieces stand the test of time. They last forever.
This piece can go outside. It would be great if you've got a big barbecue area outside. I have a giraffe. Live in Lamb Park, got a giraffe that's about this high that's been in front of my house for, I don't know, 10 years.
I cannot believe that thing has not gotten stolen.
Great. I know. Well, it weighs a ton. It's hard to pick up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right.
There you
well,
go.
Anyway, now you've told where it is. Let's go back across the studio.
We are over here again with Bunny Burger. I'm going to keep saying Bunny Burger because it's so much fun, but it's also fun to look at, right?
Well, it's fun and it's huge. I don't think I could lift this. Wouldn't this look great? I told myself I wasn't going to say this, but I have to with this.
Go for
Wouldn't this look great on the family dining table?
It would.
Especially during Thanksgiving.
Absolutely. Who? If the bunny's staring at you, you get the turkey leg.
There
This is
you
item
go.
43F, Bunny Burger. We're looking for a starting bid of $600. 844-584-3278. These pieces don't last for long. It's been a really fast-moving night. If you're a restaurant owner, or if you just like burgers or bunnies, this is a really fun piece. It would make a great gift for somebody who loves it. We have a bid of $600. We're looking for a bid of $625 for Bunny Burger.
And by the way, this is all hand done. He's fashioned out the bun, all of the elements inside, the rabbit. He's hand painted. He's glazed. So all this is quite a. It's not a fast process.
It's not a fast process, but
At
we're
all.
going to go fastly over to Rob. Rob, what's going on?
All right, we wanted to interview our longtime volunteer, Clayton Whitehead. He's with Sports Leisure Vacation. First of all, they're a sponsor of my show, Rob on the Road, so thank you very
You're very
much.
welcome.
I have to say that. I also want to say, how long have you been volunteering here?
23 years.
23 years!
But I'm not the senior volunteer. Larry's 25, and that went back there.
How long?
39.
39? You? All right, we'll be coming over there to you in a minute too. But how old were you started? 3, 4, 5?
Little.
Little. Okay.
I was
So
little.
why have you given 23 years of your volunteer hours to KVIE?
Because this matters. This
Why?
matters to our community. It matters to me.
How so?
I can't imagine a world without PBS. I grew up watching Mr. Rogers, and this is my happy place.
Well, I love that. This is your happy place.
Yeah.
And you are a worldly traveler for your profession, and that's what we do at PBS. We take you on travels all around the world.
Right on.
Right now, we're showcasing some beautiful art across the studio. Thanks.
Something exciting just happened. We turned the Bunny Burger around. It is a 360 piece. There's a Bunny Burger bottom, and it's a really fun piece. It might even have bacon on it. Bacon, Bunny Burger, item 43F. We have a bid of $650. I'm smiling when I talk about this piece because it just makes me happy.
It does, and again, I love the size. I mean, it would be great out in the garden or by the barbecue. I love it.
It's really fun. 844-584-3278. We have a bid of $650. We need a bid of $675 for Bunny Burger. This is item 43F. This would be a great gift for somebody who's a cook in your family, a chef, who's a culinary star, or somebody who likes bunnies and they just want something really fun in their apartment or home. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE art auction.
The Nilo Company is committed to our community and proud to support local arts in our region through the KVIE art auction. 13 brands, one name, Nilo.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE art auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the California Masters Collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Selected by Curator D. Oldham Neath, this category recognizes the works of this region's amazing artists. Don't miss your chance to secure a piece from a California master. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hello again, I'm Kelly Rains, and we are back for another half hour of live art auction excitement featuring our California Masters collection. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. Item 44A is Ignored Omen 5 by Laureen Landau. This is oil on canvas measuring 24 by 30. It is artist framed. Retail value is $3,500. Item 44B is Through the Garden by Jay Weldon. This is watercolor measuring 31 by 40. It is framed by archival framing, and the retail value is $3,000. Item 44C is Untitled Amaryllis 2 by Corey Orcata. This is mixed media measuring 34 by 25, framed by archival framing. The retail value is $600. Item 44D is Harlem Nocturne by Anthony Montanino. This is oil on canvas measuring 30 by 40. The retail value is $3,000. Item 44E is Up the Cherry Tree by Phil Evans. This is sculpture measuring 23 by 14 by 14. The retail value is $750. Item 44F is Monterey Coastline by Timothy Mulkin. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 20 by 16. It is artist framed. Retail value is $1,320. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by watercolor artist and instructor David Lobenberg. Thanks for being here, David.
You're welcome. My pleasure.
It's an honor. This first piece is by Laureen Landau. I really love this piece. It is Ignored Omen 5, and it is oil on canvas, 24 by 30. We want you to call the number 844-584-3278, and while you're dialing, David, can you tell us about this painting?
Well, a little background. The late Maureen Landau was one of the first female art faculty at Sacramento City College.
Wow.
And again, Sacramento City College, and I teach there, we're celebrating our 100th anniversary. Dee inherited the entire Landau collection of paintings. So once a year, she graciously gives KVIE one of her paintings. So
what a lovely legacy.
Great. Yes, yeah, legacy, that's the word I wanted. So what I like about, a painting is all about technique. Why we like a painting, why people like a painting, a lot of times I think is subliminal. It's not just, well, what is the subject? It's, well, somehow it touches us with the way it's painted. And what I like about this is this kind of veiled, soft focus, mysterious look to it. This warm red and these soft black, almost rectangular shapes, and the mystery maybe, and as part of this veiled look to it, is the pomegranates. And how do we want to interpret that? I don't know, but that's part of the fun. And then overlaying that on another layer is this matrix of colors, of different warm, cool colors.
It's really, really beautiful. And it would be really beautiful for you to bid on this piece of art. The number is 844-584-3278. This is ignored Omen 5, but we don't want you to ignore your opportunity to get this beautiful piece of art. It is a legacy piece. It was created with love, and it was been donated to the KVIE Art Auction with love. We're looking for a starting bid of $200. I look at this piece and I personally see fertility, the pomegranates, and life. And it's got a very feminine feel to it. And we're going to go check in with Dee in the phone bank. Dee?
Yeah.
You know, we're just sitting here, we're just talking because the piece that's up right now is the Lorene Landau piece. Dee is the keeper of Lorene's estate, and we were just reminiscing how 8 years ago, that's how we met. I showed up at her house to interview her, and you were an employee then.
No, I was not the curator when you interviewed me then, so that was the first time Rob and I met, so we're being a little verklempt.
Yeah, but that was really, but also Maureen was very close to you.
Yes, Lorene was very close to me.
Lorene, I'm sorry.
I live in Reen's house in Lamb Park. She left me both her house and her collection when she passed away in 2009. She also left a substantial portion of her estate to the station.
To KVIE.
As well as some of her artwork. So we continue on with she was the first artist in our legacy
Why
collection.
did you pick this piece out of all the ones that you have to come in the show?
Because I think this is one of her strongest pieces. It was hanging in the living room. Now it can be hanging in your living room.
Are you serious?
So let's go out and look at it again.
Wow.
I really love this piece. This is Ignored Omen 5. We're looking for a starting bid of $200. $200 for this beautiful piece. Call 844-KVIE Art. There was something else you wanted to talk about with this piece.
I like, she's got a very ethereal look on this, and this is oil. So I'm pretty sure that what she did is she painted these pomegranates, and then before it dries, she takes probably a fairly large flat brush, and she carefully and very lightly goes over it, and she you can see, she kind of drags the paint down, and it's an effect that will soften, and that is what gives it its mystery, its what's the word?
It's just very ethereal quality.
Yes.
I love it too because pomegranates are such a luscious fruit. They're really hard to work at. You've got to work at them to get the reward. And I don't know if that's the ignored omen, but we don't want you to ignore your opportunity to get this beautiful piece by this artist. We have a bid of $225. We're looking for a bid of $250. Even if you love pomegranates or you just love mystery, or this is just a very emotional piece that I could stare at and just contemplate where I want to go to next.
Yes, yes.
It also kind of reminds me, interpretation, very elemental. You've got this very elemental fruit, but I think of the periodic chart when I look at the rubric up above it.
Yes, very good. I like that. Well, like I said, with art, I think people are touched with the way, and this is subliminal, the way the paint is put on, this idea of ethereal, soft, hard, and in focus, and then how you interpret. That's the beautiful thing about having something that's a little bit different than, oh look, it's a river going through a canyon,
right?
With some tree. That can be beautiful. That's great, but this is a little more up to the viewer's interpretation and imagination, and that's what a lot of Landau paintings are all about.
And we got to move on. I want you guys to keep looking at that piece, but we're moving on to item 44B, and this is Through the Garden by Jay Weldon. It is a watercolor measuring an impressive size of 31 by 40, framed by archival framing. Retail value is $3,000. We're looking for a starting bid of $300. David, you're a watercolor artist. What can you tell us about this watercolor?
Yes, as I say, this is my wheelhouse. Jay is the son of Larry Weldon. Larry Weldon taught for many years at Sacramento City College, a beloved art professor, influenced a generation of students. And so now Jay has taken up the mantle of watercolor. And I think he's doing an excellent job. So the way this was painted is, by the way, this is I believe this is an elephant-sized sheet of watercolor paper. Watercolor paper is normally 22 by 33 inches, so this is obviously larger. So it really takes up a nice amount of space if you were to have it in your home or at your office. It started wet on wet. So the entire sheet of paper is you take a flat brush and you apply cool, clear water. And then you start to charge in your various colors. And they move and they just mix. And as it dries, you get a very soft effect. So you get a sense of depth because on top of that, after this wet on wet is totally dry, then you do what is called wet on dry. So that's how the foliage was done. And when that dries, you can see it has hard edges. So you have hard against soft, you get a beautiful perspective, an atmospheric perspective.
It's wonderful. We're going to go get a beautiful perspective from Rob over in the phone bank. Rob?
So art is the gift that keeps on giving, and so is Michael Langer. He's been here for 39 years. Y'all, as a volunteer.
Yes, I got lucky enough. I started as a senior at Sacramento State University. They contacted, I belong to a fraternity there. They were looking, Sigma Phi Epsilon.
Okay, SAE?
Yeah.
Not SAE.
No, SPE.
SPE, sorry.
That's okay. They were looking for people to do an all-nighter membership drive. And of course, they're going to get college kids to do membership drives. They're going to feed you, give you stuff to drink. You get to come to the station and be on the air. So that was my start.
And you never left?
And I never left.
Why?
Because it was fun. It was something different. And also something I ended up being a career in answering phones, which customer service for 30 years.
Well,
so.
No wonder you're so polite on the phones over there.
I enjoy it.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for your 39 years. Next year will be 40,
yes.
So we'll have a celebration. Back to you guys across the studio.
We have a bid on Through the Garden. It is $300. We're looking for a bid of $325 for item 44B. That's the number you want to give to the phone bank when you call in at the number 844-584-3278, 844 KVIE Art. Again, we're looking for a bid of $325 for this gorgeous wet-on-wet watercolor. It would look really great over a fireplace, in your living room, at the office. Something that you want to look at when you just want to kind of drift off and think of beautiful things and other places that you want to be. This is item 44B, Through the Garden. We are looking for a bid of $325. And the phones aren't ringing right now, so we need to correct that by making you call in. And we're going to keep this item open, but we're going to move on to item 44C. This is Untitled Amaryllis 2 by Corey Okada. It is mixed media measuring 34 by 25, framed by archival framing. The retail value is $600. We have a bid of $185, so we're looking for a bid of $200. A bid of $200 for Untitled Amaryllis 2, David. What can you tell us?
Well, Corey has made quite a name for himself over the last decade for his very evocative, figurative painting. And again, he layers, he has this soft background. Again, he works both in graphite, it's mixed media, graphite, charcoal, paint, and it's done in a tonalist style. And what that means is a very limited palette. And again, you know, sometimes we love to see color, like the piece that Jay Weldon did so well. But sometimes it's nice not to have as much color, because kind of like Marine's painting, it gives a sense of mystery, of subtle expression. So that's what this is all about. And by the way, Amaryllis, she was a character in an ancient Greek story, and it's all about unrequited love. So.
Unrequited love. We don't want you to be unrequited by not calling the number 844-584-3278. We have a bid of $185. We're looking for a bid of $200. And I really appreciate that you said sometimes it's nice to have an absence of a lot of color.
An absence of color, yes.
And it's beautiful because it's kind of a moody piece, which I like, I'm drawn to.
That's a very good word, moody. I like that, yes. And it almost has a Gothic feel. Yeah. I know there are a lot of people out there that are attracted to that feeling. So this would be a perfect piece. I'm all about value. To me, I like paintings with darks and lights, like I talked about with Fishback and Russ Solomon. And this has got it too, because he's got this light aura shining behind the drooping amaryllis.
It is really beautiful. Untitled Amaryllis 2, we have a bid of $300. We're looking for a bid of $325. $325 for you to hang this in your home. The number is 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. And David, we had talked earlier about how the way it's framed and floating with the mat.
Yes, the mat is up against the glass, which mats usually is up against the glass. But there's a wonderful sense of depth because there's got to be, I would say, about 1/4 of an inch before you get to the surface of the mixed media piece itself. So, in fact, you can kind of see that there's a little bit of a cast shadow here. So and it's quite a thick mat too. So it's quite beautiful, and I also love the frame because it really reflects not only the color, but you look at this closely, and if the camera wants to get in, there's a tremendous amount of texture. And again, the artist gets this texture by this different mediums, different layers of graphite, charcoal, paint. So it makes it very rich. I love it.
It's really rich. And another person who's really rich in personality is Rob. And we're going to go over and talk to him, Rob.
Actually, we're going to go to D. D, let's go.
Hi, here I am in the phone bank with Megan, and we are looking at Through the Garden number 44B. This is Jay Weldon. He just had a solo exhibition, and I talked him out of this piece. It's a beautiful watercolor. He is the son of Larry Weldon, who is a really well-known Sacramento watercolorist. Jay has been a successful artist for years. He donated this to the KVIE auction. It has a value of $3,000. The high bid is currently $600, and I'd like to get that up to $1,000. That's 44B. You got to call 844-584-3278 so you can bring this piece home. Let's look at that Coriocata.
We are with item 44C. We have a bid of $315. We're looking for a bid of $325. $325 for this gorgeously framed mixed media amaryllis.
I also like, again, I talked about the background, the layers of medium, graphite, charcoal, paint. And it's kind of scumbled and intermixed together like the Landau painting to give a very soft, ethereal look. And then you've got the more hard-edged amaryllis in front. So that too, I think creates an exciting visual contrast and also backs up the emotion of the piece.
It's a beautiful piece, it's an emotional piece, but I don't want you to be emotional by missing out. The night is coming to an end shortly, and there's not a lot of time in all these pieces. We have a bid of $350. We're looking for a bid of $375 for Untitled Amaryllis 2. The number to call is 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. The phones are not ringing currently, so we need you to make those phones ring. We are moving on to the next piece. It is item 44D. Harlem Nocturne. This is by Anthony Montanino. This is oil on canvas measuring an impressive 30 by 40. Retail value is $300, and we are looking for a starting bid of $400, and the number to call is 844-584-3278. David, we talked about this piece earlier. I really love this piece.
It's wonderful. Anthony has been around the Sacramento area for a long long time. He's both a musician. In fact, he's a drummer. In fact, he was recently inducted into the Sacramento Blues Hall of Fame.
Wow.
But when he's not doing that, and he's been drumming for about 30 years, but when he's not doing that, he's doing Sacramento landscape and Sacramento musical scenes, such as this, which is a jazz club in the Big Apple, what I like about this and what he's known for, both for his landscapes and for his musical theme paintings, are his, now we go from monochromatic or tonal to super bright, expressive colors. I love, love, love the colors in the face here. And again, expressive colors are not natural colors. What you do, where you would expect a certain color in these faces, but instead you get greens and blues and golds, and here we go again with blues and oranges. So he's able to bring out the facial structure. You can see these are black musicians, but they're done in expressive colors. That's what I like.
They are jazz. When I look at this, I look at them and I see jazz, and
Yes.
I see a love of jazz and a love of art. This is item 44D. I love this piece. If I wasn't on the camera right now, I'd be on the phones bidding on it. This is Harlem Nocturne. We have a bid of $400. We're looking for a bid of $425. And again, we talked, look at all these vignettes down here at the bottom, David.
Yes, Anthony's got a love of classical jazz cinema. So to me, I interpret these as frames from various movies. And I just, composition. That's extremely important. I teach that to my students a lot. And one of the things that makes this composition so exciting is not only do we have this strip, and I do love the contrast between the mostly black and white and the vibrant color, but then this musician's saxophone comes right down, it breaks into this cinematic strip, and we got the opening of the saxophone right here.
It's
very exciting.
Beautiful. It gives me goosebumps. I've got goosebumps right now. And let's go over to Rob for more goosebumps. Rob?
Okay, we got to keep the momentum going. We are down to the wire on the auction here, folks. We only have another hour and 10 minutes to go, and we are literally down to the wire. The auction still is going strong right now. This beautiful Harlem Nocturne piece at $475. Let me backtrack for you really quickly. 44C Untitled Amaryllis 2. The stunning piece is at $360, and Through the Garden just hit a high bid right now of $700, but it would retail for $3,000. So right now, these are going for major bargain prices. What you slapping your pen back there for? Do you have something to say?
Getting all excited.
Okay.
Through the Garden is up to $750, and we've got a couple people bidding on that. Jay Weldon, a Sacramento master, right there, 44B. You got to call 844-584-3278. Saving the best for last. Let's go back out and look at that great Phil Evans.
I love this.
We love this piece too. This is item 44E. It is Up the Cherry Tree by Phil Evans. Sculpture. We have a bid of $225 already. We're looking for a bid of $250. And this is a very striking piece. What can you tell us, David?
Well, Phil Evans used to show at the Tower Gallery. They're no longer around, but also at Archival and also at Solomon Dupnik. He's been around for a long time. He has his studio. If you go to old Fair Oaks, you can see his studio. And he's known for his metal combined with other types of material. He does metal. Often he uses stone. He uses wood, plastic, you name it. But the general theme is usually metal and stone work. And this piece of sculpture has a focal point, if you will. You consider paintings having focal points, but this has a focal point right here. I call it center of gravity. You want to give it a little spin?
Let's give it a little spin.
Right here. You got to touch that.
Oh, I've got to touch that. I'm a little afraid.
Don't be afraid.
I'm a little afraid to do that.
Look at it go. See?
Oh, how beautiful. Is it still going?
If you paid attention in your physics class, this balance is because there's an equal amount of weight on either side.
Oh, that's absolutely gorgeous. It's interactive. And this is item 44E up the cherry tree. It is, we've got a bid of $225. We're looking for a bid of $250. $250 to go up the cherry tree. This is by Phil Evans. The number to call is 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. And we are hoping that you can call 844-584-3278 up the cherry tree. We're looking for a bid of $250. This is a fun piece. It's got motion, right, David?
Phil Evans is absolutely known for his fun, and the key word here is kinetic sculptures. Most everything he does has something that's moving, and this is not attached. Look, this is literally balanced. That's what makes it fascinating. And this ruby is one of the largest rubies in the Western Hemisphere. No, I'm only kidding.
We can pretend it is.
Yes.
But you can be one of the largest supporters of public television. When you call in right now for Up the Cherry Tree, we have a bid of $225. The phones are not ringing right now. We need them to ring. And let's check in with Robin D. Robin D.
Okay, this is a beloved artist right here, Anthony Montanino, this wonderful Harlem Nocturne. I was just looking at the back where he signed it, and he just painted this painting in April of this year. Wow.
He did this especially for KVIE. Anthony is really well known for his jazz musicians. I mean, you can almost hear the music when you look at this piece.
Well, there's so many pieces in it.
Yeah, got a bid of $1,000 on this $3,000 piece. It's 44D. The number is 844-584-3278. If you love jazz, if you love fine art, if you love KVIE, give us a call right now and bid on this piece. And now we've got a piece coming up that people are going to be fighting.
Oh gosh, this one, yes. Monterey Coastline.
This is item 44F, Monterey Coastline. We've already got a bid of $650.
Great.
We're looking for a bid of $675. David, when I look at this Monterey, the first time I went was with my parents. I remember that trip. I love Monterey. This is a piece that anybody who loves the coast of Monterey is going to love.
Yes, in fact, I think this is along and going to Lover's Point. And it really captures the California coastal atmosphere with this. I mean, look at all the light coming out at you. By the way, Tim had a solo show, his first solo show at the Alex Bolt Gallery last year that was attended by none other than Gregory Kondos and Wayne Thiebaud. So they really, and he's a young man. And yay, he also went to Sacramento City College.
Wow. And you know, we've had a mulligan painting in the art auction every year since 2013, and every one of them has been a bell ringer. We don't want to stop the trend. We have a bid of $650. We're looking for a bid of $675. Monterey Coastline, the colors, they're just, I just want to go there.
Yes, and it's exactly the way you feel with that fresh, clear sea air and that bright California sun. And he paints in what he calls his raw style. So, and he's a plein air painter, by the way. So he'll look at a scene and he will distill it into its basic hues and shapes, similar to Gregory Kondos and Wayne Thiebaud. And he does it so well. I mean, this just, I was across the room when we did our first painting, and this just popped.
It pops, and we want the phones to pop, 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 ring, ring, ring. We have a bid of $700. We're looking for a bid of $725. We need to continue the trend of this artist being a bell ringer for public television for you and your community. The number to call is 844-KVIE Art. We have a bid of $750. We're looking for a bid of $775. We're close to the bell ringing, but not there yet. We need to do it. Let's check in with the phone bank. What's going on?
Well, I'll tell you what's exciting over here is we have two California masters in one, a sculptor and a painter, but you don't get them for the same price.
No. This is Phil Evans' piece, Up the Cherry Tree 44E. It can go outside. It's a kinetic piece. It moves. It's a really nice, easy size. What a great thing to put in your office.
I love that part.
So you can just sit there when you're on a boring phone call and entertain yourself.
Is the rock attached?
Yes.
Okay.
It's all one piece. Over here we have Anthony Montanino, who is incredibly well known for his jazz musician series. And here it is, a big, nice Anthony Montanino. I have a bid of $1,000. It's a $3,000 piece, item number 44D.
You said he did this for you and you asked him to do it.
Specifically for the auction.
Okay.
So it has not been shown before. So let's go back out there and look at that exciting Monterey coastline.
Wish, again, I've said this a few times, but this one specifically, I wish I was at home so I could call and bid on this. We have a bid of $850. We're looking for a bid of $875. This is item 44F. It is not going to be available for very long, so you have to get on it. What else can you tell us about this, David?
Well, you know what I want to do, and I can talk about the painting also. I want to establish his credentials. I think that's very important. He has been published in some major art magazines, Southwest Art, International Artist Magazine, and Artist Magazine. He also, I believe, he shows at Elliott Fouts Gallery. And what I like about this painting is, I call it hyper color, hyper light. It is so bright. And I just love the way he distills the elements of the ocean, the rocks, the sky, the foliage, down to its essence. He simplifies, but at the same time, he manages still to capture that feeling of being there.
The feeling of being there. You can have that feeling. We have a bid of $925. We're looking for a bid of $950. The number is 844-584-3278. That's 844 KVIE Art. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
Mr. Leonard Nimoy, welcome him.
I have a very strong place in my heart for public television. I think it's a terribly important part of what television has to offer us, and an alternative kind of programming that we obviously cannot get on the networks. So it means a lot to me that stations like this continue to survive and do the good work they do.
And then you'll also visually see the item displayed on the table. All right, that's a quickie, and as you can see, you cause that bell ring.
Spend the weekend viewing and purchasing art at KVIE's Art Auction.
We're live here in the demonstration set, and this is one of my favorite parts of the Channel 6 Art Auction.
This is an incredible value when you think about it.
Okay, we're going to close this one.
Here's a beautifully framed watercolor.
You don't want to be doing that. I don't want you sitting home and saying, oh, I wish I had gotten in on that.
375, let's see 400. 400 easy.
Take a look at how you can get involved in this year's auction, but you've got to call us first.
Every dollar you spend on art goes straight back into programming.
We are bringing the art all together in one place this weekend, and that place is right inside of your home.
Stay tuned for Figurative Art, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by D.L. Thomas, this category features a celebration of the human form and representations of animals. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art-auction.
I can't believe it. We're down to our final hour. Hello and welcome to the final hour of the 2016 KVIE Art Auction featuring figurative and contemporary classic works. I'm Rob Stewart, and if you're tuning in for Poldark on Masterpiece, it'll be on tonight. Don't be mad. It's coming on at 10 o'clock in just 1 hour, so hang out with us for the auction for an hour, and then you'll get Poldark. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by the Nilo Company. We thank you to the Nilo Company for their commitment to supporting the arts, always here on KVIE. And now here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the next half hour. This half hour is going to rock and roll, starting with 45A. Once There Was a Hush Puppy by Roseanne Burke. Isn't that a gorgeous piece of art? This is encaustic, measuring 12 by 18, retail value $600. Item 45B is Joy by Judith Garland. I love that name, Judith Garland. This is mixed media measuring 16 by 20, retail value at $250. Moving on to item 45C is the Feline Almighty by Cecilia Swift. This is mixed media measuring 34 by 24. This is a large piece. Retail value is $200. Item 45D is Sheepish by Margot Kaufman. This is a ceramic measuring 9 by 5 by 16. It is a retail value at $150. Item 45E is black and white and red all over by Carrie Noto.
Noto, yeah.
And this is wood measuring 17 by 9 by 6. Retail value is $260. And item 45F is Myrna.
Myrna, we love us some Myrna.
By Cindy Wilson. Hello, Cindy and her cousin Carolyn watching from Florida. This is sculpture measuring 20 by 7. She won the Jurors Award for sculpture. Her pieces are flying off the charts. During this hour, we are pleased to be welcomed by our curator, D. Oldham Neath. Our feet are tired, but our hearts are just ready for this last hour because we want to bring you beautiful art. She's been on the Sacramento scene for more than 30 years. She started when she was 2. She was the founder of Second Saturday. When she turned 4, she started that. And now she's going to kick off this is our 35th year of the art auction, and she's just, Dee, you've done a wonderful job.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. I've saved some little treasures for our last hour.
Then let's jump to them. This wonderful, beautiful piece is Once There Was a Hush Puppy. We already have an opening bid of $225. It's retailing at $600. Tell us about it.
This is Rosanna Burke's work. It's done on a panel with one of my favorite materials in caustic, which is actually wax that's been mixed with pigment. This piece was inspired by a film called The Beasts of the Southern Wild, and the girl was named Hush Puppy. That's where the title comes from. It has just got all this delicate work. It's got layer after layer. It almost feels like there's a light behind the piece.
I love this piece.
Yeah, we are only lighting this piece from the front. It is the epitome of childhood innocence with her big eyes and her beautiful face, the light coming from behind here. It's just a gorgeous piece. It's a really nice size. It's a jewel.
This is such a reminder to live life trying to see things through the eyes of a child. And I'm looking at this through the side, and you said this is wax?
Yeah, it's layers and layers and layers of wax.
Wow, it's so thick.
Yeah, it's very thick. It's put on, that's why it seems so translucent. They put on a layer of wax and then they put on paint. That's why the paint is bluer in some areas.
So originally was it a painting and then covered with wax?
No, it was a painting, a little more wax, a little more painting on top.
Oh, wow.
That's why it's so three-dimensional.
That's it. Okay, I couldn't figure out why it literally looks like the little child's face is coming to life. And there you see it through the screen. I get it. That's a brilliant way to paint. Wax,
Yeah.
paint, wax, paint, wax.
It's a very old technique that's enjoyed a big resurgence.
I read
It's
encaustic
super
can last up to 2,000 years.
Yeah, it's very traditional, and here it comes again.
Mm-hmm.
It's beeswax and tree sap and pigment.
Wow.
It's how the masters used to paint, and we have a little masterpiece right here.
Oh, I love that. It's now up to $375. We're looking to take this up to $400. Once There Was a Hush Puppy by Roseanne Burke. This is 12 by 18, and we are at $400, looking for $450. Can I back up? Monterey Coastline is at $975, but there's still multiple people on the lines for that. Do want to point out you don't want encaustic paintings directly in the sun.
No, you don't want them directly in the sun, but they are sturdier than you would think wax would be because they're done in so many layers. You know, that makes a lot of people nervous. What I love about this is, again, there's no glass between you and the piece. So you're not seeing your reflection. You're seeing the true colors of the piece. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece. It has a luminescence to it.
I love it. I
Yeah,
really,
so
I mean,
you
I don't
can
mean
put
to keep
it in
saying that, but I do.
Yeah, that little dark spot in your house where you need something to brighten it up and give you something to meditate on every morning.
Okay, we're at $550. We're looking for $600 right now. Can we get $600 for this piece to make it a bell ringer? We would love to start off this hour strong with bell ringer after bell ringer. Let's check in with Kelly in the phone bank. Kelly?
Hey, we don't have a lot of time left. We're in our last hour of the art auction. The number to call is 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. I've been here all weekend, and I know a lot of people have been on the phones, and they just didn't call fast enough. So you have to be the person who calls faster than the other person. 844-584-3278. And I heard somebody say there's a bell ringer. I need to hear it officially, but we're getting... Hey, there's the bell. Isn't that great music? 844-584-3278. We need more bells. We need more bells. And we're going to go over back to the art people.
A little stitching.
Yep, Dee's already pointing out pieces about this next piece that she wants to talk about. And that's great that the last piece was a bell ringer. By the way, that auction is still open on that piece. It's at $625, looking for $650. We're on to Joy. We're looking for Joy! Exclamation point, it says on the screen. We're looking for a starting bid of $75, a retail at $250. You saved some gems for this last hour. I met this lady at the art auction gala last Monday night. You know, her name is Judith Garland. My name is Rob Stewart, so I get a lot of Rod Stewart. She gets a lot of Judy Garland. So we had that little connecting moment, but we also have a connection of love of art. Dee?
I was really drawn to this piece. She came in the drop, the personal drop-off day, which I really like. It's kind of the old-fashioned, no computer involved. The artist actually brings me the piece, and I get to look at it, and we get to talk about it. It's also a very difficult day for some people because I have to say no a lot.
Yeah.
600 pieces were presented to me. I only got to choose about 200. I love this one, Joy. I'm a quilter. I'm very fond of the fact...
Are you really a quilter?
Yeah.
You got to teach me how.
Okay, well, we'll talk later.
Okay.
I love the fact that all of these dragonflies are stitched together, almost like they're a kite or something like that. I love the vintage papers that she used to make the dragonflies. And there's just something about the fact that she stitched them all together and put them on this painted background that it gives you joy. It makes you smile.
So did she paint the background herself?
Yeah, the background's been painted. So she's got all of these leaves coming up here, and then she actually stitched through the paper.
So she's a mixed media artist.
Yeah, she stitched through the paper, and she put these little series of dragonflies, and of course I like the pink one best.
Yeah, of course you do, because it matches your hair. All right, we're looking for an opening bid of $75 on this piece. The retail value is at $250. Just look at the colors
What a nice piece to put in a children's room.
Absolutely, a children's room.
In your office, everybody needs that. I have a couple pieces in my office, that little piece that makes you smile when you're kind of having a hard day.
Yeah, or by your bed. I have some things that when I wake up to, I see beautiful paintings beside my bed and right in front of me, because I always want to wake up that way. I think this is a nice way to wake up as well. And we're waking up this piece with the bidding because it's now at $75. That's fantastic. We're looking for another bid to come in at $100 so we can get the auction going. Why don't we check in with the phone bank and see what's going on over there?
Hey, it's the final hour of the art auction, and you can still get in on it. If you've been making some bids, keep making them. If you haven't made your first one yet, there is going to be something that's going to catch your eye, I promise. And when it happens, call very quickly.
There are people on the phones, but the phones need to ring a little bit more. 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. And David Lowe is our president and general manager. I work with him daily, and he's a really fun guy to work with, and he's even more fun when the bells ring even more. And we're going to go back over to Robin D.
Bells ring.
Okay, I'm waiting right now.
So that means we have more than one person on the phone. We have two people on the phone for this piece. We're at 100. We're looking for 125. This piece is a retail value of 250. Joy! Exclamation point. We have 125. That's fantastic. Can we get 150? Dee?
And she has been in the art auction before. She's part of the Newcastle Packing Shed Gallery.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Yes, and she had a whole group with her from the Newcastle.
Yeah.
That's right.
They didn't get 6 artists together this year, so they didn't get to participate as a gallery, but they did, I think, 4 of the ladies.
It's also where High Hand Nursery is.
Yes.
Yes, which is a wonderful place. Okay, let's just carry this on up. We've got 175. Can we get 200? Can we get $200 for Joy? I know we have multiple people on the phone.
Are they jumping for Joy?
I hope they are, because we're going to get this to $275 live on the air. By the way, I'll back up. Once There Was a Hush Puppy has well surpassed the retail value. It's now up to $900. The bidding war is on for that one. Joy, how many callers do we have for that one right now? We have several callers for that. That's wonderful. So at 175, we're going to move on. and we're going to take us over here to this wonderful multimedia piece. Is this whole hour mixed media?
Pretty much, yeah.
It is, okay. All right, so this is a beautiful piece, The Feline Almighty by Cecilia Swift. This is 45C, and this is a heavy piece. Those are tiles, and it's a lion.
Yeah, it's it is it's a tiger, I believe. It is the Chinese zodiac. It's a tiger, right? Yeah, it's done with a gold leaf. It's got the chop mark down here. If you know somebody that was born in the year of the tiger, it is the year of the tiger. This is definitely a great piece for them.
Look down here.
Yeah, that's the chop that represents the artist's signature.
I love that.
It's a nice three-dimensional piece. It's one of those pieces you can place in your house just about anywhere. It's really great. When we first walked in the gallery, it's one of those pieces that is really bounces at a distance. You know, you notice it from across the room. It has a retail price of $200, so this is a really reasonable piece for you to pick up the last hour of the auction.
Dee, I really like that you do that you really put affordable art in the auction, because I think affordable art is so important. It is so important to start off people's collections.
Well, everybody needs to have art, and there is room for everybody.
Is this gold leaf?
Yeah, and this is a
real
newer
for
artist.
real gold leaf.
It's a composition leaf. It's not like 24 karat gold leaf.
Okay,
but yeah,
I don't know.
But it's done. It's actually applied gold leaf. I love the way they use these ordinary tiles and then painted out the tiger on the tiles.
Very cool. Okay, we're looking for an opening bid for the Feline Almighty, coming in at $60. I'll backtrack to Joy. We're up to $200 on that. We're calling for the next jump to $250 to make that a bell ringer. But now our job is to get an opening bid for $60 on the Feline Almighty.
Who's a year of the tiger person? I've got a couple friends who are. What a fun thing to have if you were born in the year of the tiger.
I know. What a great gift to give someone. Unless you yourself were born in the year of the tiger, then that's a great thing to have for you. So we need an opening gift of opening donation of $60 to KVIE, and this piece can be yours as early as tomorrow when you come by for pickup day. And just look at how this just pops off of your screen.
And the way the artist did this, there are 5 layers of sheen painted over this gold, so it's pretty indestructible. You know, you don't have to worry about the sun hitting this piece because they've covered it with a really nice varnish, and the tiles have all been sealed.
Yeah, I'm looking now. We have an opening bid of $75. That's fantastic. We have an opening bid of $75 on this piece, and Feline Almighty is at $200 for the retail value. Right now we have $75. We're looking for $100.
And thank you, Cecilia, for donating again to the KVIE auction. These artists donate 100% of the work to the auction. So when they donate that piece at $200, that means they want us to get that for KVIE. Again, this is piece number 45C, the Feline Almighty.
All right, we got $75 for this piece. Once there was a Hush Puppy is blowing up at $1,050.
I love that piece.
I know that. You know, you pick out some of those gems, and you always say, "Watch this one go through the roof."
This one, yeah.
And you're right. We got a bid of $75. Now we got a bid of $100. Can we get a bid of $150 for this? By the way, let me back up on Joy. We're at $200. We're looking for $225 on that. We have $100 on the Feline Almighty that you're looking at right now on screen. We have a bid of $100. We're looking for $125. Dee, tell us what else you know.
One of the other things I really like about this piece is, you know, if it's got that really Asian sort of motif because of the Chinese zodiac reference. It's also got kind of an Art Deco feel. So if you have one of those houses that's a lot of glass and chrome and very elegant, this piece would be right at home.
Yeah, I agree. I thought that was very Art Deco and just very cool. Oh, good. We have a lot of people on the phone now with this one. We're up to $150. We're calling for $175 for this beautiful piece. The Feline Almighty. I love the title.
I know, I do too. It's kind of a fun tongue-in-cheek title.
Okay,
this is a very large piece.
$175. By the way, this piece, you mentioned the dimensions, so I'll throw this out there for you. It's 34 by 24, so that is a large piece. That's almost 3 feet, and it's definitely 2 feet wide. 3 feet, almost 3 feet tall.
Don't you love Margot Kaufman?
Oh, wait a minute. Can we just ring the bell for Feline Almighty? Ring the bells, y'all. Hello.
There's Kenny right there.
Okay. So, Feline Almighty is a bell ringer. Now we're going to move on to Sheepish.
Margot.
Absolutely adorable.
Margot, we love her.
I want this.
I know, we love Margot. She does great ceramic work. She's been in the auction quite a few times.
Look at that little thing.
Yeah, let's get a really great close-up of the face on this little sheep. It is fired ceramic, so it can go outside. What a fun little thing to be like under your mailbox when you come home.
Or on your bedside table.
Yeah.
Waking up and this little thing looking at you in the morning.
It can also go in the kitchen or someplace that's really hard, if you have a spa or something like that. I like to have art everywhere, and sometimes being in a hot, steamy kitchen is not good for artwork, but it's fine for a little ceramic piece like this.
Well, this is Sheepish. This is $75 right now by Margot Kaufman. It's a beautiful piece of work, and it has such a sweet presence.
And let's turn the sheep around. We got the little tail going on back here. What the artist has done is there's an underglaze of really bright aqua that runs underneath this.
Oh, yeah, I see it now.
Yeah, this kind of raspberry color.
Oh, I see it. It's hard to see, but see it right there. You can see it. There's an aqua undertone. $75. Sheepish. Now we're at $100. So people are a little sheepish right now in bidding this because they're watching this cute little fella on camera.
And again, it can go outside, so if you have one of those nice outdoor eating areas or something, she would look beautiful in the middle of the table.
You make me want to collect ceramics.
I'm a big well, you've seen how many ceramics I have outside.
I know. Just outside, let alone.
Yeah.
So the good news is Feline Almighty is way up above bell ringer status. This is at $125. We're looking for $150. If we can get $150 right now, yay, another bell ringer. Bell ringer right now for Sheepish. That's fantastic. Right here, live on the air. Bell ringer for Margot Kaufman's piece at $150. That's how we like to do it here. Let's toss things over to the phone bank.
Hey, those bells are ringing because people like you are picking up the phone and making bids. If you haven't made a bid yet and you see a piece of art, which I know you will because we still have a little bit less than an hour left, but there's some great art, call right now when you see it.
844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. I've been here all weekend. This is the loudest it's ever been, and we need you to make it a little bit louder to round out the auction weekend. 844-KVIE Art. The phones are ringing, but we need them to ring a little bit more. That's 844-KVIE Art. It's been an exciting time. The excitement is not over yet. Make that call now. Don't be one of those people who has missed out, and we're going to go back over to Rob and Dee. Rob?
All right, thank you so much. Just chatting with Heath and my ear, our producer. And also he was giving us some helpful hints. Okay, so this is Margot Kaufman's piece. This is now up at $225. So this is well above bell ringer status. Now we're at $250. Is this part of a collection?
Yes, the artist has been working on a series of animals for about the past 5 years. So he does have friends. If you want to find out about one of the artists that's showing at the art auction, you can go to kvie.org/art auction and get a link to their website. We've had quite a few artists that have sold, people maybe they didn't get the piece they wanted because they were overbid, and they can contact the artist directly and arrange to do a commission. Maybe you want this piece and you want one that's 4 feet tall.
Yeah.
She can do that for you. But we've got this one right here at $275.
That's
it
fantastic.
is a bell ringer.
Yeah, it's almost double value right now. So that's wonderful. $275. It had a retail of $150.
Thank you, Margot.
It's just a cute piece. And I can't say that enough, how much I would love to have this. All right, so I want to back up and say that the Feline Almighty is holding strong at $250. This one's at $275. We are not closing either of them as of yet. But right now we're going to move on to black and white and red all over. This is adorable. I can't tell if this is wood or ceramic.
It's wood.
Is it
Sari
wood?
Noda, we love her. She's been donating for years.
Of course this name is familiar. That's why, because she's been donating forever and she's well known. Wood measuring 17 by 9 by 6. It's adorable.
Look at the kitties in her little apron.
Oh.
Her detail is just amazing.
Do they come out?
Nope.
Okay.
Don't touch them. Remember, she did that chef last year. That was a big bell ringer.
I remember that.
Her work is always popular at the auction. Every piece is hand carved and individual. She spends hours painting.
Carved.
Yeah.
And this is one piece.
Yeah. Well, she sits on the bench.
Okay.
But the body is all one piece. I'm going to flip her around so you can see the little button on her shoe.
Oh.
Can we get that? I always like to stump the cameraman. I know that drives you guys
Or
crazy.
woman.
Yeah. Oh, camera
Right there.
woman. Look at the little cute button on her shoe. The plaid, each little line hand painted in by the artist. I'm going to keep turning her.
Oh, so not only, so she's definitely multi-purpose artist, because not only is she carving these pieces, but she's painting them too. We have an opening bid of $100. That's fantastic. We're looking for another bid of $125 so that we can get the auction going, and we got it. I love it when we ask for it and the numbers come in. Dee, hang on. We're going to check in with the phone bank with David and Kelly.
Hey, that's right. We are waiting for your bid right now. You can make it happen by calling the number on your screen. It's so easy. If you haven't done it yet, there is time for you. And I'm joined here with Kelly, but we're not the only ones here.
We are not the only ones here. We are with our wonderful volunteers. They're on the phones. They are talking to people.
They're ready to hear from you.
They're ready. We want it, right? They're having a great time. We want to close out the evening with some more bell ringers. 844-584-3278. That's 844 KVIE Art. And we're going over back to Rob and Dee.
All right, look, Sheepish is just soaring. That's great. Black and white and red all over is $2. It's now up to $200. We're looking for $250 for this beautiful piece.
What a sweet little gal to be sitting on your dining room table.
I know, and look at the watermelon just dripping down all over her.
Oh, she's just got the little watermelon stain. And look, the little
She is
white
sticky
kitten
and juicy.
even has some right there on the end of her nose.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she got it on the kitten.
And you know when you eat watermelon, if you attack it by a slice like that, you know you're going to be covered. We did that as children. And also, this is right now up to $225. We're looking for $250 for black and white and red all over.
She's a past award winner. She's been donating to the auction for years. I wait for her to come in with her piece every year.
Really?
Because I just can't wait to see what her piece is going to look like this year.
Well, you know, speaking of kids, what a great gift for your kids. Guess what? Ring the bells, everybody. It's a bell ringer. We have another bell ringer here.
Yay! And there's Kenny right there.
I love that. Fantastic, another bell ringer. So far, we got bell ringers this entire hour. And,
but we're not closing it out. She's still open.
She's just still open. In fact, she's up to $275. We're looking for $300 now to take us for black and white and red all over. And again, these pieces can be in your home as early as tomorrow. Our pickup day is tomorrow and Tuesday.
And this is an easy piece to ship. Again, it's wood. It's not a heavy ceramic piece, and we do ship all over the United States.
That's right, we certainly do. We've had people calling from
Talking
New York.
to my friends in Arkansas.
Yeah, and we had a lady on the phone earlier from New York City buying some stuff. All right, so this is black and white and red all over, $325. That's great. Sheepish is up to $320. So they're still duking it out for these two pieces. I love that. This would be a great way to start a children's collection.
There's those cats.
Yep, there's those cute little kitty cats right below the banner there. And, you know, this is a great way to start a child's collection, especially a child that is old enough to start to understand the importance of art.
Well, like I said, when my sister's children were born, and there's one right over there, I bought them, the very first thing I did was buy them a piece of art to start their collection. I think it's important to start collectors young and to start collectors with things that they can enjoy.
Did it work?
Oh, yeah. All three of my nieces are big collectors. Well, you know Nicole.
Yeah. She's an artist herself.
No, I was
with the
so
way she
proud.
frames.
I was so proud of her last year. I said I'd take her to Nordstrom's and buy her a pair of boots, and she said, "Can I have a Sean Royal instead?"
You were like, I did my job.
So, art is just not for grown-ups. It makes a great gift, and this is a sweet little gift right here.
Okay. All right. So this is right now at $350. That's fantastic. And Sheepish also is at $360. We're going to check in with the phone bank with David and Kelly.
That's right. We have just about a half hour left. That's it. And then the 35th KVIE art auction is going to be over. Be a part of it. There's only 30 minutes left. You can do it. All you've got to do is bid.
It's the last 30 minutes, 844-584-3278. There's been so much excitement here. We've had paintings go out the door really fast. You don't want to miss out. 844-584-3278. The volunteers are ready. We're going back over to Rob and Dee.
All right. This is by our friend Cindy Wilson. This is Myrna, or as I like to say, Moina. And this is by Cindy Wilson. A bid of already $225 is coming in. For $750 retail value. Cindy is highly collectible. She is known for her large, full-size figures. And I mean, they are as big as I am.
Yeah.
And to be shipped and to move those pieces is a feat in and of itself. it is rare to get a small piece from Cindy. This is a juror award for sculpture.
Yeah, what I love about this piece, I talk to sculptors often, and a lot of times that sculptors don't like to work small because you're putting just as much work, if not more, into a smaller piece.
If not more.
And you don't get the higher prices that you do for the larger pieces. So this is a really nice, manageable size. If you have a beach house, if you've got a pool house, in that little windowsill that overlooks your back pool, she's just a little bit of summer.
Well, I would put her
long.
anywhere. I mean, I would put her, I love this on a coffee table.
And she's got the cutest tuchus. I'm gonna turn her around
Well,
so we can.
all of Cindy's pieces have, they're very voluptuous.
Yes.
I'm trying to find the right words here, and everybody behind the camera is laughing.
Now, I love Cindy's, they have a real retro appeal to them. She uses, these vintage dots. Now, this piece can go outside. It can live outside, no problem at all. It's fired ceramics. It's a fairly heavy piece. If this was on my table, I don't have to worry about my big 200-pound cat knocking it over.
You're kidding, it's that heavy?
Yeah, it's really heavy.
Okay,
Yeah.
So this piece now is at $300. We're looking for $350 for this Cindy Wilson. It is rare to get a small piece by Cindy. As Dee said, it is just as hard, if not harder, to do a small piece. And it is just such a great thing for an artist to give us a small piece when they're known for their large pieces.
I know a collector who has one of her large pieces in their bathroom. This is a really fun piece to put near one of those big sunken pools or whatever. You don't have to worry about, I have a Cindy Wilson at the very end of my swimming pool.
Is it a beach ball?
I have a beach ball, and I have a woman that's standing on a beach ball that's taller than you.
Oh my gosh.
And the lovely thing about that is the pool chlorine can splash on it. I mean, it's fired ceramic and cement, mine is. This is just fired ceramic, but it's indestructible. So you can put it someplace fun and not have to worry about a little water getting splashed on it. It's not gonna knock over. It's a beautiful, beautiful piece.
I love it. It's now at $400. There are multiple people on the phone, which is fantastic. We need you to get involved in the auction. We're down to our final 30 minutes, and there are still multiple people on the lines for the two pieces that are still open, black and white and red all over, and Myrna here by Cindy Wilson, which is now up to $450. We're calling for $500 on that. You got 30 minutes left to get involved in the art auction. The items are going strong. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour right here live from KVIE, the art auction.
The Nilo Company is committed to our community and proud to support local arts in our region through the KVIE Art Auction. 13 brands, one name, Nilo.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through more than 500 hours of arts programming each year. From Call the Midwife to Poldark and Bob Ross to Art in the 21st Century, KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong through your participation as a donor and art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for Contemporary Classics coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Brenda Louie, this category features abstract and non-objective works in all media. View all of the art featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Hi there, hello again, I'm Rob Stewart, and we're back for the final half hour, can you believe it, of the live art auction excitement here from our studios in Northern California. Here's an overview of the art that will be up for bid during the final next half hour. This is your last chance, folks. By the way, Myrna, Cindy Wilson's piece is still open at $575, got to get that in. All right, here we go. This is Engagement by Shirley Hazlitt. A watercolor measuring 24 by 24, retails at $600. Retail, we're starting bid on that for $175. Item 46B is View from the Campanile, and this is by Helen W. Phillips. Mixed media, measuring 31 by 25. Retail value is $1,500. Item 46C is Birdsong by Peggy Boucher Martinez. Acrylic on canvas, measuring 20 by 20. Retail value is $350. Item 46D is Autumn Leaves #1 by Nora Roos. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 36 by 48. Retail value is $550. Item 46E is Forever Changing by Marilyn Kircht. This is metal measuring 10 by 12 by 12. A funky little piece. Wait till we get over to that. Retail value is $750. And item 46F is Midday Glow by Shimo. This is lithograph measuring 37 by 32. Oh, it's huge. This is retail valued at $1,400, and that piece was framed beautifully by Archival Framing. Speaking of archival framing, we are joined by the owner of Archival Framing, and that's our own art curator, the only full-time PBS curator in the entire country, and that's voila, D. Oldham Neath. We are so lucky to have you, D.
Oh, I'm lucky to be here. I love the auction. I love being able to deal with these 274.
I know you're a little teary right now. I don't know where that came from.
It's always sad when we get to the end of the auction. But let's talk about Shirley Hazlitt's piece first.
Yes,
it's right here.
20 by 20, which designers have been saying all weekend. That's square. That's a good way to hang.
Yeah.
Okay, talk.
It's called Engagement. It's an abstract piece, but the artist is playing homage to the two wedding rings.
Oh.
That's why they're intertwined.
I get it now.
That's where engagement comes from. So, you've kind of got the ring with the little diamond on it. What I like abstract work. It's bright, it's poppy, orange. I painted a whole wall in my house orange recently. The orange and the white is very California colors, and the artist said that in her statement. She loves the natural colors in the California landscape, and so she's used the bright oranges and the bright yellows.
Okay, and I think the white was painted on this canvas too.
Yeah, the canvas was gessoed with a white. Was gessoed over.
What's that mean?
It's a type of paint.
Okay.
Yeah, with the white, and then she did these freeform circles. I love the little drip here because it kind of feels like an action painting, a little Jackson Pollock-y. I like the fact that it's on a canvas. It stands out from the wall. It's incredibly contemporary.
I love the fact that it's called Engagement. There are two rings in this. This would be a wonderful wedding gift. And, what a way to divert from a registry. This is a nice one-of-a-kind. There is none other like it. It is a one-of-a-kind creation made specifically for the KVIE art auction to go into your home. I think it'd be a great wedding gift.
It would, and Shirley's been a long-time donator here at the KVIE art auction. Carrie Kelly, who was a designer here yesterday, is one of the people that kind of inspires me to use this kind of work in a real traditional, she'll put a really contemporary piece in the middle of a really traditional room, and it just makes it pop, and I love this piece for that.
Carrie Kelly, the owner of Carrie Kelly Design Lab here in Sacramento. These are all one-of-a-kind, unique pieces.
Yeah, these are not prints.
These are not prints. And you know what? I love it when you always remind me every year, these are not prints, Rob.
These are not prints. Well, it's hard when you're looking at a three-dimensional object on a two-dimensional TV set not to realize that these are not giclées, these are not reprints. You are the only one that owns this. It's a beautiful piece on canvas. It's got the artist's hand all over it. It would be great in a beach house with, any place where you've got a lot of light. Again, there's no glass over it, so there's no reflection, there's no distractions at all. It's just you and the artwork.
I love that, just you and the artwork. We have a bid now of $275. We're looking for $300. Multiple people on the phones for this piece. Let's toss to Kelly Raines.
This is it, your last chance. 6 more pieces, that's it. And then the KVIE 35th anniversary art auction, it's over, forever. 6 pieces left, that's it, bid.
Last chance, last chance. We need some last phone ringers. They are excited on the phones right now. There's some murmurs, but we need some more rings. 844-584-3278. That's 844-KVIE Art. It's been so exciting this weekend, but the excitement is not over yet. And don't be one of those people who didn't get to participate. And we're going to go back over to Rob and Dee. Rob?
Put these volunteers to work for you.
All right, thank you so much, David and Kelly, over from our Phone Bank Live, and our sponsors this hour are the Nilo Company. So this piece is View from the Campanile, and this is literally Venice. It really is Venice. So we're looking for a starting bid of $450. This is a beautiful piece by Helen W. Phillips. Take it away.
This is a batik piece.
What's that mean?
It's actually done with wax and pigment on fabric. If
Get out.
Yeah, if we can get the, I know, now you're all of a
Let me
sudden
figure
got to
this out.
get on it. Yeah, it's painted on fabric. It took her almost 3 months to design this out.
Are you kidding
and
me?
paint it. They use wax and yeah, it's a very, see all the detail in here?
And she gave it to KVIE.
It's a slow process. Yes, she did.
Wow,
Yeah.
3 months, and she gave it to KVIE. View from the Campanile, we're looking for an opening bid of $450. Get the phones ringing at 1-844-KVIE Art. If you're considering this piece, we recommend that you get in on the action because they close within 5 minutes usually. This is a Helen W. Phillips. It's an original, a one-of-a-kind creation. Dee?
It's a beautiful batik if you've been to Venice, if you love Venice. She starts out by doing a drawing that's to scale, and then she takes that drawing, she draws it out on the fabric, and she starts the batik process. Batik is such a difficult, time-consuming type of technique that I rarely see it anymore. I mean, it was really popular in the 60s and 70s, and it was kind of big and splashy, but it wasn't like clean and tight like this one is. You've got these beautiful turquoises in here, you've got the lovely seafoam green, and you've got every single one of these little roof tiles represented.
Absolutely beautiful. I love looking at the back of paintings, and I'm always so nosy. Sometimes I'll look at the back of people's paintings when I'm in their houses, and like there's notes on them. And this one, she wrote on the back, this is San Marco Square in Venice.
Yep.
So she wrote that on the back, so just so you'd know.
She also framed it, and I think she did a beautiful job with the presentation because she stuck with the really traditional window mat. You know, it's got the white mat and it's got the darker frame, so it just feels like you're sitting in one of these places in Venice looking out a window.
Okay, so we have an opening bid that's fantastic of $375. We're looking to take this up to $400. By the way, I want to back up on engagement. It's at $525. That's fantastic. We're almost at a bell ringer on that one as well. Dee, how can you look at a painting and tell it's batik?
Well, this one you can tell because you can see that it's on fabric. It's a little difficult. You know, the camera cannot
Okay, now I see
smash
it. You have to
its nose.
really look.
Yeah, we can see it from here. The camera cannot smash its
You know
nose
where you
up
can
against
see it in the blacks.
Yeah, you can actually see the fabric. You can see, you can see the relief of how the paint soaks in deeper. You know, see how white it is right there, where that's soaked in deeper than the rest of it. Yeah, it's a really great piece.
$375 right now for a view from the Campanile.
It's the only batik in the auction.
It's what?
It's the only one we had in the
Only
auction.
batik in the auction. Okay,
Yeah.
we want $400 for this. I know it's out there. I know we can get $400 for this beautiful one-of-a-kind creation by Helen Phillips. Okay, we're going to move. We're going to keep this one live on the air. We have all the pieces in this half hour so far are live on the air. And now, say that again, Heath. Oh, cool. We have a big announcement, everybody. This is the People's Choice Award winner for Sunday. Woo.
Yay!
There we go.
Everybody voted online, and we had a tie this year. We had two pieces that were best of show because they were neck and neck, but for people's choice. We did one the other night, and this would be the second one. So I'm sure this Peggy Martinez is probably jumping up and down in her living room right now.
Yeah, that's
'cause
fantastic.
She did not know that.
Congratulations, Peggy. You are the People's Choice Award winner for the day. All right, so this is Bird Song. We're looking for a starting bid of $100, and you'll be taking home the Sunday People's Choice Award winning piece. We're looking for a starting bid of $100 to get the bidding going for this one. And I'm going to back up real quick. We have $375 still on view from Campanile and $525 on engagement. Dee, tell us about this piece.
Again, this is another person who works really well with the luminosity of the colors. Using, it's a great artist trick, using these bright colors against a dark background to make it feel like there's a light coming from the back of the piece.
I was going to say, why does this look lit?
Yeah, it looks lit from the back because this artist has been it's a very clever thing with the dark complementary colors and a bright color over the top of it. It's got a movement going on right here. It's definitely a really nice abstract piece. It kind of almost feels like a group of roses or, here's some leaves down here. I hate to read into an abstract piece because the nice thing about non-objective work is that you don't know what the object is. You can find a different object in it every time you look at it.
I love that about an abstract. A starting bid, we just need a starting bid of $100 to get the auction going, and we got it. That's fantastic. For Birdsong, can we get $125? This is the People's Choice Award-winning art of the day. That is a big deal.
And again, it's that great square shape that is so easy to work with. The piece is 20 by 20. It doesn't need a frame. The artist has painted all the way around the edge.
I love that when they do that.
So it keeps that kind of nice contemporary pop off the wall kind of look.
Okay, let's check in with the phone bank.
There's so little time. This is item 46B, view from the Campanile. We have a bid of $500. We're looking for a bid of $525. There is so little time. This is your opportunity to support local artists and support local public television. 844-584-3278, 844 KVIE Art. We need a bid of $525 for view from the Campanile. It's gorgeous, and let's go back to Robin D.
Get your bells ready because we just got this, just jumped up to bell ringer status. Let me hear the bells ring, everybody. This is Birdsong. $375. It's now above bell ringer status. Thank you for that. So that's an auction going live on this piece. That's wonderful.
But we're not going to close it out.
No, we don't close it out because it's clearly popular. And so is View from Campanile. Now that's up to $600 with a retail value of $1,500 on that. Birdsong is up to $400. D, take it away.
I love this piece. We've got two really good abstract pieces right in a row. Again, I'm really fond of the way that this piece kind of lights from the back. Everybody's got that. You walk into your house, you've got a focal point in your house that gets no light.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of piece you need for that little dark corner.
That's true. Everybody does have that spot in their house. Okay, we're going to keep that open, but we're going to move on to this next piece. It is huge, and this feels very mid-century modern to me. It's a substantial piece. It's got girth. And,
I love
it's got a lot of earth in it as well, too. This is Autumn Leaves #1. I love this piece, and I don't know if it is or not, but this would be fabulous in a mid-century modern home.
Yeah, it would. It would look great on my orange wall.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm liking about design in general these days is that people have finally stopped with the all my walls have to be eggshell white.
I know, I'm over that.
So people are painting their walls bright colors. They're being more experimental with their color. So this piece adds a big pop of color. If you're not brave enough to paint a wall, then be brave enough to put a big pop of color on your piece.
Okay, we're just looking for an opening bid of $150 for this huge piece. It is, let me get the...
this is Norma Ruse. And it's
36 by 48.
Yeah, it's a good size piece. This is Norma Ruse. She concentrates on, she likes to compare her work to music. It has kind of a rhythm and an energy to it. It's not a static piece. It's not just sitting there. You can feel the movement in all of these wonderful, wonderful gold drips. It's got a lot of depth. Again, you get that light coming from the back.
So we have an opening bid of $200. That's fantastic. Autumn Leaves #1. This is basically 3 feet by 4 feet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it takes her about a week to complete something like this.
A week of her time that she gave to us.
Well, it's the way she applies the paint. You know, she wants to make sure the bottom layer dries before she goes over it. That's why it has such depth. These layers of paint are literally sitting one on top of the other. If you applied another layer when it was wet, the paint would mix and it would just become another color.
Oh, so they have to dry.
Usually
okay.
mud.
Yeah. Yeah.
Usually mud, but that's why you've got these great greens and you've got the gold splashed over the top, but you still have this really nice orange coming through.
And the greens down at the bottom, too.
Yeah, and it would, if you had a mid-century modern house, this would just be a stunner.
I mean, this would be, you could do a whole room around this piece. We're going to toss things over to David and Kelly in the phone bank.
That's right. We have just a few more minutes, about 15 more minutes, and that's it. It's going to be over. But you can still be a part of it. You got to pick up the phone, though. Get out those good intentions, make that bid, and probably get a great piece of art.
Make our volunteers work. 844-584-3278. Let's go over back to Robin D.
Okay, this is a huge piece. It's a definitely a showstopper. And if you have
dress
that,
kind of matches
it does. I just was looking at that same thing.
Just went, wait a minute. No wonder I like that color.
What is that red peeking out from under there?
Stop that.
Seriously?
It's a little crinoline.
Okay, I didn't know what that was. Anyway,
the bigger the dress,
look, we
the
got
smaller the
250.
waist.
You just showed your Kremlin. Crescent, is it?
Kremlin.
Kremlin?
Yeah, you know, because the bigger the dress, the smaller the waist.
Okay. Oh.
See how that works.
You just keep talking about that. The price is going up. $275. Keep talking about your Kremlin.
Norma Roos, thank you for donating this painting. It's one of my favorites. It's a good one. I'm a mid-century modern kind of girl. We were 70s babies. I was. You weren't.
Yeah, I was. I was born in 71.
No. Really?
Yeah, I know. All right,
I remember 71.
Okay. All right, anyway, so Autumn Leaves #1, we're up to $300, and we're going to keep, that's fantastic, we're going to keep that going. That one is still live, y'all, so you can still bid on it, and we're going to move over to the second to the last piece. Say it ain't so, D. This is forever changing, but it will be forever yours and never change if you take it home. This is Forever
Marilyn
Changing
Kirch.
by Marilyn Kirch. I love her name.
She's a San Francisco area artist. She's known for her really large, picture this, the size of a Volkswagen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so this is a smaller piece for her.
Yeah, because we couldn't have, well, we could have gotten a Volkswagen-sized one in here.
Yeah, but are you going to carry it?
No, but it is
Or
the biggest
art
studio in
schleppers?
Northern California.
Yeah. Anyway, but Marilyn always donates a really nice piece. This piece has been clear coated, so it can go outside.
Look at that. Bam.
It's welded steel. And what I love about Marilyn is she does these big, heavy steel pieces, and she's this little petite woman that does all of her own welding.
Well, so is Cindy Wilson. Cindy
Yeah.
Wilson is, I mean, she's tall.
Yeah,
tall
does
and thin, and
all
she
of
does
her own
these
stuff.
huge statues, and she does it all by herself.
What I love about this is it's got a nice organic feel to it. It's got a beautiful sheen. I love this green on the ball. The green is just absolutely gorgeous.
It is stunning, and there you can see it right there shining in the camera. We need, by the way, I want to back up to Autumn Leaves #1. That's at $500. It's almost at $550 for retail. That will make that a bell ringer when that happens. Forever Changing is at $225. We're looking to take this up to $250. D, will this change colors?
No, it's been clear coated. It's done. It's not going to rust. It's not going to get a different patina.
So it can go outside?
It can go outside. It's also a beautiful thing to put in a boardroom, you know, in the middle of one. And I think
So you can bang somebody with it?
Yeah, I think it's just a nice. I think it's just a nice thing, you know, to have art in your workspace, because it gives you something to meditate on. It gives you something to draw you out. Marilyn Kirch does an amazing job. Kirch, yes. Again, she shows mainly in the San Francisco area.
Well, okay, so look at how it flashes in the light. I love that. Look at that. Bam.
Yeah.
Bam. Bam. All right, so Autumn Leaves, ring the bells. We got another bell ringer, everybody, for Autumn Leaves, which is just beautiful. You want to go across to see that beautiful piece? There we go, and ring the bells.
This is almost as big as you are. Look at the size of this. It is fantastic.
It is bigger than I am. It's taller. Autumn Leaves, we have a bit of 725. It's a bell ringer, but that doesn't mean the bells have to stop ringing or the phones have to stop ringing. 844-584-3278, 844 KVIE Art. There is so little time left. And let's go back to Rob and Dee.
All right, thank you. You're right. We have so little time left, and we want to make sure these pieces find their forever home that they are meant to be in. And the only way for that to happen is for you to pick up the phone and call 1-844-KVIE Art. We're on Marilyn Kirch's piece. As Dee says, she's a San Francisco artist.
I'm trying to show this how bright the ball is.
Here.
There you go. So you can really see the shape of it. There you go.
Or you want to do, yeah, let's
Yeah.
try to figure that out.
You can see how bright green that great little ball is. It's a really nice organic piece.
We're at $500 on Forever Changing, which is wonderful. We're looking for $550, and Autumn Leaves just keeps on climbing and climbing. $725 now for Autumn Leaves. $500. We're at Forever Changing. Can we get $550? We are so close to a bell ringer on this. We're at $525. I know there's several people on the phones for this piece. This is the second to the last piece in the auction, and Dee saved some of the cutest and best for last. Why did you want to round out the end of the show with these two?
Well, you know, I think sculpture kind of gets overlooked by people. Sometimes we all think of art as a painting. You know, it's three-dimensional too. You want something that goes in the middle of your table.
It's personal.
You want a nice piece in your entry hall. I love sculpture
It's versatile,
sculpture in
too.
a garden. Sculpture in a garden is a really nice touch.
I
And
love
again,
sculpture in a
This
garden.
is a very organic piece with the greens and the rusts, and it's been clear coated, so it's ready to go just about anywhere.
Yeah, I want to say that again. I love art in a garden,
Yeah.
and you've done that so well at your home.
I do like my stuff outside too.
All right, we're gonna leave that open, and we're gonna move on to the next piece. And guess what? It is the last piece in the KVIE 35th Annual Art Auction. Can you believe it?
And it's a good one.
So let's end strong. This is Midday Glow by Shimo.
Yeah, Gregory Kondos' friend that owns the big Shimo Center for the Arts downtown.
Oh yes, that's
You've been
right.
there.
I have been there. You are exactly right. This is Midday Glow. We're looking for a starting bid of $400 on this beautiful one-of-a-kind piece.
No, this is actually a print that was done. It's an artist proof. It's number 9 of 50. It's done with a little brush.
But wait a minute. An artist proof is a one-of-a-kind.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's not a G clay.
Okay.
And
we got it.
It's
Opening
a
bid of 400.
lithograph. Yeah, it's a lithograph. What I love about this piece right here is it's got this really great, see the line of crickets moving through the landscape?
Well, there's definitely not crickets on it because there's $400 in there and people are calling away.
We've got all this nice traditional brushwork right here. We've got these big, beautiful flowers going on. This is a huge, stunning piece.
Okay, so we're looking for another bid to take us up to $450 on this. And you say that this is 8 of 50.
Yeah.
Midday Glow, signed by the artist and by Shimo, and then with the classic S in the corner.
Yes, it's got a beautiful pattern frame on it that comes from Italy that was imported.
Wait, no, you framed it. Archival framing.
Yeah. We chose this frame right here because it's got the gold leaf in it. It kind of has that Asian inspiration to it. It's done on a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful paper. It's a stunning piece.
It is a stunning piece. It's a showstopper, and it should be because it's going to stop the show.
Good job.
I mean, literally. You have a showstopper to stop the show. So we have $400 on this, but I got to say, Forever Changing is almost to bell ringer status. It's at $625. We're trying to get $750. That piece is still open. And why don't we check in with Kelly and David and Lieutenant Jill, who is holding that piece.
6E here. There's no time left to call. 844-584-3278. We're looking for a bid of $775. This is your opportunity for this beautiful piece of sculpture, item 46E. Now make the call. And Jill, can you rotate that in the light and turn it around? It's three-dimensional, shiny and beautiful. It is a sculpture that you must have, and you can have it if you call 844-584-3278. And there's a bell ringer. It's a bell ringer. This is a great way to end the evening, but there's still a little bit of time left for the last piece. And now we're going to go back to Rob. Rob?
All right, it's a bell ringer. I know. I love it when we can do that live on air. It's just so much fun. It never gets old. So can we please finish strong with another bell ringer? This is Midday Glow. We want to end strong. This is $400 right now, which is fantastic.
We want to thank Shimo, who donated this piece. I want to thank the 274 other artists who donated their work. Remember, he donated this piece. It has a $1,400 value, so we would get $1,400 back. Let's not short this piece just because it's the last one. I've got a $400 bid, and I want to see that go up.
You know, Dee, we've got time. We've got a minute or so here. What do you want to say?
Thank you to everybody that's participated, to everybody that's bought a piece. Now you and I get to spend 2 days watching people pick up the work.
And it's so
which
joyful.
I love.
It's so joyful to see people come and pick up. That's my favorite thing, is to meet with people when they come pick up. I constantly slip in that room and see everybody with the joyful faces picking up their pieces. We're not done yet. We're still trying to sell this piece.
We're at $450.
We're at $450. We're trying to get $500 because every dollar
jump
counts.
up and make it $1,400 and let us end the art auction with a bell ringer. Thank you again, Shimo, for the lovely print. If you're interested in Shimo's work or any of our other artists' work, you just go on our website, kvie.org, KVIE.com/art auction, and you can find out more information on every single one of the artists.
And plug the frame one more time. Why did you pick this frame?
I picked this frame because it's got a nice Asian feel, and it's a really traditional handmade Italian frame.
Okay, I see this in a room with a lot of white.
Yeah, it's a stunner. I love that blue. We're at 500.
Oh yeah, good. So there's more than one person on the phone. Oh, and Forever Changing just got up to $900, and Autumn Leaves is at $950. We are ending strong. Let's go to Kelly and David.
This is a reminder. Autumn Leaves is at $950. We're looking for a bid of $975, and Forever Changing has a bid of $900. What I love most about the auction is one-of-a-kind art that only you can find on KVIE Public Television, like the programming about our region. You have no time left virtually to call 844-584-3278. David, why is the art auction so important to KVIE and the region?
This is not only a major fundraiser for KVIE, one of the biggest annual fundraisers, but also it's a chance to be able to provide some education opportunities about the arts, engage with some of the artists and the fans of great art. It's one of the best juror competitions in the region. This is a fantastic time of year. We love it. We look forward to it. Thanks for being a part of it. We can't wait till next year as well.
We're so grateful that you've been a part of this, and this is the KVIE Art Auction, and that's the end of this year's art auction. Thank you to the artists who graciously donated over 250 beautiful pieces of art for you to bid on and buy.
And thank you to you for supporting the arts in such a unique way on KVIE Public Television. Enjoy your new art and have a wonderful night.
Bye.